I was still wearing the rein on my sleeves when the Dowager Countess asked whether I had ever considered marriage as a form of rescue. Not romance. Rescue. The word lay between us with the smell of wet wool and coal smoke, and with the nursery clock beating somewhere above our heads. I understood at once that I had not been summoned to Mereford for kindness. Before the fire settled, Lord Mereford entered the room. The letter at Mereford. Chapter 1. The proposal in rain. I was still wearing the rein on my sleeves when the Dowager Countess asked whether I had ever considered marriage as a form of rescue. Not romance. Rescue. The word lay between us with the smell of wet wool and coal smoke, and with the nursery clock beating somewhere above our heads. I understood at once that I had not been summoned to Mereford for kindness. Before the fire settled, Lord Mereford entered the room. He came in without haste, though a man accustomed to command had no need of speed to alter a room. Rain darkened the shoulders of his greatcoat. His gloves were in one hand, his hat in the other, and the servant behind him was close enough to take both before the door shut fully. He was not handsome in the manner of a miniature, nor arranged for admiration. There was too much weather upon him, and too much restraint beneath it. His face had the severe composure one saw sometimes in portraits of men who had inherited more than they wanted, and less than they required. He bowed first to his mother and then to me. "Miss Vale, my lord, there are civilities that warm the air." Ours did nothing of the kind. Lady Mereford did not rise. She had the sort of stillness that made movement in others seem either hurried or foolish. The firelight touched the smooth silver of her hair, the black silk at her sleeves, the old lace at her throat, and nothing in her suggested indecision. She looked from her son to me with the cool satisfaction of a woman who had set two pieces upon a board and meant to see whether either had wit enough to know it. She said, "Lord Mereford, Miss Vale has had an unpleasant drive." He replied, "I regret the weather gave you so poor a welcome." "The weather is impartial, my lord. I do not hold it answerable." That might have passed for politeness. I saw at once that he did not mistake it for softness. His gaze rested on me a moment longer than courtesy required. Not insolently, not even with marked curiosity. It was the look of a man measuring the strength of a plank before he crossed it. He said, "My mother tells me that you came without delay. Your mother's letter carried urgency." It did. There was something in the answer that might have invited a second question had I been foolish enough to ask one before a servant. I was not. The footman had scarcely withdrawn before another entered with tea, and behind him a housemaid with dry wood for the grate. I noticed, because I always noticed, that the maid's apron had been turned and mended twice at the hem, that the tray was silver but not recently polished, and that the coal scuttle by the fire held more ash than fuel. A respectable house wears its economy differently from a poor one. Poverty is plain. Constraint takes pains. I ought perhaps to have looked only at the Countess and her son. Instead my eye went, as it always did, to proof. The cuff of the footman's livery had been let out by a hand not expert enough to hide the older line of braid. There was damp on the inner sill, though the room was one used for receiving company. A threadbare line showed at the edge of Lady Mereford's carpet, where a chair had lately been moved and not returned to its former place, as if rooms were being managed less for grace than for heat. Lord Mereford saw me see it. It was almost nothing, a stilling about his mouth, a sharpened attention. Yet the change was there. I knew the moment he ceased to regard me as an inconvenient relation summoned from Kent respectability, and began to regard me as a witness. Lady Mereford poured the tea herself. "Sugar, Miss Vale." "One lump, if you please, no more, no more," she said, very prudent, though there was no praise in it. Her son accepted none. He stood with one hand upon the mantel, not lounging, not resting, merely holding a place from which he might command the room, without seeming to do so. Outside, the rain drove against the windows with a force that made the panes answer faintly in their frames. Somewhere in the passage a door opened and shut, followed by the hurried tread of a servant who knew better than to linger near the green drawing-room, while family business was in motion. Lady Mereford handed me my cup. "You know something of my circumstances, I think." "Only what is generally repeated," I said. "Your son's recent succession. The death of the late Viscount. The necessity of changes in the household." "A charming phrase," Lord Mereford said. "Necessity of changes." I looked at him. "Would you prefer a plainer one?" His expression did not alter. "In general, yes." Lady Mereford spared us both a glance. "In general, Lord Mereford prefers truth until it becomes inconvenient. I believe that preference is widely shared," she said. "Not in society. Nor in families. There are moments when one feels a trap without yet seeing the mechanism. I had known from the letter that I was wanted for something disagreeable. I had known from the room that the disagreeable thing had money in it. By the time I set down my cup, I knew it had also a child, a title, and a matter of time. Above us the nursery clock struck the quarter. I said, "You spoke of rescue." No one answered at once. The pause was not uncertainty. It was arrangement. Lord Mereford moved at last from the mantel and took the chair opposite mine, though he remained straight-backed, as if sitting were a concession granted only to grammar and not to ease. Rainwater glimmered at the edge of one boot. He had come in recently enough for cold still to cling to him. I found that more convincing than any number of polished assurances. Men who were warm were very often useless, he said. My mother chooses a violent word. An accurate one, Lady Mereford returned. He did not contradict her. That, more than anything, made me attentive, he said. Miss Vale, I would not insult you by pretending you were invited here merely to pay a call. I had not taken it for a call, he said. No, I thought not. It is, if he approved my unwillingness to be managed, though no doubt he would have disliked the same quality in another form. Lady Mereford folded her hands over her lap. The present question concerns stability. Whose? I asked. My household's, said Lord Mereford. My grandson's future, said the Countess at the same moment. The words crossed one another and left a third meaning between them. I turned first to her. Your grandson, she said. My late daughter's child. He has been with us the greater part of a year. There was no softness in the statement, yet grief altered her voice by a measure I might have missed in any other woman, and could not miss in her. I set my cup down carefully. I am sorry, she said. Regret is of limited use. Protection is not. Lord Mereford's hand tightened once upon the carved arm of his chair, and was still again. It was the first sign I had seen in him that was not mastered before it fully appeared. I understood then why the nursery clock had mattered. You believe the child is in danger? I asked. He said, not bodily, not while he is here. That should have comforted me. It did not, Lady Mereford said. There are relations who hold that a great house under strain is not the place for a young heir in delicate circumstances. You mean to say, I replied, that there are relations who smell weakness. I mean, said Lord Mereford, that there are persons who will make use of any disorder they can prove, and invent the rest. The rain pressed harder. A brief gust drove water beneath the sash, so that a drop slid along the sill and darkened the wood. No servant entered to wipe it at once. That, too, was a kind of answer. I said, why am I told this? Lady Mereford's gaze settled on me with clinical exactness. Because you possess what the house currently lacks. I had not expected flattery and should not have been disturbed by the outline of it. Yet I felt at once that this was no flattery at all, only valuation. And what is that? She said, credibility. Lord Mereford looked at his mother then, not sharply, not with open rebuke, but with the expression of a man who sees a surgeon choose the knife he himself would have wrapped in linen first. I ought perhaps to have been offended. Instead I was cold. The sort of cold one feels not from weather but from clear intention in another. You have not sent for me to improve your ledgers by my presence, I said. No, said Lady Mereford. Nor to sit with the child. No. Nor because you are eager for family affection. Certainly not. My mouth might have betrayed me then, because the corner of Lord Mereford's did the smallest thing in answer. Not a smile, the memory of one, it vanished at once, though not before I saw it. The sight made him less formidable and more dangerous. I turned to him. "Do you also prefer plainness, my lord?" "I told you I did." "Then be plain." He held my gaze. "There are men who use silence to force surrender." He used it, I thought, to test whether a person would speak foolishly into the gap. I have never been charitable towards such methods. At last he said, "The estate is sound in land and weak in ready money. The household has suffered from retrenchment. My ward's position must remain beyond attack. My mother believes a marriage would settle several questions at once." "A marriage," I repeated. He neither softened the words nor hurried them. "Yes," Lady Mereford said. "A proper mistress at Mereford would alter how the world reads the house." "Would it alter the accounts?" "No." "Would it mend a cracked roof?" "No." "Would it prevent a malicious relation from lying?" "Not entirely." "Then what precisely would it do?" Lord Mereford answered before his mother could. "It would make invention more difficult." There was enough honesty in that to annoy me more than evasion would have done. I rose and crossed to the window, partly because I would not sit, as if I were already a document placed before them for signature, and partly because the room had grown too close. From there the drive was visible through rain and fading light. My hired chaise still at the steps, the groom from the posting inn bent under the weather, a stable lad hurrying with more care for the horse than for himself. Beyond, the great front of Mereford stood with all the grave dignity of age and stone and inheritance. A lamp had been lit in one of the upper rooms. Another remained dark. Such houses always wished to look whole. Sometimes they nearly were. The glass was cold beneath my fingers. Without turning, I said, "You have chosen the wrong woman if you imagine I can be placed like a better curtain and expected to improve the aspect. On the contrary," said Lady Mereford, "I believe I have chosen the only one who will understand what aspect costs." I looked back then. And Lord Mereford had risen as well. He stood between the fire and the room, not barring my way, yet with the disquieting effect of making every path seem one that must pass his notice. He was watching me with that same measuring attention, not admiration, not dislike. Appraisal answered by appraisal. He said, "I do not ask for your answer now." "That is generous. It is practical. You have not yet seen enough." The words might have sounded like a concession in another man. In him they sounded like warning. At that same moment the door opened without ceremony. A housekeeper of solid figure and composed distress came in, then stopped when she saw us all standing. "My lady." "My lord, I beg pardon." Lady Mereford's voice sharpened by no more than a thread. "What is it, Mrs. Finch?" The housekeeper glanced at me, then at Lord Mereford. "Duty ward with discretion for one visible second," she said. "It is the nursery coal, my lord. The last scuttle sent up was mixed poor, and cook says there is a dispute below stairs about the butcher's account. Also nurse has asked whether the apothecary is to be sent for again, as Master Henry has coughed through his sleep." No one spoke. Then very quietly Lord Mereford said, "I will come at once." Mrs. Finch curtsied and withdrew. I looked from the closed door to the Viscount, and the whole house, which had thus far tried to preserve its face before me, seemed in that instant to give up the attempt. Nursery coal. A butcher unpaid. A child coughing in his sleep. It was not romance that had brought me to Mereford. It was a house beginning to fail at the edges, and a man who had just admitted that marriage might be used as timber. Lord Mereford met my eyes. He said, "You see." "Yes," I answered. "I begin to." Lord Mereford turned at once toward the door. Lady Mereford did not move. She said, "Go, and send for Mr. Penrith whether nurse likes the expense or not." I had already meant to. She replied, "Wes, that is why I did not phrase it as advice." He inclined his head with the patience of a man too accustomed to his mother's methods to waste strength upon them, then looked once at me before he left. It was not apology. It was not dismissal. It was merely the acknowledgment that I had been permitted a glimpse behind the curtain and that the curtain would not now pretend to have been thicker than it was. When he had gone, the room seemed larger and colder. Lady Mereford set down her teacup. "You wished for plainness. There it is." I wished to know why I had been sent for. And do you know? I know that your household is under pressure. I do not yet know whether I have been invited as help, ornament, or remedy, she said. Possibly all three. I turned fully from the window. I am not equal to one of them. She replied, No. You are not ornament. I ought perhaps to have taken offense. Yet there was something almost bracing in being spared falsity. She rose then, with the measured grace of a woman whose rank had long since made haste unnecessary. Come with me, Weir, to the place from which the truth may be least politely hidden. The nursery. The housekeeper's room first. Then perhaps the nursery, if Master Henry is awake and not disposed to theatrical suffering. I followed her from the green drawing-room into a passage that was warmer by several degrees near the fire and colder at every turning away from it. That is the true map of a house under strain. Not the portrait gallery, nor the front hall, nor the silver shown to dinner guests, but the invisible argument between fuel and stone. Mereford was a large old house, handsome in its proportions, severe in its lines, and built, I thought, by men who had admired permanence more than comfort. The passages held the day's damp. Candle smoke had darkened the corners above the sconces. Beneath everything there was the smell of beeswax, coal, wet wool, and that faint nursery scent of milk, starch, and warming bricks which no amount of lavender can quite disguise. As we walked, servants flattened themselves against the wall with the silent efficiency of those who know that seeing too much is unavoidable, and being seen to have seen it is dangerous. I noticed the lowered eyes, the quick curtsies, the careful way in which none of them looked at the Countess for longer than politeness demanded. A house may love its mistress. It may fear her. It may do both and call the combination order. Lady Mereford led me down the back staircase rather than the principal one. That, more than anything, told me how far matters had moved from display to function. The housekeeper's room stood just beyond the still-room passage, where warmth gathered a little from the kitchens below, and a smell of broth hung in the air. Mrs. Finch was there when we entered. Together with a ledger's table, 2 chairs, a candle burned low in its socket, and an open account book over which she had plainly been wrestling with both numbers and temper. She rose at once. My lady. Sit down, Mrs. Finch. I have not come to admire your curtsy. This is Miss Vale. You may speak before her. The housekeeper's eyes came to me, assessing and uncertain. She had the kind of face one trusts sooner than one admires, broad-browed, sensible, lined by responsibility more than age, with hands reddened by winter, and worked despite the authority of her station. She had plainly been crying at some earlier hour and had since decided against indulgence. She said, "If my lady wishes it." "I do." Mrs. Finch sat again, though not comfortably. I stood near the table and let my eye rest only lightly on the open book. Lightly was enough. Meat, candles, soap, coal, nurse's additional linen, apothecary, glazier, 2 months in arrears to the poulterer. Wages marked with neat little strokes against names, some paid, some delayed, some half paid and carried forward. Constraint takes pains. Structure leaves traces. The butcher has sent word, Mrs. Finch said, looking at the Countess rather than me, that he will continue to supply the nursery, but not the whole house, unless part is settled this week. The whole house, Lady Mereford repeated, as if it were a phrase from a vulgar play. He was respectful. My lady. I am certain he was unbearable. Mrs. Finch did not dispute it. And the coal. The last delivery was mixed poor, as I said. Good enough for the kitchen, perhaps, but not for the upper rooms. Nurse says the fire in Master Henry's room would not hold steady. Also the west nursery chimney draws badly when the rain comes from the sea. Lady Mereford's mouth hardened. Because the coping was left unrepaired, Mrs. Finch lowered her eyes. Yes, my lady. Left unrepaired by whom? There was a pause. Not long, long enough. My lord wished the schoolroom roof seen to first, said Mrs. Finch carefully. And the steward said both could not be done before quarter rents came in. There it was. Not ruin. Not melodrama. Priority. I moved no nearer, yet I heard my own voice say, "The west nursery faces the weather." Mrs. Finch looked up. "It does. Miss, and the schoolroom." southeast. Then in this season the nursery bears the worst of it. Lady Mereford turned her gaze on me. So it does. Mrs. Finch said, My lord knows as much, miss. He only thought that the schoolroom must be made sound because it is seen. Lady Mereford said, No, my lady. Not seen. Used. The young master has his lessons there in the mornings. And the ceiling had begun to stain through. Which meant plaster, which meant greater cost later, which meant a choice between two wrongs and too little money for either right. I knew the pattern. Every family without ready cash claimed it could not afford to mend what was invisible until the invisible made itself seen in a more expensive shape. Has Master Henry been ill long? I asked. Mrs. Finch hesitated, then answered me because Lady Mereford did not forbid it. He had a fever in September, miss. He came through it, thank God, but his chest remains tender in damp weather. And the apothecary. Mr. Penrith has seen him twice this month. Paid. Mrs. Finch's face altered by the smallest degree. That, said Lady Mereford, is precisely the question one asks when one has lived in the world without being pampered by men who confuse promise with money. I felt color rise and despised it. And Mrs. Finch said, with admirable neutrality, Mr. Penrith has been patient. Which meant no. The Countess looked at the account book as though it had personally offended her breeding. My son must stop paying for respectability with postponement. Postponement breeds insolence in tradesmen and panic in servants. It also breeds arithmetic. I said before I could check myself. The words fell more plainly than prudence advised. Yet Lady Mereford did not rebuke me. Something near approval touched her expression and vanished. Mrs. Finch gave a reluctant little breath that might almost have been agreement. I said, If the nursery fire does not hold in that room, why is the child not moved? Because, said a voice from the door, he hates being moved. Lord Mereford had returned without my hearing his step. He stood just within the threshold, one hand upon the latch, the look on his face not displeased exactly, but guarded. Beside him was Nurse, a narrow, capable woman with an air of permanent injury, and a boy of perhaps 7 or 8, who had wrapped a blanket round his shoulders in the manner of a Roman senator, fallen upon hard times. He was pale in the way children are pale after illness, with dark eyes made larger by thinness and hair that wanted cutting. He coughed once into the blanket and frowned at the room as if it had inconvenienced him personally. This, said Lord Mereford, his master Henry Ashcombe. Henry, this is Miss Vale. The child examined me with grave suspicion. Are you a relation? Wes, he said, that is never an advantage. Mrs. Finch made a small distressed sound. Nurse shut her lips together. To my surprise, Lord Mereford did not correct him. No, I said, not always. Master Henry considered this. You may do then. He coughed again, less harshly this time, and leaned into Nurse for half a second before remembering, I think, that he preferred dignity. You should not be down here, Lady Mereford said. I did not want Mr. Penrith. Mr. Penrith is not arranged for your pleasure. He smells of vinegar. He also keeps children alive. Henry's mouth set. Sometimes. There was too much knowledge in that one word. I had heard old people speak so after funerals. Hearing it from a child made the room seem colder. Lord Mereford bent very slightly toward him. You will see Mr. Penrith. Henry looked at his uncle with a seriousness oddly like his own. Will he bleed me? No. Promise. Yes. Only then did the boy nod. The exchange lasted no more than a few breaths. Yet it told me more of Lord Mereford than the whole of our conversation in the drawing-room. He did not cajole. He did not soothe. He did not lie. He gave the child the dignity of an answer and expected obedience in return. It was not tenderness displayed for effect. It was something less showy and more binding. Nurse shifted the blanket higher around Henry's shoulders. He wakes coughing, my lord. The room chills toward dawn. I told Mrs. Finch as much. And Mrs. Finch told me, said Lord Mereford. Then move him. I said. The room went still again. I had not meant to speak so directly, yet the obvious thing often emerges with rude force when people have been circling it for too long out of habit. Pride. Or cost. Lord Mereford straightened. To where? The south nursery if there is one, or the schoolroom suite until the chimney can be put right. The south nursery is shut. Open it. It has not been used since my sister's marriage. Then it has had the advantage of rest. His eyes came to me, level and unreadable. You speak as if rooms obey wishes. No, I replied. I speak as if they obey fire's labor and dusting. Mrs. Finch looked into her lap with the unmistakable air of a woman concealing dangerous agreement. Lord Mereford said, "The south rooms require airing, carpet beating, grates laid, curtains taken down, bedding warmed, and servants who are not already stretched. Which is still less labor than nursing a child through a winter cough in a damp western room." His jaw changed a fraction. It was the first sign that I had struck not merely his pride but the exact point where worry and authority touched. Lady Mereford intervened before the moment could harden. She asked, "Can the south nursery be made ready by evening?" Mrs. Finch, practical enough to treat even family tension as weather, thought only a moment. "By late evening, my lady, if the blue saloon fire is not lit and the maids are taken from the east gallery." "The blue saloon is not used," I said. "It is on Thursdays," Lord Mereford replied. "Today is Tuesday." For one moment Henry gave a weak little laugh into his blanket. It vanished at once when his uncle looked at him, though not from fear. More from loyalty. Lord Mereford turned back to Mrs. Finch. "Do it." Nurse gave a sharp nod of satisfaction, then checked herself as if she had stepped over a line. Mrs. Finch closed the account book with decision. "Yes, my lord," he added, "and Mr. Penrith is to come whether or not the boy thinks him agreeable." Henry sighed in the manner of the unjustly persecuted and allowed Nurse to guide him toward the door. As he passed me, he paused. "Do you order everyone about?" "Only those who require it." He studied me, then glanced at his uncle. "That is very many people in this house." After he had gone, silence held for 3 heartbeats. Then Lord Mereford said, "You make an impression quickly, Miss Vale. I am sorry to hear it." I did not say I regretted it. No one smiled, though I think Mrs. Finch wished to. Lady Mereford moved toward the door. "I shall go up presently and inspect this miracle of migration. Miss Vale, remain if you like. You have a taste for plainness, and my son may now provide it in columns." When she had left us, together with Mrs. Finch on a flurry of orders, the housekeeper's room felt abruptly smaller. There remained on the table the closed ledger, a sand shaker, 2 unpaid bills weighted with a brass seal, and the Viscount standing opposite me with the look of a man uncertain whether to thank me or object to me. At last he said, "You presume very easily in a house not your own." "Do I?" "You give orders." I made an observation. "You made it in the imperative." "Only because the matter seemed to need one." His gaze lowered once, briefly to the ledger, then returned to my face. "You think me careless?" "Nope." Oh, that answer surprised him. It surprised me a little as well. "I think you overvalue endurance," I said. "In houses, in servants, in children, perhaps in yourself. That is not the same thing." A muscle moved once at the side of his mouth. "And from half an hour beneath this roof you know so much." "From half an hour beneath this roof," I replied. He said, "I know that the nursery coal is poor. The butcher has become brave. The apothecary has been patient longer than he should. The west chimney draws damp. The schoolroom roof was repaired before the child's room. Several wages are carried forward, and the servants are still loyal enough to be frightened rather than mutinous. That is not everything. It is enough. Nothing. I think I had expected anger. What I met instead was something more difficult. The exhausted stillness of a man hearing his burden, named accurately by a stranger. At length he said, "The quarter rents were late. 2 tenant farms lost sheep in the autumn storms. My steward believes every problem can be postponed into obedience. My mother believes every problem can be shamed into submission. I have not yet discovered which philosophy costs more." "Both," I said. That time unmistakably the corner of his mouth shifted. Only a little. It changed him more than warmth would have done. It let the man appear beneath the title, and that was a dangerous sort of clarity. He rested one hand on the back of Mrs. Finch's chair. "You see the weakness, Wes. Then see it correctly. This is not dissipation, not gambling, not some fashionable ruin brought on by vanity. No, I said quietly. It is worse. His brows lifted. It is structure. The word settled between us. Land rich, cash poor. Repairs delayed, bills carried, appearances maintained because not maintaining them would cost more. A child whose position depended on the house, seeming ordered at the very moment order was becoming too expensive to imitate. Lord Mereford looked at me, as if I had moved from inconvenient guest to possible threat in a single breath. He said, "Very few people would call that worse. Very few people understand how long structure can decay before it falls upon those who had no hand in building it." He held my gaze. Something in his face shut again then, not out of offense, but from instinct. I had come too near a private wall. In the passage above us there was the muffled sound of feet moving quickly. Then the dull scrape of something heavy being dragged across floorboards. The south nursery, I thought. Fires laid, curtains beaten. A room reopened because a child could not be left to cough under a west wind merely to spare a house another sign of strain. Lord Mereford heard it too. He said, "Miss Vale." And for the first time my name in his voice sounded less like a courtesy than a decision being approached from a distance. "You have now seen enough to understand why my mother sent for you." "No," I said. "I have seen enough to understand why she thought of me." His expression altered by a degree. Respect, perhaps. Annoyance, certainly. The two often travel together. He inclined his head. "Very well. But I knew, and I think he knew I knew, that the question laid before me in the drawing-room had not lessened. It had merely acquired a child's cough, an unpaid butcher, and the sound of an old house shifting its weight around a crack. No one could much longer pretend was only weather. He left me there a few minutes later with no more than a slight bow and the statement that his mother would wish to see me again before dinner. I might have called after him. I might have demanded that. Since I had now been shown the nursery fire, the butcher's insolence, the apothecary's patience, and the limits of Mereford's coal, I had earned the remainder of the truth. But there are moments when one learns more by being left alone in another person's difficulty than by pressing too hard against his reserve. I remained in the housekeeper's room until the sounds overhead changed. At first there was only labor, a fender dragged, a grate opened, the beating of carpets muffled by distance, doors set wide for air, then shut again against the weather. After that came the distinct rhythm of restoration, pans carried, a fire taking hold, a servant sent running, another answering. Old houses always reveal what matters by the speed with which they can be made to move when they choose. Mereford, for all its strain, still possessed obedience in its bones. Mrs. Finch returned flushed, apologetic for having left me, and set about the business of making the room once more respectable for occupation by a guest. She shifted the closed ledger half an inch, righted a spoon that had not troubled me in the least, and sent a maid for more candles, though there was yet light enough to see. "You must forgive the disorder, miss." "Must I?" She glanced up then and saw, I think, that I was not mocking her. "This is not disorder," I said. "It is work." For the first time she allowed herself something approaching ease. "There is rather a great deal of that, just now." So I had gathered. She busied herself with the teapot that had gone cold, then paused. "Master Henry took to you quickly. He took to being obeyed, but that brought a brief unwilling smile to her face. He is a sweet child. I do not doubt it. But not easy." "No," I said. "He strikes me as an Ashcombe." Mrs. Finch made the imprudent mistake of letting her expression agree, before smoothing it at once into neutrality. There are many forms of loyalty in a house. Some belong to rank, some to wages, some to the child one has seen wake frightened in the dark. The last kind is rarely deceived by family legend. "Is the challenge truly so serious?" I asked. The housekeeper lowered her voice, though no one stood near enough to hear. "Miss, I do not pretend to know family law. It is not my place. But I know what letters do to faces. I know what late calls mean when the drawing-room fire is still kept up after midnight. And I know when servants begin wondering whether a child will remain in the room where they have learned how he likes his milk cooled. which was answer enough. Before I could press further, a maid came to say that Lady Mereford wished me upstairs. I followed not by the principal staircase, which would have implied comfort, but by a side passage and then the narrower stairs that joined the family apartments to the older part of the house. At the first landing the air was colder again. At the second I heard, from behind a door now standing half open, nurse instructing someone to place the screen nearer the fire, and the child objecting in a voice made thin by tiredness. The sound of it arrested me more than I cared to admit. Lady Mereford was not in the green drawing-room when I returned there, but in a smaller morning room overlooking the inner court. It was a room made for business disguised as ease. A writing table stood near the window. 2 lamps had been lit though it was not yet fully dark. Papers lay arranged in stacks that were not untidy enough to be innocent. On a tray beside the sofa stood a decanter, 2 glasses, and a dish of comfits that no one had touched. The room was warm, but not luxuriously so. Lady Mereford sat at the writing table with a letter open before her. And she did not ask me to sit at once. Instead she looked at me as one might look at a witness newly returned from the site of an accident. "Well, you wished me to see the truth," I said. "I have seen part of it. And the house is not ruined, but it is strained. The servants know it, the tradesmen know it. The child feels it even if he cannot name it. Your son is not careless. He is overburdened, which is not the same thing as safe." She tapped the edge of the letter once against the desk. She said, "That is a better summary than I expected after a single afternoon. Is that praise? It is recognition. Do not be greedy, Miss Val." I sat. The chair was placed at such a distance from her desk that the conversation might still pretend to be social, though the papers between us denied it. On the table I saw, among other things, a folded copy of a settlement draft, a memorandum in an older man's hand, and one sheet turned face down with a seal broken not neatly but by force. I did not strain to read. Straining reveals hunger, and hunger is often used against women. Lady Mereford said, "My grandson Henry is the son of my daughter Louisa, who was a fool in the way affectionate women often are. She believed charm could be improved into character by patience. It cannot. Her husband died first, and more usefully than he had ever lived. My daughter followed not 6 months later. The child was left with claims upon both sides of his family and protection from neither." There was no tremor in her voice when she said it. The absence of tremor did not mean the absence of pain, only that she had long ago decided pain was not to conduct her sentences. Lord Mereford became his guardian. In practice, yes. In law, more delicately. Meaning what? Meaning that a child may belong to sentiment in a drawing room, and to argument on paper. I said nothing. She went on. My late husband's brother married badly and produced the sort of relations one wishes to acknowledge only at funerals. One of them, Mr. Julian Ashcombe, has lately developed a violent concern for family order. A concern sharpened by opportunity. Precisely. I had never heard the man's name before that moment, yet I disliked it at once. Not for its sound, for the neatness which it fitted the situation. Every family has one relation who appears when money grows uncertain, and calls appetite principal. What can he do? I asked. He can write. He can visit. He can encourage other people to speak in tones of sorrowing alarm. He can suggest that a house under financial pressure is no fit place for a child of consequence. He can imply that my son, being newly burdened and unpracticed in domestic governance, lacks what is required to secure Henry's future. He can imply, I said, that there is no proper mistress at Mereford. She did not smile. She approved too much to waste it in softness. Yes. The word fell very quietly. I looked toward the lamp, not because it held interest, but because straight-looking truths are sometimes better faced sideways first. A wife, I said after a moment. A viscountess. She corrected. Those are not always the same. Do not attempt cleverness merely because you are uneasy. I am not uneasy. I am insulted. That made her lean back. She said, Good. You have spirit enough to be useful, Da. I am delighted to discover the basis on which I am being weighed. You think yourself weighed now. My dear Miss Vale, all women are weighed. Some merely flatter themselves that the scales are hidden. I might have answered sharply. Instead I heard, beneath the cruelty of the observation, the sort of truth that acquires edge only because it has cut the speaker first. She folded the letter before her and placed it atop another. My son can manage tenants, lawyers, and rooflines badly enough to improve with practice. What he cannot easily manage is perception. He has inherited too suddenly. He is not intimate with display. He is exact with money when money should have been exact with him. He offends people by failing to make disorder look graceful. In another setting I would call that a virtue. In the present one it is a danger. And I am to improve the appearance of order bar. You are to embody it. The bluntness took my breath more effectively than any euphemism might have done. I said, "You know very little of me, if you suppose I am suited to embody anything on command." She said, "On the contrary. I know exactly enough." That is one of the most unpleasant sentences a superior woman can speak to another. She lifted one hand and counted me off not with fingers, but with facts. "Your father is dead. Your mother lives respectably on very little. Your elder cousin's household has become inconveniently full and increasingly condescending. You possess family name enough to be received, money too little to be independent, and intelligence sufficient to know what that combination means over time." I felt the blood leave my face and disliked myself for allowing it. You have made inquiries. I have opened my eyes. And if I were to say that I do not care to be catalogued, I would believe you and continue. The coals in the grate shifted with a small collapse. It is a curious thing to sit before one's own circumstances spoken aloud by a stranger. They do not become false because they are indelicate. That is what makes the indecency effective. My father had indeed died with charm, debts, and very little else. My mother did indeed preserve gentility on economies too small for the task. My cousin's wife had indeed begun to look at me as one looks at a grown daughter who cannot be married off, and must therefore be absorbed into furniture. I knew all of it, but knowing a fact privately and hearing it employed as leverage are not equal experiences. Lady Mereford watched me weather the blow. At length I said, "You believe I would be grateful enough to accept what your son requires?" She said, "No. If I believed gratitude were your governing quality, I should not have sent for you." "Then what do you believe?" "That you know what it is to live at the mercy of arrangements made by others, and that you will therefore understand the value of making one on better terms." There it was again, insult before usefulness. A part of me wanted to rise and leave at once, to call for my trunk, to return to my mother's smaller world with the comfort of moral injury wrapped around me like a shawl. But moral injury does not warm a room. Nor does it protect a child from ambitious relations. Nor, if one is honest, does it improve a woman's prospects when those prospects have already begun to narrow. I said, "What has Mr. Julian Ashcombe actually done?" "Written twice to our solicitor. Once to me, once to a lady in Bath who repeats other people's concern as if it were charity. He also intends, I am told, to visit before Christmas." "And on what pretext?" She said, "Family tenderness," with disgust. "The most indecent pretext in England." I almost smiled. "Almost." She continued, "He wishes either to frighten us into concessions, or to gather evidence enough to interest those who might enjoy exercising authority over Henry's circumstances." "The route matters less than the outcome," a child questioned. "A household inspected by gossip first and paper second. My son obliged to defend not only his competence, but the shape of his domestic life." I thought of the nursery coal, the west chimney, the unpaid butcher, the delayed apothecary. None of these alone amounted to catastrophe. Together, under a hostile eye, they became narrative, and narrative, when joined to rank money, and a vulnerable child, could be made to do almost anything. "Does Lord Mereford know how bluntly you mean to proceed?" she said. "My son knows what is necessary." That was not my question. "No." I drew breath and let it out slowly. "You ask me to stand in the breach. I ask you to consider whether standing elsewhere is safer." Bah! That struck home because it was mean, and because it was not entirely false. She rose and crossed to the fire. Not to warm herself, I thought, but to reposition the conversation. Standing, she was taller than I had first judged, and there was in her the remains of a beauty which must once have terrified weak men and improved stronger ones. Listen to me carefully, Miss Vale. I do not ask you to save my son from loneliness. He is equal to loneliness. I do not ask you to rescue this house from every debt. Marriage is not alchemy. I ask whether you have the courage to enter an arrangement in which your position would at once become stronger than it is now, and your usefulness greater than it has ever been. I rose too. It seemed impossible to remain seated and still be treated as if I possessed a spine. Usefulness, I said. You return to that word with admirable confidence. It is a better foundation than fantasy. For a bridge, perhaps. Not always for a life, she replied. Lives are very often bridges, Miss Vale. Women simply discover it earlier than men. I went to the window, though there was little to see but the court gone dim, and the reflection of our lamp lit figures on the glass. My own face looked back pale, and composed enough to deceive a stranger. Not myself. Below, 2 footmen crossed with baskets of kindling. Somewhere farther off a dog barked once and was silenced. A door opened in the court, and a gust drove leaves in a circle over the stones. I thought of my mother at home, careful with candle ends. I thought of my cousin's wife deciding where I ought next to sit at dinner. I thought of Henry asking whether relation was ever an advantage. I thought unwillingly of Lord Mereford saying that this was not dissipation, not vanity, structure. Does he agree to this? I asked at last. Lady Mereford's answer came after a pause long enough to be honest. He agrees that marriage would secure the house, secure the child. Yes. And himself. That is the least of it. I turned from the window. That is not an answer a woman is expected to find flattering. I should despise you if you did. We looked at one another. It occurred to me then that, if I married Lord Mereford under such terms, the first intimacy between us would not be tenderness, nor confidence, nor even attraction. It would be clear-eyed use. He would need in me what the house lacked: visible authority, domestic legitimacy, a woman sufficiently credible to close certain mouths before they fully opened. And I, if I were honest enough to despise myself properly, would need in him what I lacked: permanence, position, the end of dependent gratitude, a place no cousin's wife could reduce by degrees into permanent apologetic residence. The idea was so naked that for one hot instant I hated them all. The Countess for speaking it, her son for allowing it, society for making it intelligible, myself for seeing its utility so quickly. Your son has not asked me, I said. No, bah. Then this conversation is premature. It is preparatory. That is merely a longer word for the same offense. For the first time, unmistakably, Lady Mereford smiled. She said, "Excellent," softly. Do be angry. Anger is often the last decent garment pride can wear before it begins to negotiate. I ought to have left then. Instead, I stood there with my gloves still in my hand and the rain now long dried on my sleeves, feeling the full insult of being considered not merely marriageable, but strategically so. And beneath the insult, which I resented with my whole heart, something more treacherous had already begun. Not hope. Certainly not romance. Usefulness. That was the dangerous part, because once one sees the usefulness of a door, it becomes much harder to despise the hand that opens it. Dinner was a correct and wary business. I had been shown to a chamber in the east wing, where the fire burned more steadily than generosity alone would have explained, and where a maid brushed the hem of my traveling gown with such determined care that I understood she had been warned not to let the guest appear second-rate, merely because the household could not afford disorder. By the time I came down again, the rain had deepened into that dense autumn darkness in which the windows become mirrors, and every candle seems to confess the cost of itself. We were only 3 at table, Lady Mereford at the head, her son opposite her, and I placed halfway between them as though even in the arrangement of chairs some trial had already begun. No guest had been invited to conceal the family's unease. No neighbor had been summoned to lend brightness. Soup, fish, a plain roast, and a pudding that had known better years of butter. The silver was good. The footmen were exact. The conversation was not. Lady Mereford asked after the South Nursery. Mrs. Finch, appearing at the right moment with a message no one could pretend was accidental, reported that the room had been opened, aired, and laid, that Master Henry had seen Mr. Penrith, with fortitude sufficient to make him offensive, and that the apothecary advised warmth, rest, and less indulgence in dramatics. Then he is in no immediate danger, I asked before I could stop myself. Mrs. Finch looked to the Countess, who gave the smallest nod. No, miss. Not tonight. I had not known how much my body had been braced until that answer loosened something between my shoulders. Lord Mereford noticed. Of course he noticed. He noticed everything, and volunteered almost nothing. He thanked the housekeeper and returned to his wine, as if no great matter had passed. Yet later, when the servant set the potatoes near him, he moved the dish fractionally nearer my hand without comment. It was such a slight thing that, had I not been watching him already, I might have thought it chance. But chance does not act with that clean economy. The Countess spoke of weather, tenants, and a cousin in Bath who had taken to evangelical opinions, because she was too old to take to lovers. I answered where politeness required and no more. Lord Mereford spoke little. Not sulkingly, not from indifference. Rather as a man who had spent the day using judgment like a blade, and had no wish to carry the edge into dinner unless obliged. Twice I caught him looking not at me, but at the line of my hand beside the glass, or at the candlelight on the rim of my plate, as if considering some problem that had altered shape, and now demanded fresh mathematics. When the cloth was drawn, Lady Mereford rose. She said, I shall not keep you both to port and ceremony. My head objects to both. That was not true. Her head objected to nothing so much as waste. She wished to leave us alone, and preferred not to state it in language suitable for a governess novel. She extended her hand to me. I rose. Miss Vale, you have had a long day. I have had an instructive one. She said, Wes. I imagine you have. There was the faintest pause before she turned to her son. Do not insult her by softening the facts. Lord Mereford set down his glass. I had not meant to. She replied, No. That is why I can trust you to do the opposite, and be equally offensive. Then she was gone, black silk and candlelight, leaving behind a room that seemed at once larger and less defended. For a few moments neither of us spoke. The servants withdrew. The last door shut. Somewhere farther down the corridor a clock sounded the half-hour. Lord Mereford rose first. He said, If you are not exhausted, would you walk with me to the library? There are invitations a woman must refuse for her own dignity. There are others which, once a day has already stripped dignity into practical pieces, may be accepted with clearer judgment than if they had come clothed in courtliness. I am not exhausted, I said. That, too, was not wholly true. But I did not mean to let fatigue answer for me where choice ought. He offered no arm, which was correct. We left the dining room side by side, and went not toward the grand staircase but through the older part of the house, where the corridor narrowed, and portraits, watched, in greater numbers and worse temper. Lamps had been set at intervals, each leaving a pool of gold, and then a span of dimness before the next. The floor beneath the carpet answered differently in different places. Some boards were firm. Some gave the faintest sign of age. Old houses, like old families, cannot conceal their history under one layer of decent fabric forever. The library stood at the western end of the ground floor, long and high and lined in dark wood, whose polish had survived economies better than many people did. A fire was lit there, though lower than a richer man would have permitted. 2 lamps stood on the great writing table. Books climbed the walls in orderly ranks. A globe occupied one corner, neglected but not dusty. On a side table lay a stack of estate papers bound with ribbon and weighted by a bronze horse. The room smelt of leather, ash-damp wool, and the faint metallic tang of sealing wax. Lord Mereford closed the door behind us, not locked, merely closed. Yet the sound of it altered the air. He said, You need not be alarmed. I am not alarmed, No, only attentive. That almost drew the suggestion of a smile from him. He motioned to the chair nearest the fire. Will you sit? I would rather stand. As you wish. He remained where he was for a moment, one hand on the back of another chair, as if he had not yet settled by what route he meant to enter the subject. I thought suddenly that he had perhaps been less practiced in such conversations than his mother imagined. Not because he lacked authority. Because authority is not the same thing as ease. And some men would rather command a field in rain than ask a woman to bind her life to theirs without affection to recommend it. At length he said, My mother has spoken plainly. She has spoken as if plain a species of virtue that excuses everything. Does it? In her? No. In anyone? Very seldom. He inclined his head as if conceding a point in a game he had not chosen to play. I will not excuse her methods. No. You will merely profit by them. That landed, I saw it, he said. U.S. I suppose I would. I had meant to wound him slightly, and was disconcerted by the absence of self-defense. He came farther into the room then, and stood on the other side of the writing table, so that its width lay between us like a line already drawn. He said, Miss Vale, I would prefer to spare you embarrassment by speaking directly. I advise it. My mother is right in one respect. Marriage would make certain attacks upon this house more difficult. Upon the house, I repeated. And upon Henry's position. And upon your own. He did not answer at once. He said, Wes, then. In some degree. I folded my gloves more tightly in my hands. You are very candid for a man proposing what is, in essence, the acquisition of a wife for strategic use. I thought you would despise me more if I pretended it was love at first sight. I should despise you differently. For the first time he moved from reserve into something more dangerous, honesty sharpened by irritation. I do not ask you for falsehood, Miss Vale, nor do I offer it. You know your circumstances, I know mine. We are not children to be coaxed toward a fire with sugared words. No, I said. Children at least are usually offered warmth before they are bargained over. He looked at me steadily. If you require apology, I can make one. It will not alter the facts. I do not require apology. I require understanding. Of what sort? Of the fact that you speak as though my consent were merely the final civil form attached to an arrangement already approved by necessity. Something changed in his face then. Not softness. Precision. That is not what I mean. It is what you imply. Then I will correct it. I cannot make this house secure alone quickly enough to satisfy those who wish to question it. I cannot produce from thin air a settled domestic order that society recognizes at a glance. I cannot become, within one season, both guardian, estate manager, political strategist, and visible proof that all within these walls is properly governed. I can, however, marry. The words came calm and level, but beneath them I heard the exhaustion that had sat with him all day like a second coat. He went on. You are under no obligation to accept me. None. If you refuse, I will not blame you, nor will I permit my mother to trouble you further. But if you ask what marriage would mean in plain terms, it would mean this: you would come here with rank, authority, settlement, and protection from the dependent life that now stands before you. Henry would gain a mistress of the house, whose competence could not be dismissed as hired service or maternal interference. Mereford would gain time. And I... He broke off. And you? I said. He did not look away. I would gain an ally I could respect. It is a difficult thing to hear exactly the sentence one did not know one most feared. Not beloved. Not adored. Not chosen out of private tenderness. Respected. Useful, allied. The words were honest enough to hurt more than gallantry would have done. I set my gloves on the table. If I were to consider such a proposal, I said, I would not come as ornaments, I know that. I would not come merely to silence callers, host dinners, and smile at women who mean to count the silver. I know that as well. I would require terms. That is, expected. I almost laughed. Expected by whom? Your mother. Your solicitor. Or by you. He said. By me. That answer, again too swift to be crafted, altered the balance by one breath. I said, then hear mine in principle, if not yet in language fit for paper. My mother must not be left exposed. Henry's interests must not be handled as if my presence exists only to decorate decisions made elsewhere. If I enter this house, I enter it with real authority in its domestic government, not the appearance of it. And I will not be made ridiculous by ignorance. If there are facts material to the safety of the child or to the stability of Mereford, I will not be the last person under this roof to learn them. He absorbed this without visible resistance, though his hand tightened once on the chair before him. He said, "Your mother would be provided for. That is simple to promise. Then have it written. Good. Henry's interests," he continued, "are already the center of the matador. Then they must remain so when it ceases to be convenient." His gaze sharpened. "You believe me capable of sacrificing him to convenience?" "I believe all men capable of sacrificing something when pride instructs them that it is principle." The silence after that was not easy. At last he said, "You do not spare much." "No." I had observed. He moved from the chair and came around the end of the table, not near enough to threaten, only near enough that I could see the fatigue the candlelight had thus far hidden. He looked older in it. Not aged. Burdened. The distinction mattered. He said, "I cannot promise you a sentimental marriage. I do not know how to offer one, and I would not insult you by imitation. I can promise propriety, honesty in material matters, consideration, and—" He stopped again, searching perhaps for a word that did not come readily to him. He said, "Good faith?" At last. "That is a large promise. I do not make it lightly." "No," I said. "I think you do nothing lightly." A gust struck the window at the far end of the library. One of the lamp flames bent and recovered. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The whole room seemed full of the strange intimacy of practical speech carried farther than either romance or prudence would usually permit. Then I said the thing that had been waiting between every other sentence. "What is the part you have not told me?" He did not answer. I knew at once there was one. Not because guilt leapt out in some melodramatic display. He was too controlled for that. Because a man may speak plainly in 10 matters and still preserve one silence so carefully that the care itself becomes visible. He said, "What part?" "The fact that causes your mother to sharpen every word into necessity. The fact that makes Mr. Julian Ashcombe more dangerous than an officious cousin ought to be. The fact that has your household moving as though one more poor decision might be observed by exactly the wrong person." His expression closed. "Not tonight." "Then you ask more faith than you offer, Ba." "I ask time. You ask marriage." That struck harder than anything else had. He turned slightly away then, toward the table, and laid his fingers on a stack of papers as if steadying them or himself. I followed the movement without meaning to. There, half beneath a memorandum, and not fully hidden, lay a letter sealed in dark red wax already broken once across the crest. The paper had been folded and refolded. On the outer panel I saw, in a bold masculine hand, the name Mr. Julian Ashcombe. Beneath it, in a smaller notation added by another hand, perhaps a solicitor's clerk, 3 words had been written. Guardianship confidential. I do not know whether he realized what my eye had caught. If he did, he gave no sign beyond a stillness so complete it seemed almost deliberate. The room changed. Not in sound, not in light, in meaning. So, there was indeed a letter. There was indeed a paper that joined the rival relation to Henry's position with sufficient weight to be set apart. Opened, and kept within reach. Lady Mereford had not exaggerated the danger. Lord Mereford had not fully trusted me with it. Both truths stood there together like witnesses. I lifted my gaze from the desk to his face. He knew then. One cannot hide from a person the fact that she has seen what one wished concealed. One can only wait to learn what she will do with the knowledge. He said, "Not tonight." Again. But this time the words were lower, and less like command than admission. I put my gloves back into my hand. "No," I answered. "Certainly not tonight." I moved toward the door. He did not stop me. He only came half a step forward. Enough that propriety and impulse met in neither one. "Miss Val." I turned. "I meant what I said. I will not press you for an answer before you choose to give one. That is wise. You think me untrustworthy now." I think. I said carefully. "That you have shown me how little room there is around you. That is not the same thing." His face altered by the smallest degree. He understood the distinction and did not like it. At the door I paused, my hand already on the latch. "You asked for an ally you could respect, my lord. Then do not build your first request upon partial knowledge and call it good faith." For one heartbeat I thought he might answer sharply. Instead he said, very quietly, "Fair enough." It was not surrender. It was not victory. Only recognition, and perhaps the first honest one we had exchanged without his mother in the room. I opened the door. The corridor beyond was dimmer than the library, the house already slipping toward night. Somewhere above, in the reopened south nursery, a child coughed once and then was still. Somewhere below, a servant carried up coal in a scuttle that would have to last until morning. Somewhere in the Viscount's study lay a letter with Mr. Julian Ashcombe's name upon it, and Henry's future hidden inside. I walked away without giving him my answer. The trouble was not that I had no answer. It was that I had several, and each of them had begun to sound more possible than they ought. Chapter 2. His name on paper. I slept badly, which was not remarkable. Strange beds, unfamiliar ceilings, and decisions one does not wish to make are each sufficient enemies of rest. United, they become industrious. My room in the east wing had been made as comfortable as the house could contrive without pretending to wealth it did not presently possess. The sheets were fine, though mended at one edge by a careful hand. The fire had been banked high enough to last half the night and no more. The curtains, when I drew them back at dawn, showed a court washed pale by rain and a sky still the color of pewter. Somewhere below, a yard door opened and shut. Hooves rang once on stone. Mereford was waking in degrees, each sound carrying not ease, but management. I dressed more deliberately than usual. That is one of the small vanities of a woman who knows she may shortly be required to bargain for the shape of her own future. She cannot command the field, but she may at least choose her armor. I selected my dark gray morning gown, severe enough to discourage nonsense and good enough not to suggest need. My hair was arranged plainly. My hands, when I looked at them in the glass, were steady. That, too, was useful. A tray had been sent up with chocolate, toast, and a note on heavy cream paper in Lady Mereford's hand. "If you are still offended after breakfast, come to the morning room at 11. Mr. Bell will attend at 1:30. There was no salutation. None was necessary. The note assumed, first, that I would remain, second, that I would understand the significance of a solicitor being summoned, and third, that if I felt insulted, I might still be relied upon to be punctual. I folded the paper once and set it beside the untouched second slice of toast. So, this was how the day would go. Not with flowers, nor with softened recollections of my father's friendship with some dead Ashcombe, nor with any attempt to persuade me that affection might grow prettily in the shelter of rank. Lady Mereford had moved at once to paper, witness, and terms. I ought perhaps to have been more outraged than I was. Yet outrage, like grief, loses something of its purity when it begins to encounter furniture, weather, and the practical hour of the morning. By 11 of the clock, indignation has generally had to put on shoes. The nursery lay on my way downstairs. I had not intended to pause. Yet the door to the south room stood slightly open, and I heard Henry's voice from within, not coughing now, but conducting some argument about the virtues of marmalade over currant preserve with a seriousness that suggested he would one day either govern an empire or ruin a family dinner. Nurse replied in the tone of one who had long ago ceased to be intimidated by rank in flannel. I might have passed. Instead, I looked in. The room had plainly been closed for years and made habitable in haste. The curtains were lighter than those in the west nursery and newly shaken free of dust. A fire burned with honest steadiness. One trunk stood still and opened against the wall, and on the floor beside the bed a square of carpet showed, where another piece of furniture had not yet been returned. Yet the room was dry, warm enough. On the little table near Henry's elbow lay a cup, a spoon, one wooden soldier, and a book with its spine broken by use. He saw me before Nurse did. He said, "You came back," as if accusing me of keeping my word. I was not aware I had gone anywhere of significance. Nurse turned then and made me a curtsy which managed to be respectful without surrendering the least atom of her opinion. "Miss Vow, is he?" she said, improved. "I am here," Henry observed. "So you are," I replied, and with a force difficult to overlook. This pleased him. Nurse said. Mr. Penrith was satisfied. He says the damp did him no good in the west room, which we all knew, before he rode out to inform us of it. There are women in every house whose relation to professional men remains the same under all roofs. Nurse was plainly one of them. Henry pushed his tray a little aside. "Mrs. Finch says I am to stay warm and quiet. That sounds prudent." "Sounds dull." "Yes," I said. "Prudence usually does." His mouth twitched. I should have left then. But the room with its hastily revived curtains and the smell of fresh coal had the melancholy air of a battlefield one, and it cost too small to notice from a great distance and large enough to matter very much close at hand. Nurse adjusted the blanket over Henry's knees with hands that had done the same thing in illness and in health, so often the gesture had become a kind of language. Henry asked, "Will you be here long?" There are questions children put in innocence which adults understand at once as dangerous. "I do not yet know." Oh. He considered that. "Is that because grown people are deciding things they will not explain?" I looked at Nurse. Nurse looked at the ceiling. "Something of that sort," I said. Henry replied, "It is tiresome." Wes. He returned to his toast, having settled the matter to his satisfaction. I left the room with the uncomfortable awareness that children often hear the machinery of a household more clearly than those who work hardest to keep it quiet. At 11 precisely I entered the morning room. Lady Mereford was there already, reading a letter with the patience of a general inspecting poor intelligence. She wore dark blue today rather than black. That slight concession to color did not make her gentler. She said, "You are punctual. You did not invite languor." "No. Sit down." I sat. The room had been arranged with uncommon care. The writing table had been cleared except for one sand shaker, a silver inkstand, 2 sheets of foolscap, and a portfolio of papers tied with green ribbon. A second smaller table stood near the fire with a tea service for 3. The third cup was not accidental. Neither, I thought, was the fact that the chair placed for me did not quite face the door, so that anyone entering must first be heard and only then seen. Lady Mereford enjoyed, whenever possible, the advantage of half a breath. She said, "You have not fled in the night." "No, bah." "Have you decided whether to be sensible?" "I have decided only that if I am to be handled as a practical woman, I shall answer in kind." That earned me the briefest inclination of her head. "Excellent." A servant admitted Lord Mereford almost at once. He came in with a portfolio under one arm and the look of a man who had been riding boundaries, reading accounts, or doing some other masculine labor society respects because it takes place outdoors. His coat still held a trace of cold. There was mud at one boot, not enough to shame him, enough to verify him. "Miss Vale." "My lord." "Mother." Lady Mereford held out her hand without looking up from the letter. He set his own packet of papers on the table instead. He said, "Mr. Bell is in the library." He wished to know whether we preferred privacy or ceremony. "I prefer competence," said the Countess. He replied, "That is unfortunate. He is a solicitor." For the first time that morning she allowed herself the ghost of a smile. I said, "Am I to understand that Mr. Bell has been told I may require settlement terms before I have agreed to any engagement?" Lord Mereford turned toward me fully then. he said. You are to understand that no assumption will be made in your name. I asked him to attend because you said, last night, that promises should be written. There is a kind of courtesy that does not flatter, and is therefore far more dangerous than flattery. It gives one nothing to dismiss. I did say so, and I agreed, Wes. No one spoke for a moment. Lady Mereford folded her letter. Then let us at least proceed with enough order to spare ourselves melodrama. Miss Vale, you are not being trapped. My son will not announce an understanding where none exists. Mr. Bell has been instructed to discuss what may be settled, if an engagement were to take place, not to draft a marriage article over your protests. Does that satisfy propriety? It satisfies language, I said. I will reserve judgment on propriety. Lord Mereford's eyes rested on me for one quiet second. Something in them had altered since the previous evening. Not softness. Perhaps expectation forced through respect against its will. The servant returned to announce Mr. Bell. He entered with the air of a man who had spent 20 years stepping into rooms where no one was pleased to see him, and had made peace with that fact as one makes peace with weather. He was in his late 50s, spare, neat and dry-looking, with a precise brown coat and a face arranged by habit into intelligent caution. His hair had gone thin on top. His eyes had not. They took in the room, the Countess, the Viscount, and finally me with one swift professional survey that managed to be observant without impertinence. Lady Mereford. Lord Mereford. Miss Val. Mr. Bell, said the Countess. You may speak freely. Indeed, my lady. He bowed and remained standing until Lady Mereford motioned him to the chair at the smaller table. Tea was poured. No one drank much of it. Mr. Bell placed his gloves beside his cup and opened the green portfolio. He said, My lord informed me, addressing not only the room, but me in particular, that Miss Vale wished, very properly, to understand what protections and arrangements would attend any prospective engagement before she chose whether to entertain it further. Very properly was kindly done. The phrase cost him nothing and gave me the standing of reason instead of obstinacy. I was inclined at once to think better of him than of many men of superior birth. I do wish it, I said. He replied. Then perhaps the most efficient course is to speak first in principle, and only afterward in detail where detail is welcome. Detail is welcome, I said. At that, Lord Mereford looked down at his cup, not in annoyance. In something nearer resignation. I believe he had hoped I would be exact. He had perhaps not wished exactness to begin so early. Mr. Bell inclined his head. Then in detail. He drew out a folded memorandum and laid it flat. An engagement proceeds. My lord proposes a settlement securing to Miss Vale a jointure appropriate to her new station, together with a separate provision not wholly dependent upon the good management or survival of other parties. Lady Mereford said coolly, You may say it more plainly than that, Mr. Bell. Yes, my lady. Miss Vale would have income secured to her in widowhood and certain monies reserved to her use in marriage, not merely at her husband's pleasure. I kept my gaze on the paper, not on Lord Mereford. What monies? Mr. Bell named a sum. It was not extravagant. It was not mean. It was enough to prove seriousness, and not enough to purchase gratitude from a fool, which made it, I thought, almost exactly the sum Lord Mereford would choose. And my mother? I asked. Mr. Bell did not so much as blink. My lord has indicated that a fixed annual provision might be settled upon any near female relation whose comfort Miss Vale reasonably wished secured, subject to language preventing abuse of the article. Lady Mereford set down her cup. Preventing abuse. How charmingly suspicious. Mr. Bell did not trouble himself with charm. Instruments are written against future confusion, my lady. She said, Wes. Men always call it confusion when they mean power escaping them. Lord Mereford said, Mother. But Mr. Bell went on with admirable composure. The sum would, of course, be specified. I said, and if there are objections later, if economies are required, if the estate tightens further. At that, Lord Mereford answered himself. He said, Then the article holds. It is worthless. I looked at him. He met my eyes directly. There was no gallantry in it, only the hard simplicity of a man who disliked false assurances, and had perhaps discovered that I disliked them more. Good, I said. Mr. Bell made a small note. The second matter, he continued, concerns domestic authority. That is a large phrase, I said, replied. It is. And often an empty one. My lord understood Miss Vale to require that, if she came to Mereford, she should not do so merely as a ceremonial mistress of the house, excluded from decisions materially affecting its management. Lady Mereford's brows rose a fraction. Did she say it so gently? No, said Lord Mereford. I ought not to have been pleased by that, I was. Mr. Bell folded one hand over the other. There are limits, naturally, to what can be written into a marriage settlement as distinct from what must be governed by household practice. Yet some matters may be stated. Household accounts proper to the running of the domestic establishment may be placed under Lady Mereford's inspection. Certain decisions regarding servants, nursery expenditure, hospitality, and the maintenance of rooms in family use may be acknowledged as falling within her authority, subject to the means of the estate. I said, subject to the means of the estate is exactly the phrase by which women are asked to bear blame for economies they did not create. Mr. Bell paused. Lord Mereford did not, he said. She is right. Mr. Bell looked from him to me. He said, then perhaps, carefully, we should distinguish between insufficiency of means and concealment of means. I felt myself sit more upright. Yes, I said, we should. The solicitor adjusted the paper before him. In that case, a clause might be drafted requiring periodic transparency regarding the domestic budget assigned to Lady Mereford, together with notice of extraordinary retrenchment likely to affect servants, nursery, or the appearance of the house in ways socially material. Bah! Lady Mereford gave a short sound which in another woman might have been laughter. Lord save us, she murmured. Miss Vale will turn marriage into administration. I turned toward her. Better administration than ornament. Her eyes flashed with something dangerously like approval. Mr. Bell, who had the good sense not to notice, said, the third matter is more delicate. No one moved. Master Henry. It was remarkable what stillness one name could impose. Mr. Bell went on, choosing each word with care. My lord's legal position in relation to his ward is, as Lady Mereford knows, defensible, but not beyond irritation. It cannot be altered merely by marriage. However, the existence of a settled household under the authority of a viscountess of unblemished reputation would be, in practical terms, of considerable advantage. Unblemished reputation. I might have laughed if I had not been too busy understanding the insult, and the truth wrapped together inside the phrase. In practical terms, I said, means in courts, in correspondence, and in the mouths of neighbors. Wes, miss. On, and what place, I asked. Would I hold in the child's life if I entered this house? Mr. Bell did not answer at once. He looked to Lord Mereford. This, then, was not a matter for paper only. Lord Mereford spoke with more gravity than at any moment since he had entered the room. He said, if you married me, I would expect Henry to be under your care in the ordinary course of the household, not removed from you when convenient, not used against you by separate arrangement. If he were to remain here, he would remain as part of our family life, not as a parcel carried between authorities. It was the closest thing he had yet offered to trust. I said, expectation is not the same as assurance. He replied, no, it is not. Then I asked assurance. His face did not harden, but it changed. Of what kind? That if a question is raised regarding him, I am informed of it. That I am not expected to smile at breakfast while letters pass elsewhere deciding whether the child remains in my house. That if I am to bear the visible burden of legitimacy, I am not to be kept innocent like a decorative fool. The silence after that was deep enough to hear the fire settle. Mr. Bell looked at his memorandum. Lady Mereford looked at me. Lord Mereford looked only at my face. At last he said very quietly, no. For one violent instant I thought I had been answered with refusal. Then he went on. No decorative fool. No innocence by exclusion. If you are my wife, and if Henry remains in my charge, you will be told what concerns him. Mr. Bell cleared his throat and reached for his pen. he said. That can be minted as intention, if not perfectly enforced in article. Minute it, said Lord Mereford. I watched the solicitor write. There are sounds which alter one's life in retrospect. A pen beginning to move on paper is one of them, if one has spent enough years knowing how seldom paper bends in one's direction. Mr. Bell looked up once more. Have you further conditions? Miss Val, I had many. Most of them were too raw, too private, or too unformed for immediate use, yet one stood forward more clearly than the others. Yes, I said. I will not be hurried into a public understanding by urgency in this house. If I consider the matter further, no announcement is to be made until I consent to it myself. Lord Mereford answered at once. Agreed, Lady Mereford said. That may prove inconvenient. May, I replied. Mr. Bell's mouth did something I suspect was its version of approval. He sanded the line he had written and shook the sheet lightly. Then, in summary, the prospective settlement would include provision for Miss Vale's mother, moneys secured to Lady Mereford independent of mere indulgence, acknowledged authority over the domestic establishment with transparent accounting, and explicit understanding that Miss Vale, if married, would not be excluded from matters materially affecting Master Henry's place in the household. Public announcement awaits Miss Vale's express consent. He paused. Shall I prepare a draft on that basis? Lord Mereford looked at me. The room seemed suddenly very quiet indeed. Even Lady Mereford said nothing. A draft. Not a marriage. Not an engagement. Not surrender. Merely a shape that might be studied before one stepped into it. Wes, I said. You may prepare it. But Mr. Bell nodded and gathered the papers. That ought to have felt like very little. It did not. It felt like standing with one foot already on a threshold and discovering, too late, that one had tested the stone not merely for safety, but because some part of one had begun to imagine crossing. Lord Mereford did not smile. He only inclined his head. Yet something in his expression had altered again, and this time I knew the name of it. Respect had arrived before ease, which, in such a house and under such a bargain, was perhaps the more dangerous beginning. Mr. Bell departed with his portfolio under one arm and a promise to send back a preliminary draft before the next afternoon if the roads permitted. Lady Mereford kept him a moment longer at the door for some question about precedence in wording, and whether a clause might be made stronger without making it vulgar. I heard only fragments of that exchange. My attention had narrowed to the line the solicitor's pen had left on paper, and to the unsettling fact that it now existed. A draft. Not a fantasy. Not a threat. A document with language in it. Protections. Conditions. My mother's comfort reduced from anxious hope to a figure to be written down. Domestic authority translated, however imperfectly, into sentences men would be required to read with serious faces. Henry's place in the house named not merely as sentiment, but as structure. It was the sort of thing a woman ought to welcome without tremor, if she had any sense at all. I discovered, to my annoyance, that sense and tremor were not enemies but close relations. When the door closed behind Mr. Bell, Lady Mereford turned from it and looked first at her son, then at me. She said, "Well, that was nearly civilized." "No," said Lord Mereford, "only documented." Much the same thing in England. She crossed to the writing table and gathered up 2 letters she had left lying there, tucking them beneath one arm. Her eyes lingered on me a moment. She said, "You have done better than anger. You have reached terms. I advise you not to ruin that progress by growing sentimental, doll." "I have no fear of that," I replied. "No, I suppose not." She inclined her head to her son. "Do not conceal arithmetic from her now. You have invited scrutiny. It is always vulgar to retreat from one's own invitation." Then she left us. The room seemed, as it often did after her departure, at once easier and more difficult. Easier because the air no longer cut in 3 directions at once. More difficult because silence with Lord Mereford had begun to acquire a shape of its own. He stood by the smaller table where the tea had gone untouched, and looked at the door a moment. After it closed, as if ensuring that privacy had truly followed her out, then he said, "Would you see the estate papers?" The question was so immediate an answer to his mother's instruction that I ought perhaps to have found it dutiful. Instead, I found it disconcerting. "Yes," I said. He held my gaze for a fraction of a second longer, then nodded once. "Wow, the library then." We went again by the inner passage, not the public road. Daylight had strengthened a little, though the sky remained low and colorless. The windows along the corridor gave onto the court, where two maids were shaking out rugs and a stable boy was coaxing a reluctant bay mare toward the pump. Everything at Mereford seemed to require coaxing at present: horses, fires, servants, bills, decisions, the weather, perhaps even hope. In the library the fire had been mended, and the table cleared of the previous evening's disorder. The letter I had seen before was not in sight. Nor did I expect it to be. Whatever else Lord Mereford might choose to concede, he had not become careless overnight. He motioned me toward the long table near the windows, where several ledgers already lay open. He said, "I thought that if you were to judge the matter, you should judge the actual thing and not merely my mother's summary of it, but that is wise. I am discovering I prefer the term necessary. That is usually what men call wisdom when it costs them something." He gave me one of those very briefs in which annoyance and respect seemed to have entered into an understanding needless standard into either entirely liked. Wait, possibly. I removed my gloves and set them down. The table between us was covered not in elegant catastrophe, but in the dreary anatomy of strain-rent books, repair memoranda, household accounts, an inventory of plate with 2 items marked as sent to London, wage schedules, correspondence from tenants, and a neat stack of bills tied in blue ribbon. Nothing about the papers suggested drama. That was precisely what made them convincing. Ruin rarely arrives wearing a crimson cloak. More often it enters in half-paid increments and waits to be called temporary. Lord Mereford opened the top ledger farther toward me. "This is the household account." I bent over it. Mrs. Finch's smaller battles had been part of a larger war. Coal, candles, butcher, soap, starch, nursery linen, lamp oil, wages, laundry, blacking, kitchen garden shortfalls after early frost, repaired a kitchen range glazing for the west passage, 2 chimney sweeps, 1 delayed, 1 crossed out and re-entered at a reduced sum. Beside some items stood his own narrow hand, unmistakably added later: defer, essential, not yet, must pay, ask Bell, after rents. I traced none of it with my finger. That would have been too intimate. Yet I saw everything. You review these yourself, every week. And before that. Not with enough care. The plainness of the admission made me look up. Because you trusted the steward. Because I inherited in the middle of grief, bad weather, legal confusion, and more confidence in men already employed than they deserved. I lowered my eyes to the page again. There were 2 ways a gentleman might speak of such matters: as if they were beneath him, or as if having had to learn them diminished him. Lord Mereford seemed to do neither. He simply stated the fact of having learned too late. He opened another book, the estate account. This was broader and worse in a different way. Not disaster. Structs due. Rents received. Timber not yet sold. Improvements begun under the late Viscount and halted halfway. Drainage works described as urgent in one season and impossible in the next. A mortgage payment exact and timely beside a note that ready funds had been drawn down dangerously low, before Lord Mereford ever signed his own name to anything. 2 tenant holdings damaged by storms. A widow's claim honorably maintained. A disbursement related to Henry's needs entered without hesitation. Fees to Bell. Fees to another solicitor in London. One sum marked only Louisa's affairs. I said, "Your sister." Wes. I did not ask more directly than that. He answered all the same. Her husband left confusion. Debts not large enough to be called notorious, which in some ways is worse. Small obligations scattered in every direction. They had to be settled quickly if Henry's name was not to travel with them. There, it was again. Not vanity. Not dissipation in some operatic form. Smaller failures covered at greater cost. And were they settled? Yes. By you? Yes. I turned 1 page farther. The figures did not accuse him. They accused a world in which men could make poor decisions, die. and leave women to preserve the appearance that nothing essential had been ill-managed. I heard myself say, woman must have been suing over these cracks for years. He was silent long enough that perhaps I had spoken more bitterly than prudence advised. Then he said, the yes. The answer, because it came without defense, sat heavily between us. I looked up. His hand rested on the back of a chair, much as it had the previous day in Mrs. Finch's room. He seemed to stand most steadily when he could place some object of the house between himself and ease. There was a fatigue in him today that had nothing to do with sleep. He said, my father preferred to keep peace by postponement. My brother-in-law preferred to keep peace by charm. The late steward preferred to keep peace by optimism. I dare say all three thought themselves decent men. Were they? That depends on whether decency may survive long habits of avoidance. The line was too sharp to be accidental. It had clearly been earned. I returned to the account before I answered. Sometimes, I said. But not by women. He did not interrupt. I went on, because the papers required truth more than politeness. A man delays a payment. A woman dismisses a maid she cannot replace. A man neglects repairs. A child coughs in a damp room while nurse is told to keep the fire lower. A man smooths over an awkward debt. A mother sends a daughter to stay with relations because there is not enough butter, or coal, or reputation left to divide safely. The language changes before the burden does. He listened without flinching. That, too, I noted. At length he said, you think I am only the latest man to pass the weight downward. I think, I said carefully, that you know enough to be dangerous if you choose comfort over change. He drew a slow breath. That is fair. I had not expected agreement so readily. I found it almost irritating. He reached for one of the loose papers on the stack and handed it to me. It was a memorandum in Bell's hand, itemizing possible ways to release ready cash over the next 2 quarters without endangering the estate beyond recovery. Timber sale. Delay to West Meadow fencing. Reduction of winter entertainments. Plate not essential to family use. Horses. A note in the margin, written by Lord Mereford, not Henry's Pawnee. I read that line twice and wished I had not. You would sell the carriage horses before reducing his little horse. He has had too much taken from him already. The reply was so quiet that for a moment the room seemed full of something more intimate than speech had any right to be. I set the paper down. Why show me this? Because you ask not to be made ridiculous by ignorance. That was in the event of marriage. He is in contemplation of it. He moved then to the far side of the table and opened another folder. Inside were not accounts but letters. Some from Bell. One from a tenant begging patience after flood loss. One from a schoolmaster recommending a replacement under gardener at lower wages. Another, in a woman's hand, from Bath. Its tone managed, even in the first line, to be both tender and poisonous. He did not give me that one. He said, this, instead, tapping the tenant's letter. His the sort of strain I can answer. He touched the Bath letter without opening it. This is the sort that multiplies faster than weather. And Mr. Julian Ashcombe. His hand stilled. He makes use of both. That tells me very little. Tells you as much as I can presently say without putting another person's correspondence into your hands. There it was. Enough sincerity to prove himself. Not enough to create comfort. I looked at him steadily. You mean not enough to satisfy me? Yes. Do you always decide for other people what measure of truth they are fit to bear? A different man might have taken offense. Lord Mereford only considered the question. He said, no, at last. Only when the truth is not mine alone to disclose. That answer was cleverer than I liked. I said, then I am to trust that the silence is honorable. If you choose to. And if I do not, then you should refuse me. The words landed with a blunt force that made the fire seem suddenly louder. He went on before I could speak. Miss Vale, I know very well what this looks like. A man with a strained estate, a disputed household, and a child whose position is under scrutiny asks a woman of intelligence, but reduced circumstance, to consider marrying him while withholding one element. She has every right to suspect matters deeply. I am not blind to the ugliness of it. No, I said. I begin to think blindness is not your vice. His mouth changed by a degree. No. Zen what is? He almost smiled then, though the expression held no amusement. Durance, perhaps. Pride. The belief that if I keep enough weight on my own side of the scale, it need not fall on anyone else. That has already failed. He said. Yes. I know. There was no self-pity in him. That made the sentence harder to answer. I walked slowly along the length of the table, taking in page after page, wages marked late but not erased, necessary repairs placed above decorative ones, the blue saloon unlit on ordinary days, winter stores cut, though not recklessly, a groom dismissed at Michaelmas, wine purchases almost comically reduced, one note in his hand beside a line for candles in the old gallery, fewer lamps where not unsafe. He had been cutting not pleasure first, but display. That was rarer than people liked to admit. Most families would rather dismiss quiet comfort below stairs than allow guests to notice one less blaze in a front room. Lady Mereford, I thought, must have hated half these decisions and understood all of them. Another paper caught my eye. It was a list, drawn in Mrs. Finch's hand, of household linen beyond repair. Against several entries stood the Countess's sharper notation, turn, mend again, for nursery cloths. Not visible. I looked up there. Lord Mereford followed my gaze. My mother, Wes. I touched the air above the page without touching the paper itself. She has been covering the decline by labor. She would say by management. She would be wrong. His eyes came to mine. You dislike her. No, I said after a moment. I dislike her methods. I suspect I might like her better if she were poorer, but the corner of his mouth moved. She would consider that an insult. He'd is one. He accepted that with a slight inclination of his head. I read on. There were fewer gowns ordered for Lady Mereford than her station would once have required. Repairs to lace. Delay in replacing drawing, room curtains not yet impossible, merely embarrassing. One note in the Countess's hand beside a milliner's bill, cancel ribbons. And beneath that, in another column, a payment sent quietly to an elderly former governess. I stared at it. Lord Mereford saw where my eye had gone. She served my mother when she was a girl. She lost her brother last year. And the Countess still sends her money. Yes. Though she cancels ribbons, I thought. Though Henry's nursery fire stumbles. Though every candle seems to stand before a tribunal of cost. So, even here the arithmetic was moral as well as material. That complicated hatred. I resented complexity. It made simple refusals more difficult. Lord Mereford said. You see now why I cannot solve this by dismissing half the house and calling the remainder prudence. Yes. And why marriage is not, as my mother would perhaps present it, a decorative consolidation of rank. No, I said. It is trige. That word held us both a moment. He looked not at me now, but at the papers. Yes. I moved back toward the fire. The library felt colder than the morning room, though that may only have been because truth had poorer manners than tea. Outside, a rook crossed the gray line of window and vanished behind the bare branches of the yews. Somewhere in the house a door shut, then another. Mereford continued being managed, while we stood over the proof of it. At length I said, "Why me?" He answered more slowly than he had answered anything else that day, because my mother was right in one respect. That is becoming a tiresome refrain.
Oh, I know.
Then improve it. A shadow of impatience crossed his face and vanished. He said, because you see structure. Because you are not dazzled by a title enough to stop asking what holds it up. Because Henry liked you. Because Mrs. Finch respected you within half an hour, and Nurse did not dismiss you. Because you asked for written terms rather than assurances. Because when you entered the nursery you looked first at the fire, not the curtains. The force of that took me unawares. I ought to have been offended at being studied so quickly. Instead I was disturbed by the possibility that he had studied me accurately. And because I require usefulness, I said. Yes, it was the truth. I hated him a little for not pretending otherwise. He went on, more quietly. And because I thought you would not mistake respect for indifference. That was new. The room did not alter. I did. Not much. Just enough to become aware that every preceding sentence had been leading, perhaps without his full intention toward this one. I said, "They are not the same." "No. But they are cold companions at the beginning." Wes, he did not attempt to deny it. That restraint was, in its way, more persuasive than warmth. I looked back at the table, at the columns and memoranda, and mended respectability spread across the wood like some disreputable anatomy lesson. "This house has been held together," I said, "by women translating male error into silence." He received that without protest. "And now," I continued, "you ask one more woman to come and translate it into legitimacy." Something in his face hardened then, though not in anger. He said, "No. I ask whether one woman might choose to help me stop translating and start changing." The answer came too quickly to have been shaped for effect. It was either wholly sincere or very nearly so. I could not decide which possibility unsettled me more. I said, "That is a better argument than your mother's." "It is mine." "Yes." We stood there in a quiet that was no longer hostile, which is not the same thing as saying it was safe. At last he gathered the Bath letter and the others into a neater pile. "I have shown you what I can." "Not all." "No, not all." "Then I must decide partly in uncertainty." Wes. There it was again. No comfort. No softening. Only the fact. I put my gloves back on one finger at a time. "And you," I said, "must decide partly in dependence upon a woman you scarcely know." A faint change passed over his expression. "I know enough to be careful." That is not reassuring. It was not meant to be. I pulled the second glove smooth. Then what was it meant to be? He looked at me steadily across the table of accounts and damaged structures and necessary truths. Honest. That word, more than any promise he had yet made, seemed capable of ruining me if I were not careful. Because honesty, unlike charm, leaves very little decorative furniture in the room. One has only the person, the cost, and the choice. I moved toward the door. "Mr. Bell's draft," I said, "will show whether paper can carry half of what has been spoken here." "And the other half?" I rested my hand on the latch. "The other half," I replied, "is not for paper." Then, I left him there among his ledgers and his patients, and the entire uneasy weight of Mereford balanced, for the moment, on figures, whether either of us possessed the kind of loyalty that survives clear sight. By the time I reached the corridor, I knew two things more certainly than I had known them an hour before. The first was that I did not think Lord Mereford dishonorable. The second was that this made him far more dangerous than a charming man would have been. By the following afternoon, I understood that privacy in a great house is less a condition than an interval. One may possess it briefly. One may even mistake it for safety if one is tired enough. But once a solicitor has come and gone by the inner door, once a room has been cleared for papers, once the Countess has written 3 letters in one day, and sent one of the footmen twice to the village with orders not meant to be discussed, the air itself begins to carry shape. Nothing had been announced. Everything had begun. I knew it first from the servants. No one said a word beyond what respect allowed. Yet the house had altered its manner toward me by a degree so fine that any coarser observer might have missed it. A maid who had yesterday addressed me with the neutral care given to a relation of uncertain duration now laid out my shawl with the attentiveness reserved for a woman whose staying might matter. The second footman, meeting me in the gallery, stepped back not merely politely but with that touch of anticipatory deference which suggests a household already rehearsing new rank in private. Even nurse, who feared no one alive or dead in matters concerning Henry, looked at me over the child's medicine spoon with an expression that managed to be practical, speculative, and faintly resigned. I disliked it at once. Not because the courtesy was unwelcome, because it had outrun truth. At breakfast Lady Mereford received 2 notes and answered them both before her eggs cooled. Lord Mereford read one letter, folded it, and put it aside without comment. I watched his face as he did so, and learned nothing except that he had become more careful than before about showing where thought ended and decision began. Henry, who had been permitted broth at the table in the schoolroom on the strength of improved breathing, announced with cheerful brutality, Mrs. Finch says everyone is walking softly because something is happening. Lord Mereford said, Mrs. Finch should know better. Henry considered that. She said it with her eyebrows. I looked down at my coffee cup so that neither of them would see the disloyal movement at the corner of my mouth. Lady Mereford, who believed servants should possess eyebrows only for downward use, buttered her toast with composed severity. She said, Then you may tell Mrs. Finch that if something is happening, it is not improved by being noticed. Henry accepted this with the equanimity of the very young, who know perfectly well that adult secrecy is one of the more comic forms of vanity. After breakfast, I retired to the morning room with a book one did not read. Outside, the weather had shifted from rain to one of those cold, bright intervals that show every imperfection with cruel generosity. The yews in the court stood black and exact against a washed sky. Somewhere below, a cart rattled in, and was answered by a shout from the stable yard. Within, the house doors continued to open and close with just enough additional care to prove that care was being spent. By noon the first caller came. She was Mrs. Felton of the Dower Farm, a tenant's widow who had been asked up, Lady Mereford informed me, to discuss linen and broth for one of the labourers' wives. This was almost certainly true. It was also certainly not the whole truth. In the country, women never call for only one reason when two may be had for the same drive. Mrs. Felton was a stout, weathered woman with hands chapped by work and eyes too intelligent to be deceived by polished floors. She curtsied to the Countess, to me, and to the tray in that order, then sat upon the edge of her chair as though still unconvinced that genteel upholstery could bear honest use. The discussion of broth lasted 7 minutes. The discussion of linen 3. The discussion of my presence at Mereford began nowhere, and existed everywhere. She said, Master Henry looks better in the south room, I hear. So I am told, Lady Mereford replied. And your ladyship is company. Yes. Mrs. Felton looked at me with open country appraisal. Not rude. Really practical. She was measuring not my prettiness, which would have interested her very little, but my likely permanence. One can often feel when another woman is trying to determine whether one belongs in a room by right, by accident, or by an arrangement not yet named. She said, I knew Miss Vale's mother years ago. Then you knew her to be sensible. I answered. Mrs. Felton's mouth twitched. I knew her to be too well brought up to say when something displeased her. Then I am a disappointment. She said, No. Only a daughter. But Lady Mereford allowed that without interruption, which was her version of generosity. When Mrs. Felton had gone, leaving behind promises of broth and the certainty that by evening the Dower Farm would know I was still at Mereford and seated beside the Countess as if by invitation rather than chance, I said, You might as well have sent a notice to church. Lady Mereford unfolded another letter. The church would only have improved it with theology. You are letting it spread. I am allowing observation its natural prix. That is a colder description than I should have chosen. She said, Wes. That is one reason I remain useful. Da. I went to the window, because anger and understanding had begun to crowd one another too closely in my chest. What precisely is the advantage? That Mrs. Felton's version will be both charitable and specific. She saw you in the morning room, not lodged like a poor relation at the far end of the east wing. She will report that you were neither embarrassed nor hidden. She will say Henry is improved. She will say the house is not in confusion. She may even say my son came through twice on estate business, and did not look as though the roof were falling. And all of this is meant to travel where? Everywhere. I turned. You speak as if rumor were a post-chaise. It is much faster. She did not look up from her letter. Would you prefer whisper to be left entirely to our enemies? No. I would not. That was the difficulty. Her methods were cold because cold methods often worked. Still, I said, you begin to behave as though an understanding existed. No, she answered. I begin to behave as though possibility exists. Society always notices possibility first. One may as well have it described by friends. That word again, friends. It stretched very far in county circles. By 2 o'clock there had been another nut. This time from a Mrs. Carberry asking with exquisite politeness whether Lady Mereford would receive company for tea on Thursday, as she had heard the weather might at last improve enough for roads to be tolerable. Heard from whom one wondered. The clouds, perhaps. Lady Mereford sent back acceptance Thursday, I said. So soon? Would you prefer next week, when the thing has fattened on uncertainty? I would prefer not to be exhibited. Then do not look exhibit able. I stared at her. She lowered the note and met my eye. Miss Vale, if you remain in this house while papers are drafted, people will speak. If you vanish tomorrow, they will speak worse. If you stay and no one calls, they will invent illness, rupture, insult, or refusal. If callers come, at least they will be forced to observe actual chairs, actual faces, and actual composure. Society is best managed by giving it details too dull to embroider well. I hated the logic because it was excellent. By late afternoon the letters had begun to show a pattern visible even to me. The county was moving from curiosity to arrangement. One lady wished to know whether Lady Mereford might recommend a new mantua maker. Another sent peers for Henry. A clergyman's wife inquired, with suspicious timing, whether the Countess would continue her interest in the Christmas parcel list for the poor. All of them, I thought, were really asking the same question in 20 forms. Is the house steady? Is the child safe? Is the Viscount about to marry? And if he is, to whom, and on what terms, and with what degree of satisfaction? It is astonishing how much appetite can hide inside Christian civility. Toward 4 of the clock Lord Mereford came in from the outer grounds with cold on his coat and one glove still in his hand. I was alone in the morning room, having finally surrendered all pretense of reading and taken instead to sorting through the books on the side table merely to occupy my fingers. He halted when he saw me. I did not know you were here. Nor I that I was to receive callers by implication. A faint weariness crossed his face. My mother has been at work. That is a very mild description, bah. He came farther into the room and set the glove down. As she overstepped. Wes, I said, and very skillfully. That drew from him, not amusement exactly, but recognition sharpened by resignation. I am sorry. The apology was real. I could hear it plainly enough. That made it almost useless, which was not his fault. Are you? I asked, but not surprised. No. I put aside the book in my hand. By evening half the county will know I am still here, that Henry breathes better in the south nursery, that Mr. Bell attended yesterday, and that your mother has accepted tea on Thursday. By Friday they will decide I have angled myself into your household. By Saturday I shall either be congratulated in private or pitied in public. All this without a single word having been spoken in my name. His face altered at that, and more than I expected. I did not know she had accepted callers. She has. He was silent a moment. Then, quietly, that should have been discussed with you, Wes. The answer sat there between us with a severity I think he felt as sharply as I did. He moved nearer the fireplace, not close enough to crowd me, but close enough that the matter could not be mistaken for an exchange about weather. I will speak to her. No bow. His brows drew together slightly. No. If you quarrel with your mother over me before there is even an engagement, the house will feel it, and the servants will grow imaginative. Also she will resent me, if she does not already, in precisely the wrong direction. Bah! She already resents everyone in the direction she finds most efficient. Bam! That is not reassuring, he said. No. I suppose not. He looked down briefly at the glove on the table, then back at me. Lou, what would you have me do? It is a dangerous question from a man like him, because one hears in it, not charm, but the possibility of being listened to. I would have you prevent assumption from hardening into fact. Oh! How? By remembering that the county's comfort is not more important than my dignity. Something in his expression tightened. I do remember it, he said. Do you? Then understand what this looks like from outside. A viscount under strain invites a gently born woman of reduced means to his house. She remains while a solicitor calls. Within a day neighbors are admitted to observe that she sits beside the countess and walks the corridors like one half settled already. What do you suppose they call that? Nothing, I answered for him. Ambition, calculation, gratitude with good timing. They do not say how sensible Miss Vale has been to secure protections for her mother. They do not say how fortunate that a child may have stability. They say, "There is a woman who knew where to place herself." The words came sharper than I had intended. Perhaps because they were not inventions. I had heard such judgments all my life laid upon other women, with smiling mouths and lowered voices. Lord Mereford received them without interruption. When he did speak, his voice was quieter than before. He said, "Wes, thee will." The simplicity of it stung. I laughed once, though there was no mirth in it. How refreshing to be so clearly understood at the exact moment when understanding alters nothing. It alters what I may yet do. What can you do? He thought a moment before answering, and because he thought, I trusted the reply more. I can ensure there is no announcement. I can prevent Bell from sending any draft beyond those already necessary. I can shorten the interval by requiring myself to be more exact with you than I have yet been. The last line brought me up short. More exact. Yes. With what? With the pressure you are under here. With the fact that once this began, even in possibility, it would not remain cleanly private. With the cost to you of being seen in connection with me before any formal declaration protects your position. I looked at him. He had removed neither coat nor cravat. He still carried the day upon him, cold, work, mud, the outdoors. Yet there was in his face at that moment a degree of moral discomfort I had not seen before. Not shame exactly, but the recognition of having allowed a practical path to open without fully naming the human price attached to it. You did know, I said slowly, at least in part. Wes, and said nothing. I believed delay would spare you until you had chosen. It has not spared me, no. He did not defend himself. Again, it would have been easier had he done so. The room seemed suddenly too warm. I crossed to the window and stood with my back partly to him, watching the court, where the light had already begun to sink. Mrs. Finch was below speaking to a maid with a basket on her arm. Two crows dropped onto the wall and argued, they're like disreputable dowagers. Somewhere in the front hall a caller's carriage had just drawn away, wheels grinding on wet gravel. This is how quickly it happens, I said, more to the glass than to him. A woman's motives are named for her before her choice is even complete. He came no nearer, but I heard the shift of his weight. Wes, I turned back, my motives. How are yours spoken of? A faint tired bitterness touched his mouth. A's duty, probably, or prudence. Men are allowed colder names. There it was. A truth so plain I almost wished he had not said it. Wes, I replied. They are. For a long moment we simply looked at one another. At last he said, Miss Vale, I cannot make the county kind. I can only try not to make your position worse by negligence. That is a narrow comfort. Ed is the only honest one I have. His honesty again. Always that. I was beginning to suspect it would ruin the equilibrium I had so carefully built out of irritation and caution. A servant knocked then, and entered with a salver. Upon it lay one note only, folded and sealed in cream wax. The man crossed to Lord Mereford, who took it, glanced at the superscription, and altered very slightly. Not dramatically. Not enough for a stranger, enough for me. Who is it from? I asked. He hesitated. Bath. Then it is either affectionate poison or poisonous affection. That drew from him the briefest real response I had yet seen, the nearly smile that changed his whole face and vanished before I could decide whether I was sorry it had come or sorry it had gone. He said, My mother has been influencing you. No, I answered. I only listen. He opened the note and read. The change that passed over him this time was unmistakable. Not panic. Concentration sharpened by irritation. He folded the letter once and held it between his fingers. Well. He looked at me directly. Mrs. Carberry writes that she has had a note from Mrs. Leigh in Bath, who has lately had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Julian Ashcombe. The room seemed to contract by one clean degree. And Mrs. Leigh understands Mr. Ashcombe to be traveling this way sooner than expected. I held the back of the chair nearest me. When? The possibly within the week. The words fell between us without drama, which made them all the more dangerous. So the tea on Thursday becomes something else, I said. Spection. Perhaps. No, I said. Certainly. He did not dispute it. I thought of the county ladies with their inquiries about mantua makers and peers. I thought of Henry in his warmed room. I thought of Mrs. Felton carrying broth, linen, and intelligence home over wet roads. Most of all, I thought of how easily a woman in my position could be made to look grasping merely by standing still while events arranged themselves around her. Lord Mereford set the note down. He said, I should tell you now that if Mr. Ashcombe comes before you have decided, the house will become less easy. I had not found it easy already. A flicker of grim agreement crossed his face. No, Bow. He took a breath as if to say more, then stopped. It struck me suddenly that restraint in him was not only habit. It was also fear, not fear of me, but of misusing speech once given. He chose words as if each one might bind him past recall. At last he said, If you wish to leave Mereford before Thursday, I will have the carriage prepared. That offer ought to have relieved me. Instead it angered me afresh. So now I am to retreat and let every observer decide I have either been rejected or frightened off. That is not what I meant. I said, I know, but that is how it will read. He closed his eyes for the briefest instant, as a man might who has struck the same stone twice and finally understands the path itself is bad. He said, Wes, it is. Silence followed. The fire gave one small crack. Outside the crowds had gone. I looked at him and saw, not a charming man, nor a careless one, nor even a selfish one in any easy form, but a man trapped with me in the narrowness of timing, rank, propriety, and observation. He had more power than I did. He also had less freedom than people imagined. Both things were true. Neither cancelled the other. I will not run merely to improve appearances for people who would condemn me in any case, I said at last. His gaze lifted to mine. No. A degree of tension left his shoulders, not enough to be called relief. Enough to be recognized as such, he said. Then Thursday stands. Wes, I replied. And now we shall both see how politely society can sharpen its knives. Thursday arrived with a pale sky, hard ground, and the sort of cold that makes every salvo farther than it ought. Wheels on gravel. Voices in the court, a door shut at the front of the house, all of it seemed sharpened by the weather into announcement. I dressed with more care than vanity and less pleasure than a bride ought, if brides were foolish enough to think pleasure always attended the business. My gown was dark mulberry, chosen because it was handsome without inviting interpretation. Nurse would have called that practical. Lady Mereford, had she known the reasoning, would have called it strategic and approved it more than she would have admitted. When I came down, the morning room had already been transformed into the sort of chamber where feminine civility performs its neatest acts of violence. The fire burned higher than on ordinary days. The best porcelain had been brought out, though not the most lavish. Flowers had not been attempted, which would have been absurd in such a season and at such a moment. Instead there were polished lamps, a tray of cake small enough to suggest moderation and rich enough to deny hardship, and chairs arranged to imply ease while governing sightlines like military positions. Lady Mereford stood near the hearth in dove gray silk, receiving the room as if she had invented composure and would continue to hold the patent. Lord Mereford had not yet appeared. Of course not. Men are permitted to be absent until their presence is theatrically useful. You look well, the Countess said. I look guarded. That is often better. And for your purposes, she replied, for everyone's. One of the footmen entered to say that Mrs. Carberry had arrived, followed very shortly by Mrs. Lay's cousin from Bath, Mrs. Stanhope, as it proved, together with Mrs. Felton, who had somehow contrived to convert tenants' gratitude into tea at the great house, which I thought showed an admirable understanding of the country mind. The room filled not with noise but with texture. Silk against silk, gloves set down, questions shaped as concern. Concern sharpened into observation. Mrs. Carberry was the soft, faced kind of woman who always seemed about to speak kindness, and often succeeded in making it feel like inquiry instead. Mrs. Stanhope had that precise bath polish which survives on nothing so well as the circulation of refined alarm. Mrs. Felton remained the only honest person present besides myself, and perhaps the least dangerous for that reason. Henry did not appear, which was wise. A recovering child is always more useful to conversation when absent. In absence, he may be cherished indefinitely. In person, he may contradict the narrative by asking whether anyone has come to improve the jam. Lady Mereford received her guests with smooth control. I was seated at her right, which settled one question at once and inflamed three others. Every eye in that room measured not only my dress and manner, but my exact distance from the Countess, the degree of welcome in my presence, the fluency with which I poured tea, and whether any tremor of embarrassment betrayed uncertainty in my footing. None did. I had long ago learned that dignity is sometimes only the art of refusing to move too quickly while being examined. Mrs. Carbury accepted her cup and said, with bright sympathy, "We were all so relieved to hear Master Henry is better." Relieved, as if she had sat up nights over broth. "Wes," said Lady Mereford, "the South Room agrees with him. How fortunate that Miss Vale was here to advise such common sense." Mrs. Felton put in, with a directness that would have scandalized a subtler woman and saved me from three worse forms of courtesy at once. Mrs. Stanhope turned to me with a smile so graceful it ought to have been taxed. "Then Mereford has been lucky indeed in its guest." There are remarks one may not answer honestly, however tempting the prospect. "I think luck has had very little to do with anything at Mereford lately," I said. Miss Carbury gave a soft little laugh and reached at once for a cake she did not want. Lady Mereford's lashes lowered by a degree. Approval, from her, often resembled shadow. The conversation moved on to Rhodes, whether the rector's wife, a mantua maker in Canterbury, whose charges had become sinful, and whether one could any longer trust carters not to water the coal. All of it was trivial. None of it was empty. Every mention of the house, every turn toward Henry's recovery, every allusion to management, comfort, domestic steadiness, and the Countess's good fortune in present company laid one more neat stitch in the public fabric now being drawn around me. It was a relief when Lord Mereford finally entered. He came in without flourish, apologized for being detained by a tenant matter, bowed to the assembled ladies, and crossed at once to his mother before turning to me. The smallest pause there, no more than the careful observance of order, altered the whole room. I felt it, and so did every woman present. Miss Val, my lord. Mrs. Stanhope's eyes brightened by the tiniest fraction. Mrs. Carbury lowered her cup. Mrs. Felton, I think, nearly pitied us both. Lord Mereford took the seat placed for him somewhat apart from mine, and began speaking with Mrs. Carbury about drainage and winter roads, which was clever of him. Nothing makes a man appear more respectable than inconvenience borne on behalf of land and other people. Yet once or twice, when another woman spoke, his attention returned not to the room, but to me for half a second at a time, as if measuring whether I was enduring the exhibition or resenting it past civility. Both, naturally. It was during Mrs. Stanhope's second account of Bath that the footman entered again. "There is a gentleman to see your lordship." Lord Mereford set down his cup. His name. The footman's training held but only just. "Mr. Julian Ashcombe, my lord." No one moved. I think even the fire drew itself inward. Lady Mereford was first to recover. "Show him in." Mrs. Carbury turned pale with anticipation so pious it might have passed in church. Lord Mereford did not look at his mother. He looked at me. If he had spoken, any word would have been too much. Because he did not, the glance itself became communication warning, apology, acknowledgment, request. Not that I should save him. Only that I should understand the field had shifted under both our feet at once. I understood. Mr. Julian Ashcombe entered with the air of a man who believed himself to be practicing tact while in fact indulging appetite. He was perhaps 35, well dressed without taste, handsome enough to have been indulged too often, and arranged all over in that polished concern which makes one want immediately to count the silver. His mourning for family misfortune, if he possessed any, sat very lightly upon him. One saw at once the relation who attends out of duty when duty may be converted into vantage. He bowed first to the Countess, then to the room at large. Lady Mereford. Lord Mereford, I hope I do not intrude. You do, said the Countess, but not unusually. He smiled as if paying her a compliment. My concern for my poor young cousin would not let me delay. Mrs. Stanhope looked as though Christmas had come early. Lord Mereford rose. Henry is improved. So I hear, and I rejoice in it. He did not rejoice in anything he surveyed. Those quick, bright, acquisitive eyes passed over the room, counted chairs, faces, proximity, ease, and found me. He paused a degree too long, then bowed. Miss Vale, I think. Yes. A pleasure. No, said Lady Mereford, not yet. Mrs. Carberry nearly choked on her tea. It was, I admit, magnificent. Julian Ashcombe recovered with the elasticity of a man long accustomed to slights that matter less than outcomes. He accepted a cup, remained standing, then at last took the chair a servant brought him, too low for comfort, too far from the fire for dominance, too public for private maneuver. Lady Mereford was, if nothing else, an artist. His talk was all concern. Henry's health, the strain of sudden inheritance, the burden of large establishments, the melancholy decline of standards in the management of country houses, now that everyone called economies prudence, and expected admiration for it. The room answered with polite noises, while he set each word down like a marker on contested ground. Then he said, with a smile toward me, though one sees how greatly a house may benefit from the presence of practical female intelligence. There it was. The sentence sounded like compliment. It meant inquiry, insinuation and test. Lord Mereford's face did not change. He said, Wes. One does. Julian stirred sugar into tea he had not wanted. I have long believed, he went on, that the tone of a house is its bestest defense against alarmist minds. Mrs. Stanhope murmured agreement. Mrs. Felton looked as though she would have liked to push him into the fire. I heard my own voice before I had fully chosen it. That depends, I said, on whether the alarm is founded. Every eye turned to me. Julian smiled. Miss Vale speaks with admirable spirit. I speak with ordinary caution, as we all do where Henry is concerned. No, I said, not all. The words fell cleanly, too cleanly to be recalled. Lord Mereford did not intervene. Julian's expression altered by no more than a thread, but I saw the quick intelligence beneath the varnish at last. So, he had found resistance where he had expected an accommodating woman grateful for notice. He said, How right you are. Concern may take many forms. It often does. Lady Mereford set down her cup. She said, Mr. Ashcombe, if you came to discuss the child's health, you have done so. If you came to inspect my drawing room, it is standing. If you came to trade in abstractions about tone, perhaps Bath offers a wider market. It was brutal. It was glorious. It was not, however, enough, because the room now held not only county women and an intrusive relation, but a question already half alive in everyone's mind. Possibility had been allowed to circulate. Julian had arrived sooner than expected. He would leave with a version of what he had seen whether we fed it or not. He would say the house was gathering itself around some answer. He would say a woman was in place. He would say whatever suited him, unless the truth were given a shape he could not cheaply distort. I knew this. I think Lord Mereford knew I knew it. And suddenly I could not bear the thought of allowing Julian Ashcombe, Mrs. Stanhope, and every soft-handed watcher in the county to name my position before I named it myself. I set down my cup. The sound was not loud. It seemed to travel anyway. Lady Mereford, I said, perhaps uncertainty has gone on long enough. The Countess turned her head slowly and looked at me. Across the room Lord Mereford stood very still. I rose. No one moved to stop me. That, more than any encouragement, made the thing real. I believe, I said, and was glad my voice did not shake, that where there is likely to be public inference, it is kinder to leave less room for invention than for fact. Mrs. Carberry stared. Mrs. Stanhope went almost bright with appetite. Julian Ashcombe's attention sharpened into something much closer to alarm. I turned to Lord Mereford. If there had been softness in him, this was not the moment for it. What I saw instead was a concentration so complete it nearly steadied me by force. He understood exactly what I was doing. Not yielding. Not being cornered. Choosing the field before someone else fixed the boundaries. My lord, I said, why yesterday a draft was set in motion under terms I required and you accepted. His face did not alter, though his voice, when it came, was lower than before. Yes. I will not have those terms made ridiculous by gossip before they are formal. No. I therefore consent to an understanding between us, provided the conditions already stated remain the basis upon which it proceeds. The room held its breath. It is a terrible thing, in some ways, to hear one's own future step out into the air dressed as calm. There was no romance in that moment. No flowers. No blush. No intoxication of being chosen above all women for irresistible reasons. There was only decision, will, and the public seizure of one's own narrative, before it could be snatched by others. Lord Mereford crossed the room toward me. Not quickly, never quickly, but with that contained certainty which made haste unnecessary. He stopped at the proper distance. He said, "You have them, entirely, that was all. No flourish. No gratitude so warm it might cheapen the bargain. No public tenderness to entertain the room." Yet in the stillness after, I heard something I had not expected from him, and trusted more because of it. Relief. Not softened, not triumphant, not vainly pleased with himself. Relief as hard and controlled as everything else in him, because something necessary had at last been secured before worse hands could meddle with it. Lady Mereford rose. She said, "Then I believe the matter may now be treated as settled in principle, and left to paper in detail." Mrs. Carberry made an exclamation meant to sound delighted, and succeeded chiefly in sounding winded. Mrs. Stanhope arranged her face into congratulatory sweetness, and failed to conceal disappointment that no scene more theatrical had rewarded her journey. Mrs. Felton looked at me with something sterner and kinder than either. Julian Ashcombe set down his cup. He said, "How happy!" "No," said Lady Mereford. He smiled thinly. Of course. Of course. He had been checked. Not defeated, not yet, but denied the loose ground on which he had meant to tread. He saw it. So did I. And with that victory came at once its own colder companion, now that I had chosen. The choosing could no longer be treated as hypothetical. Paper would follow. Observation would sharpen. Every step from this moment on would be watched not as possibility, but as precedent. Lord Mereford offered me his arm only when the ladies began, all at once, to speak. It was the first time he had done so. The gesture was proper now, and therefore dangerous in a different way. I took it. The room approved. That was the ugliest part, because approval from such witnesses is never simple. It contains calculation, relief, envy, satisfaction, hunger for detail, and the faintest readiness to enjoy your fall later if the rise proves too smooth. Julian made his bow, and left not long afterward, carrying with him facts too solid to distort cheaply, and perhaps all the more reason to seek subtler means. When the callers were finally gone, and the morning room had emptied of silk, teaspoons, and sharpened smiles, I withdrew my hand from Lord Mereford's sleeve, and went at once to the window. The court beyond had already fallen into the flat light of late afternoon. A maid crossed carrying fresh coal. Somewhere above, Henry laughed at something nurse had forbidden. The house had altered again, not visibly in walls or weather, in status, in consequence. Behind me I heard Lady Mereford dismiss the servants. Then silence. At last she said, "Well." I did not turn. "No," I said. "Do not praise me for prudence. I have not the strength to endure it well. I had meant to praise your timing. That is worse." A pause. Then Lord Mereford spoke. "Miss Vale." I turned then. He stood where I had left him, one hand resting on the back of a chair, his expression once more under full command. Only the slightest remaining trace of that earlier relief marked him at all, and even that was nearly gone. "Wes, if Bell's draft arrives tonight, shall I send it to you at once?" There it was again. Not romance. Not even the false gentleness that often follows public understanding. Respect, exact and immediate, turning at once to the terms upon which I had entered the thing. Yes, I said. He inclined his head. As you wish. A Lady Mereford watched us both. Whatever she thought, she kept it. I might have asked then about the letter. About Julian. About the paper in the library marked confidential. About what threat had truly been checked, and what threat had merely changed shape. But the room still held too much of the public moment, and I was suddenly too aware of how thin a line lay between strength and exhaustion. So, I said only, I should like to see my mother informed before the county grows faster than the post. That can be done at once, said Lord Mereford. Good. He rang for writing materials. Such are the beginnings some women receive, not declarations, but ink. And perhaps that was fitting, for I had not agreed to be adored. I had agreed to be written into a house at war with disorder, to hold certain lines, to stand where gossip had expected weakness, and to do so under terms I had named myself. It was power of a kind. It was also puerile. Both sat with me as the ink was brought. When I left the morning room at last and reached the corridor beyond, I allowed myself one brief pause in the shadow between two lamps. I was engaged. The word should have felt softer than it did. Instead it felt like a door shut firmly behind me, and another opened ahead into weather I could not yet read. And somewhere within Mereford, still unexplained, still folded into silence, was the letter that had begun none of this and yet, I was certain, had shaped all of it. Chapter 3. A Ring Before Witnesses. I was married 12 days after I agreed to the engagement. The number itself has always seemed indecently small for the rearrangement of an entire life. 12 days to receive my mother's answer, to sign what Mr. Bell called preliminary instruments, and what Lady Mereford called tolerable protections, to be measured for linen, to have the county move from speculation to certainty, and to learn by painful degrees how quickly a woman may cease to belong to herself in the grammar of other people. My mother's letter came on the second morning after the tea. She wrote in the neat, even hand of a woman who had spent years teaching her feelings to walk rather than run. She did not tell me what to do. That was like her, and almost harder to bear than instruction would have been. She said only that if I believed I was entering a house where I would be respected, and not merely displayed, then she would not wound me by pretending fear was wisdom. She added, in a postscript squeezed more tightly than the rest, that my father had once said Lord Mereford, as a boy, had possessed a stubborn sense of fairness which made him poor company at cards and excellent company in storms. I read that line 3 times and liked it less than I ought, simply because it tempted me toward softness when I had promised myself clarity. The special license was obtained at cost. Lady Mereford described as offensive and Mr. Bell as efficient. I heard, through the open door of the morning room, the Countess remark that it was vulgar to pay so much merely for speed, and Lord Mereford answer that it was more vulgar to leave one's household exposed to Mr. Julian Ashcombe for a fortnight longer than necessary. I was not meant to hear that. Old houses are full of sentences not meant for women, which women hear all the same, and must then decide whether to forget. Nothing about the days before the wedding felt bridal in the sentimental sense. There were no walks taken for tenderness, no gauzy intervals in which I was expected to turn pink over lace or sit dreaming of a title. There were papers, calls, a stream of notes to be answered or ignored according to Lady Mereford's taxonomy of importance. There was Bell, dry and exact, taking particular pleasure in clauses that denied future confusion. There was Mrs. Finch, whose respect for me hardened into operational loyalty the instant she understood I would not rule the house through smiles. There was Henry, better in his breathing now and restored enough to mischief to make nurse threaten him with porridge as a form of justice. And there was Lord Mereford, Adrian. Though I did not think of him by his Christian name, except in the private interior way one thinks of dangerous facts one has not yet chosen to use. He was with me daily and seldom alone with me long enough for ease to become a habit. That, I came to understand, was partly propriety and partly design. Until the marriage took place, he would not put me in a position that could be read as compromise. The discovery should perhaps have comforted me. Instead, it sharpened my sense of how carefully he measured consequence in all things and how rarely he allowed himself anything merely because he wanted it. We had, however, one interview in the library with Bell present and his mother absent, during which the final settlement language was read aloud. Lady Mereford shall have inspection of the domestic budget assigned to the ordinary running of the household, Bell recited, with notice of extraordinary retrenchment materially affecting the nursery servants, family apartments, or social obligations essential to the standing of the house. I said, essential by whose definition? Bell adjusted the page. He said, my own preference would be to avoid a definition which future ingenuity may exploit. Then let ingenuity try its hand elsewhere. Lord Mereford, standing by the fire with one arm on the mantel, said, Bell means that if we define it too neatly, some later fool will use the wording to justify economy in the wrong place. Later fool. Yes. You speak with confidence. I speak with family history. Bell made a note without comment. That same afternoon one of the jointure provisions was amended at my insistence because the first phrasing left too much to the continuing good order of the estate, which was exactly the sort of genteel uncertainty by which women are assured of security until the hour's security becomes expensive. When Bell had gone, I said, I think your solicitor enjoys me. Lord Mereford looked up from the page he had been reviewing. He admires resistance in a sentence. No. In a woman. That must be rarer. I ought not to have answered what I did, yet the line came of itself. Not rarer. Only less welcome. He looked at me for a moment with that steady, evaluating attention which had first angered me on the day of my arrival, and now did something worse. It unsettled me because I no longer mistook it from your scrutiny, he said. No. I do not think it is less welcome. The room had gone very still by then. Bell's chair was empty. The papers on the table had been tied. Outside, rain tapped once against the window and then stopped. I said, because I did not trust the direction of the silence. You ought not to say agreeable things merely because we are about to be married. I had not thought it agreeable. No. Only true. That was how he often did the most damage without decoration. The wedding took place in the small chapel 2 miles from Mereford, because the parish church would have made too much of it, and the house chapel had not been used for a full ceremony since the late Viscount's health began to fail. Lady Mereford declared the smaller church both more modest and more difficult for curiosity to crowd, which was true only in part. Curiosity goes anywhere if fed well enough. The morning broke dry and bitterly cold. A frost had silvered the edges of the court and left the gravel sounding sharper under wheels. My maid woke me before dawn, though I had scarcely slept. She helped me into the gown chosen for the day. Ivory silk from Lady Mereford's stores, altered by a dressmaker in Canterbury, and cut with restraint severe enough to suggest dignity rather than triumph. I was grateful for that. Nothing would have disgusted me more than looking as though I meant to dazzle. When she had finished fastening me, she stood back with the expression of one who is trying not to become emotional over a person of whom she has seen mostly intelligence and very little softness. You look beautiful, my lady. The title was premature. It chilled me more than the room. Not yet. No, my miss. I almost smiled, which I think relieved her. In the glass I looked not younger, nor prettier, nor transformed by romantic destiny. I looked like a woman about to be translated into another language at some cost to the original text. There was color in my face, but not from innocence. My gloves lay on the dressing table beside the small pearl earrings my mother had worn at her own wedding. I touched them once before putting them on, not out of sentiment exactly, but because one wants, at such hours, to carry one honest piece of the past into the future if one can. Lady Mereford received me in the blue saloon, which had finally been lit for use. She was dressed in black velvet and pearls, magnificent enough to suggest dynastic gravity and severe enough to imply that anyone expecting flutter had chosen the wrong family. She looked at me for a long moment. She said, "Well, you do not look foolish. Thank you. You are welcome." After a pause she came near and adjusted, with surprising delicacy, one fold at my sleeve. She said, "My son will not shame you in public." That is a curious form of reassurance. It is the sort I can guarantee. I met her eyes. And in private. She let the silk fall. She said, "In private. He is more dangerous only because he is more exact." Then she moved away before I could ask whether that was warning or blessing. The drive to the chapel was short and silent. Frost still lay in the hollows. The hedges were black with winter. At one bend in the road we passed two women walking toward the village with baskets over their arms. They stopped, curtsied, and stared after the carriage as though it carried not a bride but an argument whose outcome interested them deeply. At the chapel the witnesses were few: Lady Mereford, Bell, Mrs. Finch by special permission, and the Countess's influence, because someone sensible must represent the house as well as rank, the rector and his wife, and two of the older servants who had known Adrian since boyhood and Henry since infancy. Henry himself had not been brought out into the cold, which was sensible and therefore disappointed him greatly, if nurse's report was to be trusted. Lord Mereford stood at the front before the altar, dark in coat and waistcoat, one gloved hand behind his back, the other at his side. There are men whom wedding clothes render decorative. They rendered him more himself, more formal, more remote, more evidently a man entering not spectacle but obligation. When I reached him, he bowed his head slightly. "Miss Vale, my lord." The rector began. The words moved forward. I heard them all and remember almost known in sequence. Not because I was overcome by emotion, because the mind, when pressed by consequence, often abandons language and keeps only impressions. The chill inside the chapel despite the brazier near the chancel steps. The smell of wax and old stone. My glove against the prayer book. Bell clearing his throat once behind us. Lady Mereford perfectly still, as if she had been carved there to witness marriages and extinctions alike. And Adrian's voice when he answered, low and level, without flourish, without tremor, giving the vows as if plain speech itself were a kind of honor. When my turn came, my own voice held. That surprised me. I had expected a moment of rebellion in the throat, some instinctive refusal of the body to proceed where the will had already committed itself. Nothing of the kind came. I spoke clearly. I heard myself promise, before God and witness, to join my life to his. And with each sentence the thing became both more impossible and more real. When the ring was placed upon my finger, I felt first not tenderness, but weight. It was a good ring, old and plain, with none of the vulgarity some families now affected. It slid into place with that disquieting ease by which metal informs a woman that her hand has already been measured for another life. The rector declared us married. Nothing in the chapel altered. Everything altered. Adrian offered me his arm. For the first time since our public understanding, I took it as his wife. It is astonishing what one notices in the moments immediately after legal transformation. Not destiny, not bliss, the pressure of cloth at the elbow, the roughness of stone beneath one's shoes, the sound of the rector's wife crying a little because clergywomen must always distribute feeling where no one else has time for it. Bell folding the license with reverence more appropriate to paper than to love. The Countess looking at me not warmly, not coldly, but as if confirming a strategic position had at last been secured. Outside, the frost had begun to lift in the sun. A groom brought the carriage round. One of the old servants, Harrison, who had held Adrian on his knee 30 years earlier, and now bowed to me with tears shameless on his weathered face. Said, "God bless your ladyship." That was the first time the title truly struck, your ladyship, not Miss Vale, not guest, not possibility, Lady Mereford. I had thought perhaps the name would feel unreal. Instead it felt immediate and expensive. Like being handed a house ledger written in another person's ink, and told the losses were now yours to understand whether or not you had made them. The drive back was quiet. The road glittered in patches where the frost remained. Once when the carriage lurched slightly in a rut, my hand moved instinctively to the seat, and Adrian's moved at the same instant, steadying the motion though not touching me. The gesture lasted no more than a heartbeat. It was absurd that I should notice it. I noticed it all the same. After a time he said, "Are you cold?" "No, you may answer honestly." "I am not cold." He looked at me then, not doubtfully, exactly. I had come to understand that there was in him a habit of verifying not because he disbelieved, but because other people's endurance had too often been used as an excuse to leave them unsupported. At least, I amended, not from the weather. A very slight change passed over his face. He said, "No." We said, "I do not suppose you are." Nothing after that. The house received us as houses always do by continuing. Doors opened. Cloaks were taken. Mrs. Finch appeared, properly composed and very nearly glowing with the gratification of a campaign efficiently completed. Somewhere above, I heard Henry's voice before I saw him. "They are back." Nurse's answer followed at once. "You will not run." He ran. Not the whole way because his chest still remembered weakness, but enough that by the time Adrian and I reached the lower stair he had escaped Nurse's hand and come to the landing above us in his indoor jacket, hair untidy, eyes bright with the excitement of a child who knows life has altered and wishes at once to inspect the alteration. He stopped there, looking down at us. For one strange second none of us moved. Then he looked at me, at the gown, the gloves, the ring perhaps, though children do not always need visible proof when the whole house has changed its breathing around them. He asked, "Are you Lady Mereford now, Wes?" He considered this with grave attention. Oh, it was not disappointment, it was adjustment. He came down 3 more steps, then another 2, and before either Adrian or I had fully anticipated the movement, he crossed directly to me and put both arms round my waist. Not delicately, not ceremonially, with the whole unquestioning force of a child fastening himself where he has decided safety may now be found. I stood still in astonishment. He had liked me before. He had laughed with me. He had watched me with that old young suspicion of his. But this was something else. Possession, or claim. Or perhaps only the terrible innocence by which children identify, before the adults do, where the center of a room has shifted. Nurse arrived 2 seconds later. Stricken. Adrian said, "Master Henry." Henry, they spoke together. Neither moved to pull him away at once. I looked up. Adrian's face, usually so well governed, had altered in a way I had not yet seen. Not softness alone. Something deeper and more defenseless than that, because it had not been chosen for display and had therefore arrived unprotected. Henry, still clinging to me, said into the silk of my gown, "Then you must stay." The words were so simple they would have been harmless in any other mouth. In his they went straight through me. I set one hand carefully against the child's back. "Yes," I said. His hold tightened once, as if in satisfaction. Above us the lamps had been lit early against the winter afternoon. Somewhere below stairs a servant carried up fresh coal. Lady Mereford, standing half in shadow at the end of the hall, watched without interruption. Mrs. Finch looked as if she had just seen Providence choose a side. Nurse tried to recover discipline and failed, and Adrian still stood there, with one gloved hand at his side, and the other half lifted, as though he had meant to intervene, and no longer knew whether intervention would be kindness or theft. That was how I entered Mereford as its Viscountess, not under flowers, not in blushes, not in triumph, with a child holding me as if the house had finally found one of its missing walls. Henry released me only when Nurse informed him, in a tone sharpened by relief and scandal in equal parts, that if he crushed my gown on the first quarter hour of my marriage he would be remembered for it with justice all his life. He stepped back at once. I did not crush it. No, said Nurse. Providence prevented you. That restored order enough for everyone to move again. Adrian bent slightly toward his nephew. You were told not to run. I did not run very much. That is not a category, Henry said. It is when one is newly married. With the composure of a child who had already decided matrimony must alter grammar. To my astonishment, Adrian did not immediately correct him. A line shifted at the corner of his mouth. Not quite amusement. Something near it, worn thin by fatigue, and saved from softness only by habit. Nurse reclaimed the child, though not without difficulty, and led him upstairs on the promise that Mrs. Finch had ordered seed cake for tea in honor of the day. This, I thought, was management of a high order. Henry went, though he looked back twice, as if to ensure I had not already vanished into some legal form from which living women were exempt. When the hall had settled again, Lady Mereford came forward. She said, You have survived the public portion. Now begins the more intricate half. I removed my gloves slowly, more to gain time than because the room required it. The private. She replied, The domestic. Which is never private in a house of this size. She turned to Adrian. The tenants may be told this evening. The servants need not be told anything. They have already told one another, miss. She paused only a fraction. Adrian said, Lady Mereford should see the housekeeper's books before supper, the nursery arrangements before dark, and the list for Christmas parcels before tomorrow, if she is not to be embarrassed by women who consider benevolence a blood sport. Got. Today. West today. If your wife is mistress here, she may as well be so before the candles are out. I said, You are determined that I shall not enjoy even the smallest illusion. My dear, illusions are for girls before their first season. Wives require inventories. That might have offended me if I had not already begun to suspect she gave severity where other women gave sentiment, chiefly because severity was what she herself had once been offered and survived. It is not the same thing as kindness. It is not wholly unrelated. Adrian looked at me. You need not do all of it today. There was in the sentence the plain opening of a choice. Not performance, not public generosity, a real allowance. Lady Mereford heard it and almost certainly despised it. I answered him, not her. I had rather begin while everything is still honest. A flicker moved across his face. Approval, perhaps, or recognition. In either case it sat there only a second before discipline reclaimed the ground. He said, Very well. That was how my first married afternoon passed, not in blushes, nor in private speeches, nor in the sentimental bewilderment novels assigned to brides, but in a progress through the machinery of Mereford, while the house adjusted itself around my new name. Mrs. Finch received me first in the housekeeper's room with a curtsy deeper than any she had yet given me, and far less comfortable. My lady. The title on her tongue was steadier than it had been on my maid's. She was a practical woman. Once the thing was true, she wasted little time grieving the old form. Mrs. Finch. She brought out at once the books for household linen, servants' wages, kitchen stores, nursery requirements, and the draft list for winter coal distribution by room. There are women who would have hidden such matters for a week, to let a bride settle into dignity before exposing her to ash. Mrs. Finch knew better. Dignity in a cold house is always improved by knowing where the coal really goes. We spent an hour there. She showed me which upper rooms could be kept aired with tolerable economy and which ought to be shut unless company forced the expense. She explained which maids were reliable, which were delicate, which were lazy, which were merely in love and therefore temporarily useless. She pointed out that the East Passage ate candles because of draught, that 2 of the best blankets had been turned once too often and ought not to see another winter in family rooms, that cook would continue to grumble about butcher's bills until they were settled, and then grumble about fish, and that the scullery maid had honest hands but a weakness for tears. Not theft. No, my lady. Then I can bear tears. Mrs. Finch allowed herself the smallest exhale. At length she laid a sheet before me listing all servants presently in place, their wages, age if known, time in service, relations in or near the village, and remarks so spare that each seemed to conceal a chapter. I read. Harrison old, faithful, hears badly, cannot be spared. Mason second footman, vain, willing, too much sent. Partridge, under housemaid, quick, nervous, truthful when not frightened. Cook indispensable, tyrannical, no waste but her own. Nurse Barrett impossible to replace. I looked up. Impossible? Mrs. Finch folded her hands. She has had Master Henry through fever, croup morning travel, and gentlemen's opinions, my lady. There are many women who would do. There are few one trusts. I thought of Nurse's face when Henry flung himself at me in the hall. No, I said. I suppose not. Mrs. Finch went on, a shade more cautiously now. There is one other thing your ladyship should understand. Wes. The servants will observe. I had guessed as much. She did not smile. Thee will observe not only what you order, but what you permit. Whether my lady the Countess continues as before in all things. Whether my lord consults you or merely informs you. Whether the nursery comes first when it is put against show. Whether late bills are settled before dinner plate is repolished. Whether a maid dismissed in fault leaves by justice or temper. Whether you ask questions because you understand the house, or because you mistrust it. A long silence followed that. Then I said, And what do you think they hope to see? Mrs. Finch considered before she answered. They hope not to begin again, my lady. It was one of the saddest and clearest things anyone had yet said to me at Mereford. I touched the edge of the servant list. Thee think there have been too many beginnings? Yes. I did not ask whether she included the late Viscount's failings, Louisa's marriage, Henry's losses, or Adrian's sudden inheritance in that count. Mereford had plainly been living in aftermath for some time. Houses grow tired of aftermath. So do servants. So do children. When I rose to go upstairs and inspect the nursery arrangements, Mrs. Finch said, If your ladyship wishes it, I can have the silver closet opened after supper. I do wish it. Then I will have Mason attend. The vain footman with too much scent. For the first time she almost smiled. Wes. My lady. Good. Let him learn at once that I know him already. That did produce a real, brief light in her face. Nurse Barrett received me in the south nursery, with far less grace and more value. Henry had been put down to rest after overexcitement and cake, though the phrase, put down, suggested a submission more complete than reality had granted. I found him awake in bed with a wooden horse in one hand, and a look of immediate suspicion when he saw me near the door. He said, You are not dead then? No. That is fortunate. It is practical. Nurse, who was folding linen by the fire, gave me a look difficult to classify. You may come in, my lady. He has survived his own joy, but only just. I entered. The room was transformed from my first hurried glimpse. Fresh curtains had been pinned back properly. A screen sheltered the bed from draught. The fire held well. Henry's boots stood side by side on the hearthrug in a way that suggested Nurse had placed them so and he had not. On the table lay medicine, broth, a pile of stories, and 2 sheets of paper upon which he had drawn something that may have been a horse or family catastrophe. You are warm here, I said. Nurse's chin lifted slightly. We are warmer, ba. It was not gratitude. It was fact with a challenge attached. Do not undo what has just been managed. I said, Good. Henry rolled onto one elbow. Mrs. Finch says the Blue Saloon was lit because you were married. What is it? Wes. I asked if that meant I might have a supper tray there, and she said no one with a cough deserves velvet chairs. On that point she may be right. Nurse said, I think she has become stricter because of you. No. Only more hopeful. That silenced him. I looked at her. She did not look away. There are servants who speak from impertinence. Nurse spoke from the authority of long endurance in rooms where truth matters more than rank, because fever does not bow. I said, Then I hope not to disappoint her. You will if you forget he hears more than he ought. Henry, still on one elbow, said, That is because everyone speaks as if children are chairs. That, I replied, he's because adults are cowards. He considered me a moment, then lay back with satisfaction. I thought so. Nurse went on folding. We keep him in the south room for now. If the weather worsens, I would like an additional screen by the door and thicker flannel at night. Also less procession. Every woman in the county need not inspect him with pity merely because he has improved. There was more political intelligence in that sentence than in half the letters from Bath. Yes, I said. Greed. And if he is to dine downstairs one evening next week, then only for broth and no longer than half an hour, whatever he says. Henry made a sound of moral outrage. I ignored it. Yes, I said again. Agreed. Only then did Nurse's shoulders drop by the smallest fraction. That was how one entered real authority at Mereford. Not by the hall, not by the wedding ring, by a nursery negotiation conducted over flannel and visiting limits while a child feigned martyrdom in bed. When I went back down, dusk had thickened across the house. Lamps were being lit in the passages. Coal was going up in scuttles with the wary insistence of winter. Somewhere below stairs cook was shouting about stock. Somewhere above, Harrison was no doubt informing a footman that he had seen 3 viscounts married and none of them had improved by it. I found Adrian in the old study off the library, where he stood, before the fire with 2 estate maps open on a side table and a tenant letter in his hand. He looked up at my entrance at once. How did the inspection go? Now there was no mockery in the word, only a dry awareness of how little bridal the afternoon had been. The south nursery remains habitable. Nurse is formidable. Mrs. Finch has the soul of a campaign ledger, and Henry believes my arrival has worsened discipline. All of that sounds accurate. He set down the letter. I ought to warn you that if Henry blames you for discipline, he will probably also love you. That is not a tidy exchange, he said. No. Nothing with him is. I crossed toward the maps, not too near, and saw at once that one tenant holding near the western marsh had been marked in Bell's hand, with notes concerning drainage expense and legal boundary. Beside it lay another paper, half covered, with a column of names I recognized from the servant list. Coal allotments. So he had not only turned me toward the house. He remained inside it himself. You are reviewing household allocations. He did not move to cover the page. Yes. Because if the West Meadow drainage must wait again, the coal cannot. That was not a noble sentence. It was a marriage sentence, and perhaps for that reason it startled me more. I thought you had tenants enough to think about without counting nursery fires. He said, I have both. That is the trouble. He glanced toward the doorway, as if ensuring no servant stood near enough to overhear. My mother can command a dinner table. Mrs. Finch can carry a house through weather. Nurse can keep Henry alive. None of them can sign an order to defer the stable's roof and put the money to coal without it becoming a public defeat for someone else. And I can. Yes. The word came too quickly to be reconsidered. I said, so soon. He held my gaze. So soon. There are moments in marriage when one feels not affection, but trust arriving in a form too large to be comfortable. This was one of them. I looked at the figures again. The stable's roof cannot wait beyond spring. I know, he said. But the west nursery could not wait through one more hard rain. Nothing. He did not need to. I moved the coal sheet a little flatter on the table. Then defer the stable's roof patch that was meant only to preserve appearances at the front pitch and move the amount to winter household fuel. Not the whole sum. Enough to keep the family rooms and nursery steady without starving the kitchen. And if any caller notices the stable line from the south approach, let them attribute it to weather rather than insolvency. His brows lifted slightly. That is exactly what Bell suggested this morning. Then Bell is occasionally useful, Da. Do not let him hear you say only occasionally. It would embitter his old age. I looked up. The line had been almost light, almost easy. For a brief instant the room shifted away from weight. I felt it. So did he. It vanished before either of us reached for it. He said, more quietly, would you sign the memorandum with me? I stared at him. It is an estate instruction. It affects the house. And I said I would not make you mistress here in appearance only. No tenderness could have moved me half so much. I ought to have answered at once. Instead I looked at the paper, then at him, then at the fire, because something in my chest had tightened with an emotion I did not want to name too early. 8%, I said. I know very little. You know enough to see the right question, bah. That is not the same thing, he replied. No. But it is how most houses are saved. He came around the table and offered me the pen. It was absurd that such a gesture should feel more intimate than the ring had. Yet it did. The ring had been public, witnessed, inevitable once begun. This was quieter. Chosen, functional, dangerous for exactly those reasons. I took the pen. Our fingers did not touch. They nearly did. That was worse. Together we bent over the memorandum. He signed, first Mereford in a strong, economical hand. Then I signed below in the new name I had not yet written more than twice, and still half distrusted to belong to me. Eleanor Mereford. The sight of it unsettled me enough that I had to set the pen down at once. He noticed, of course. You may still hate it. I do not hate it. No. I only do not yet know what it will demand. He folded the paper carefully. Neither do I. The honesty of that should have chilled me. Instead it steadied me. A knock came at the study door. Mason, scented and self-conscious exactly as advertised, entered with a tray in the solemnity of a man carrying tea into history. My lord. My lady. Mrs. Finch asked whether the silver closet is to be opened now. I looked at Adrian. He looked at me. He said, Lady Mereford will inspect it. You will attend her. Mason bowed. Wes. My lord. It was a tiny scene, a sentence, a footman, a tray. Yet in it the whole household order turned by one click. He had said it plainly. Not for effect, not ceremonially. In front of a servant who would carry the shape of it into the passages within 10 minutes. Lady Mereford will inspect it. I understood at once what Mrs. Finch had meant. The house would observe not merely what I was called, but what he yielded, and what I took up. When Mason withdrew, I said, that was deliberate. Ah, yes. So that the servants hear it. Wes. And if your mother dislikes the speed, his face altered by one dry degree. She will survive. I almost smiled. Will she? She has survived me for years. Then I suppose I may hope. His expression changed again. Just enough that I knew he had heard the word hope and marked it as one marks a candle brought into a draughty room with interest and caution. He said, I would recommend against too much of it at once. Because Mereford has a habit of making people pay for optimism. I thought of the ledgers, the child, the winter rooms, the unopened questions still folded somewhere among his private papers. Yes, I said. I had noticed. Then I gathered my skirts and went to inspect the silver, the footman, the locks, the inventory, the polished face of household respectability, and all the narrow bright surfaces by which a great house proves to the world that nothing essential has slipped. But as I followed Mason into the passage, one fact remained with me more strongly than the gleam of plate or the weight of keys. And before a servant, without softness and without delay, Adrian had placed part of the house in my hands. And I had taken it. For the first 3 days of my marriage, I learned the house by its resistances, not by its beauty, though Mereford had plenty of that in the stern old fashion of stone, dark wood, and proportion too grave to beg admiration. Not by its ceremonies either, though there were enough of those to occupy a weaker woman entirely. I learned it by what would not yield without force, and by what yielded only if one touched it at exactly the right point. The east passage devoured candles, because a door at the far end no longer fitted properly in damp weather. The schoolroom fire smoked when the wind came from the northwest, and therefore required a different laying than the nursery grate. Cook would accept economies only if they were expressed in terms of waste she herself already despised. Mason required no discipline half so much as he required employment visible enough to flatter him into industry. The under-housemaid Partridge did indeed cry easily, but never overwork, only overcorrection, which was a very different weakness and much more manageable. Harrison heard badly and therefore missed half the bells, but remembered every delivery, repair, and death in the house over 30 years with a precision Bell might have envied. In short, the place was not failing because no one cared. It was tired because too many people had cared separately, defensively, and in fragments. What it had lacked, I began to suspect, was a center not built entirely out of endurance. On the fourth morning, Mrs. Finch brought me the Christmas parcel list, the winter coal estimate revised after our memorandum, and the most recent wage schedule tied together with blue ribbon and disapproval. She said, "Cook says the goose cannot be stretched beyond what God has already designed for it. God has not managed Cook's kitchen these 20 years. No, my lady, and the wage schedule." She gave that small tightening of the mouth by which sensible women acknowledge what ought not to have been necessary. One fortnight's delay remains for 2 of the outdoor men, and half wages are still carried for Jenny in the dairy, though her mother being ill makes the matter awkward. I untied the ribbon and spread the paper open on the table in the morning room. Outside, the weather had turned white and hard. Not snow, which would at least have had the decency to look like one's trouble, but a bitter frost that silvered the court and made every servant's journey across it more expensive to the body. How much would clear the fortnight? She named the sum. Not impossible, not convenient either. Who knows of it? The men themselves, Mrs. Hartley in the still room because she hears everything, and probably half the village by now. I looked up. Why was I not told yesterday? Mrs. Finch hesitated. My lady, your first days were full. That is not an answer. No, she folded her hands more tightly. My lord said if it could be met by Friday, he preferred not to trouble you before the coal allotment was settled. I did not speak at once. There was nothing dishonorable in the decision. That was the worst of it. He had meant, no doubt, to spare me one more pressure before another was secured. Yet I had not asked to be spared into ignorance. Send word to the men that the matter will be settled by tomorrow evening, I said. She blinked. Tomorrow, my lady. Wes. If the sum exists, it is to be paid. If it does not, I will hear by what road it may be found before dinner. Mrs. Finch inclined her head. Wes, my lady. She turned to go, then paused. May I say, no bow? That checked her. Because I know what you were going to say. I continued. You were going to say that you are glad it will be done. I am glad too. But I would rather be told such things before I must correct them. A degree of color rose in her face. Yes, my lady. When she had gone, I remained by the window with the wages sheet in my hand, and an irritation I knew was not wholly directed at her. Adrian had signed the coal memorandum with me. He had placed authority visibly in my hands before servants. He had not, however, yet learned the distinction between sharing burden and selecting which burden I ought to bear. I heard his step in the corridor before I saw him. That, in itself, was annoying. I had begun already to know his pace from others, less hurried than most men's, less self-important than many's, exact enough that one felt the line of his movement before the door opened. He came in carrying 2 letters and removed his gloves as he crossed the threshold. You sent for me? No, bah. He paused. Then I have interrupted you. Wes. He waited. It was one of the things most difficult to manage in him. He could wait without apology so precisely that one was forced either to speak or to reveal one had wished only to be observed in dissatisfaction. I preferred not to give him that victory. I held out the wages sheet. 2 outdoor men are in arrears a fortnight. Jenny in the dairy still carries half wages while her mother lies ill. Mrs. Finch tells me you meant to clear it by Friday and thought it unnecessary to trouble me before the coal estimate was settled. He took the sheet, read no more than the heading, and then looked at me. Wes. I hated the ease of the answer. And you think that wise? I thought it practical. That is not the same thing. No. He set the letters on the side table and came nearer the fire. I know. Do you? Yes. The calmness of it deepened my temper. A mistress of the house who is informed only after a matter has begun to show in the servants' faces is mistress of very little. That was not my intention. Intention is always a cheaper servant than consequence. He received that without movement. I know that too. There are times when agreement feels more obstructive than dispute. I crossed to the writing table and laid my hand on the open ledger there. Then understand me clearly. I do not require to be spared what is already mine to answer for. If there are delayed wages, I hear them. If there is difficulty below stairs, I hear it. If cook mutinies over goose and suit, I hear that too. Though perhaps at one remove if mercy still exists in the world. The corner of his mouth shifted once at that, and because I was already angry, I resented him for it. He said, "You are right. That is becoming an overused phrase. Would you prefer I defend myself badly? I would prefer you not place me in need of explanation after the servants know what I do not." That, at last, landed in the exact place intended. He was silent a moment. Then he said, more quietly, "Yes. That is fair." I turned away lest the quietness of the admission weaken me prematurely. "I have ordered the arrears cleared by tomorrow evening." "Yes. I mean to keep that order. It will be done." I faced him again. "By what means?" He did not answer at once. Instead he went to the side table, took up one of the letters he had brought in, and handed it to me. It was from Belle. The sale of 2 pieces of plate not essential to family use had gone through in London at a slightly better price than expected. Not triumphantly, and I looked up. "You would pay the wages from this?" "Yes." "And had already meant to?" "Yes." "Then why not say so to Mrs. Finch yesterday?" His expression altered by the smallest degree, not defensively, with fatigue. Because yesterday she had 2 chimneys, a coughing child, and the kitchen stores all vexing her at once. Because if I had told her the money would come, and then a messenger was delayed, I would have given her one more promise to carry in her face. Because I thought one day's silence before payment might do less harm than one more assurance that looked like postponement, if the roads worsened. That was not a foolish answer. It was infuriatingly a good one. I could see the line of thought exactly. I could also see where it failed. She should still have told me. Wes. And you should still have told her too. Wes. There it was again. Not defiance. Not the male pride that so often meets correction with injury. Only the plain acceptance of fault where he saw it. One cannot remain comfortably angry with a man who refuses the theatrical satisfactions of being wrong badly. I said more evenly. "Then tomorrow is too late. They are paid tonight." He inclined his head once. "Very well, but before supper." "Wes." It ought to have ended there. Instead he remained where he was, looking not at the ledger now but at me with that same deliberate steadiness which never felt idle. He said, "You have had 3 hours with Mrs. Finch, nurse, and the parcel list this morning, and still think clearly enough to move the payment forward. That was badly done of me." I made the mistake of meeting his eyes fully. "Yes," I said. A breath passed. Not easy. Not hostile either. Then, because the room had grown too close around the subject, I asked, "What are the parcels?" That redirected him at once. Christmas. 23 village households. The old governess in Ashford, the rector's wife's impossible charity school, 2 widow tenants, and 1 former gamekeeper who now drinks more than he ought but not enough to freeze without blankets. That sounds like a household governed by your mother. It is. And by you. Only where the sums become offensive. I held out my hand. "The list." He gave it to me. There is a kind of intimacy in standing side by side over necessity that no drawing-room courtship could produce. We bent over the parcel schedule together, line after line of flour, tea, candles, soap, coal tickets, old flannel, broth for 1 woman confined after childbirth, an extra blanket for the Hart boy whose leg had been broken at harvest, a note in Lady Mereford's hand beside one entry reading only "Send quietly." I said, "Who is Mrs. Weaver?" He answered at once, "Former nursery maid, married a cooper, widowed last spring." And why quietly? She took offense at charity 15 years ago and has maintained the position with admirable consistency ever since. I looked at him. "She sounds tiresome. She is very proud. So am I." He said, "Wes. That is why I thought you would understand the notation. That ought not to have warmed me. It did something worse. It made me feel seen not as a strategic acquisition, not as a title fitted into the house, but as a nature already being rid and included in the arithmetic of his decisions." I bent back over the list quickly. The rector's wife's school does not need plum cake. No. No. It needs coal and mended stockings. Plum cake is what ladies send when they wish to feel Christian and remain decorative. He made that small sound, nearly a laugh and not quite, which I had heard only twice before and trusted far too much. You improve my mother's theology. That is a low threshold. He was quiet for a moment. Then, do not say that before her unless you are prepared to survive the consequences. I begin to think Mereford's principal occupation is surviving consequences. That and laying fires. Sometimes in the same rooms. This time the change at the corner of his mouth remained a second longer. We revised the parcel list together, not sentimentally, efficiently. Yet with each item decided, soap rather than sweetmeats, coal over ribbons for children, linen to the widow tenant, less sherry for the rector's wife's event and more candles to the sick room in the village. I felt the ground between us alter. Usefulness, yes, but shared usefulness. And that is a far more intimate thing than people admit. At noon Henry was brought down to the schoolroom for broth and a quarter hour of lessons because nurse, having measured his strength with military suspicion, declared him bored enough to recover and too weak still to know it. I found him there later with copybook open, ink on one finger, and Adrian standing beside the table listening while he stumbled through a page of Livy with the air of a child personally insulted by the Roman Empire. Adrian said, "You read as if every line has offended you. It is badly written. It was not written for your comfort. No book is." I stood in the doorway and watched them before either saw me. There are forms of tenderness that would not survive naming. Adrian had one hand on the back of Henry's chair, not touching the child, merely holding place there. He corrected him without softness, without indulgence, and without once allowing the boy to feel foolish. When Henry coughed he stopped reading, waited, poured water, and resumed from the exact word with no comment upon the interruption, as if weakness need not always be made theatrical to be cared for. I had seen him dutiful. I had seen him honorable. I had seen him tired, silent, exact, and burdened. This was different. This was love made into habit, so thoroughly it no longer knew how to dress for observation. I must have moved, for Henry looked up and brightened. He said, "She will say the Romans ought to have had better coal." "I might," I answered. Adrian turned then. His face changed when he saw me. Not into the public composure I knew so well. Not entirely. Something remained from the look he had worn over the child's copybook, and because it remained, I saw more of him than he had meant to show. Henry held up the book. "I dislike him." "Livy." "No. The dead man in the story. That is probably just." I said. Adrian said, "Your wife does not improve discipline." It was the first time he had used the word so simply. Not Lady Mereford, not some careful form that preserved distance before servants, but your wife spoken to Henry as if the thing had already entered ordinary life. I ought not to have noticed it. I noticed it all the same. Henry says she improves other things. What things? The room, nurse, cake. The way people stop talking before I enter. That silenced both of us at once. Children, as nurse had warned me, hear far more than is profitable to anyone. Adrian set the water glass down. Do they do that? Henry said, "Wes. Except when you are angry. Then they talk after I enter because they forget." Adrian was very still. I crossed to the table. "Then we shall all have to grow less forgetful." But Henry accepted this as if I had merely corrected the weather. When nurse came for him 10 minutes later, he went only after insisting that his pony be remembered in the parcel accounts because winter happens to horses too. Adrian promised it would. I saw the look that passed between them at that quick understanding, old with practice. The sort of look formed only when grief has already taught two people the cost of evasion, and they have agreed, without ever saying so, to use very little of it with one another. After Henry had gone, the schoolroom felt suddenly emptier than its size warranted. Adrian closed the copybook and gathered the loose pages into a neat stack. He said, "You were right about one thing. Folly were the moment. How charitable." He glanced at me. "These servants do stop talking before he enters. Less than they did 6 months ago, more than they should now." I leaned one hand on the table. You knew, yes. And I thought time would cure it, but that is not a cure. It is drift. I know. No protest. No male irritation at finding every path back to the same criticism. Only that weary, exact knowledge again. Must stop, I said. Yes. Not by speeches. By rule. He looked interested then, which was a dangerous expression in him because it sharpened his whole face. What rule? That in family rooms no servant lowers his voice because the child approaches. If something is improper for him to hear, it is not spoken there at all. If it is proper, it is spoken plainly. No half whispers. No household alarm performed into silence around him, as if he were invalid and ornament together. He considered it for perhaps 3 breaths. Then, Wes, that quickly. It is right. Do not agree so easily. It makes me suspicious. One of those nearly smiles moved and vanished. I would disagree more decorously if I thought you mistaken. The light in the schoolroom had shifted. A frost, bright at the windows, fire warm near the hearth. Dust turned in the air where Nurse had shaken out Henry's cushion. Adrian still stood beside the table, one hand resting near the copybook his nephew had abandoned. Such a domestic scene ought to have been harmless. It was not. Harmless things do not tighten the breath. I said, because I did not trust the silence otherwise. You care for him as if every ordinary hour were something to be defended. His gaze lifted to mine. It is. There was no ornament in the answer. No opportunity to treat it lightly. I felt, rather than saw, the full weight of what those 3 words held true fever nights. Mourning, legal threats, a child's questions, every interruption to ordinary safety that grief and family appetite had already forced upon the boy. I said, softly now despite myself. Wes. He looked away first, which perhaps saved us both. At supper the wages were paid. I know this not because I stood in the hall to watch coin change hands like a triumphant tyrant, but because Harrison informed Mason, Mason informed Partridge, Partridge informed the stillroom, and by the time the second course was removed the entire lower part of the house had acquired that particular steadiness which follows a promise made good before it sours. Mrs. Finch's face at table remained perfectly composed. Only once, when she set before me the revised kitchen account, did her eyes meet mine with a degree of respect no longer provisional. Lady Mereford noticed everything. She said, "You look pleased, Mrs. Finch." "I beg pardon, my lady." "It is a rare expression in you. One likes to identify miracles properly." Mrs. Finch, who could have served emperors if required and frightened most of them into better punctuality, said only, "The household is easier this evening, my lady." "Ah," said the Countess. "Then someone has paid somebody." I kept my eyes on the soup. Adrian said yes. Lady Mereford looked from him to me. She replied, "Good. Nothing improves Christmas parcels like wages." After supper I went up to see Henry, partly because Nurse had sent word that he wished to argue over the Roman dead man again, partly because the day had grown too full of Adrian's presence for comfort, and I thought the nursery might steady me. Instead I found the child already half asleep, one hand on the blanket, the fire low, Nurse darting in the chair by the hearth, with that grave economy women practice when thread matters. He did not wait for argument, she murmured. Wise of him. He asked whether gentlemen always sign everything slower after marriage. I stood looking at Henry's sleeping face. "And what answer did you give?" "That gentlemen sign everything slowly when it concerns what they cannot repair if they are careless." I turned. Nurse's needle moved in and out of the wool. "You have an opinion of my husband," she said. "I have known him with mud on his boots and a dead child in the next room." Quietly. "That provides one. There are truths one does not press further because to do so would be indecent." I said only, "And what opinion is it?" She bit off the thread. She replied, "That he is not always right. But he never leaves if staying may do any good." When I went back down, the corridor outside the nursery was dark except for one lamp and a spill of library light farther along. The house was quieter by then. One could feel supper settling below stairs into washing, up and banked fires, above stairs into account books, letters, small pains in the joints of old servants, and the particular loneliness of winter rooms not yet fully inhabited. I ought to have gone to my own chamber. Instead, I followed the line of light to the library. He was there alone at the long table, coat off, waistcoat unbuttoned at the throat by 1 degree only, papers spread before him. Not the household accounts this time. Letters. Estate matters. Something from Belle. A small locked leather dispatch case at his elbow. He looked up at once when I entered. Is Henry worse? No. Asleep, he nodded. Then what is it? There was no softness in the question, only attention. Yet I had begun to learn that attention from him was often the more dangerous gift. I came farther in. Nurse says you never leave if staying may do any good. For one instant his face became unreadable in a different way than usual. Not controlled. Struck. She says a great many things she is not paid to say. Are they true? He leaned back slightly in the chair, not at ease, merely buying himself a little distance from the question. Sometimes staying is all one has. The dispatch case lay closed beside his hand. The leather was worn where a thumb had opened it many times. I looked at it only a moment. Long enough to remember the other letter. The one marked confidential, the silence still folded somewhere among his truths. You may gain affection for a man's visible loyalties, and still distrust the locked compartments of his life. The two feelings are not enemies, they are much worse, they are companions, I said. That is not the same as telling everything. No, he answered. The fire shifted softly behind him. The room had grown so quiet that every choice in it seemed audible, where I stood, where he sat, the papers in his hand, the unspoken matters on the table with the spoken ones. I could feel the pull of him more sharply now, because it had ceased to be merely physical. Beauty is often simpler than usefulness. Usefulness enters by the mind and becomes difficult to defend against. At last I said, today the servants were paid, Henry read badly, the rector's wife lost her plum cake, and your household did not fall. He said, no, a remarkable day. That was almost levity. I am trying to improve. Do not overreach. This time the nearly smile remained. He said, no. That would be reckless. I should have left then, while the moment still belonged to lightness and not to whatever lay beneath it. Instead I remained one heartbeat too long, and in that heartbeat the air altered again. Not because he moved toward me. He did not. Not because I moved toward him. I did not. Only because we both knew, suddenly and with uncomfortable clarity, that the day had bound us more tightly than ceremony had. Not through vows. Through wages. Through coal. Through a child's copybook. Through the ordinary labors by which one life begins to lean upon another before either is ready to call it tenderness. I lowered my eyes first. Good night, my lord. He stood then, as courtesy required and something else perhaps demanded. Good night, Lady Mereford. The titles should have restored distance. They did not. When I reached the door, he said, Eleanor. I stopped. It was the first time he had spoken my name without witness, without need, and without the formality of some document between us. No warmth dressed it. No possession. Only a grave exactness that made the single word seem more intimate than many speeches. I turned. Yes. He looked at me across the room, one hand resting on the back of the chair, the dispatch case still closed at his side. He said, Thank you. Nothing more. I inclined my head and left before the answer in my throat could become anything less safe than courtesy. But as I walked the dim corridor back to my chamber, I knew with unwelcome certainty that something in me had shifted. I had seen the man beneath the title more clearly than before. I had not ceased to distrust his silences. And because both things were now true at once, I was in greater danger than I had been on my wedding day. The trouble began with Belle, which was perhaps inevitable. Solicitors carry combustion in paper form, and always look astonished when houses catch. It was 2 mornings after he sent the wage monies through, and 1 day after the village had begun blessing my name for practical reasons I would never be allowed to enjoy in peace. Frost still held at the edges of the court, though the sky had softened into that pale winter brightness which promises thaw without quite delivering it. The house was in one of its rare intervals of steadiness. Henry had slept well. Cook had quarreled only once before breakfast. Mrs. Finch had discovered 3 missing napkins and recovered 2 of them without bloodshed. Even Lady Mereford had allowed herself to remark that the rector's wife's parcel might now include oranges after all, since Providence had evidently chosen not to punish us immediately for economy elsewhere. I had spent the early part of the morning in the morning room with the Christmas accounts, an open letter from my mother beside the inkstand, and the peculiar sensation of having occupied my place at Mereford long enough for other people to begin bringing me trouble as if it had always belonged there. Partridge came to ask whether the blue saloon curtains were to be turned before Christmas callers. Mrs. Finch followed with a question about candles for Twelfth Night. Nurse sent word that Henry required a second blanket, not because he was cold, but because he had decided Roman generals ought not to sleep under common coverings. All of it was absurd. All of it was also, in its way, the making of a household. At 11:30 Mason appeared at the door. "Mr. Bell, my lady." There are words which improve no woman's pulse. That was one. "Show him in." Bell entered with the winter still on his coat and a leather portfolio under his arm. He bowed with the same dry precision as ever, though I thought his face a shade more lined than usual. "Lady Mereford, Mr. Bell, my husband. Delayed in the West Field, I am told. A tenant's boundary matter." That sounded like a Dryan. "And my mother-in-law. With Mrs. Carberry in the Blue Saloon." That sounded like danger in another shape, but not one requiring immediate legal intervention. Bell hesitated very slightly. "I had hoped to speak with Lord Mereford and yourself together." "Not then. You may either wait or speak to me first, and repeat yourself later, according to which course promises less waste." I think he almost approved the answer. "If your ladyship permits, I should prefer the second." "Sit down, then." He took the chair opposite my writing table and laid the portfolio open between us. From it he drew not the ordinary settlement papers, which I already knew nearly by heart, but 2 letters and a fresh memorandum in his own hand. Something in my chest tightened. "This is not about the Christmas parcels, I take it?" "No, my lady." He did not soften. Solicitors almost never do when it matters. "It concerns Master Henry." The room seemed at once colder. I set down my pen. "In what respect?" "Not immediately alarming, I should say, but material." There it was again. Always that word, material. A word men employ when facts are too dangerous to call dangerous and too relevant to call unfortunate. "Then be exact." Bell folded his hands for a moment, choosing his order of entry as carefully as any general. "A letter has arrived from the London solicitor who handled part of your late sister-in-law's affairs, Louisa West. It appears that among the remaining papers left from her husband's estate there may exist correspondence touching upon the original understanding by which Master Henry came under Lord Mereford's practical guardianship. May. Wes. Bell, if you begin talking like fog, I shall send you back into the cold until your nouns improve." He bowed his head slightly. "Wes, my lady, there is a letter. Its exact wording is not yet before me, only a summary. The point is this. Mr. Julian Ashcombe has apparently seen enough of it to believe he may argue that your husband's present authority over Henry depends less securely upon family convenience than the household has hitherto preferred to suppose." For a moment, I heard nothing after that except the small settling sound of the fire. The letter. So here, at last, was one branch of the silence whose shadow had lain across us since before the wedding. I said, "Is the child truly in danger of being removed?" "Not at once. That is not reassurance. It is postponement." He said, "Wes." "I know." I rose and went to the window because sitting felt impossible. Outside, the court remained perfectly ordinary. A boy crossed with wood for the kitchen. 2 maids shook crumbs from a cloth. Somewhere a dog barked. Houses have the indecency to go on looking habitable while legal pressure arranges itself behind the walls. "When did you know?" Bell did not answer immediately. He said, "Some uncertainty existed before your marriage, at last." "Not certainty. Enough concern to make your husband wish the household settled as quickly as possible." I turned. "So he did no more than he told me?" Bell's face remained professional, which is to say irritatingly grave. My lord believed the matter not sufficiently fixed to justify alarming you before the marriage articles were complete. Believed. Wes. I walked back to the table. And now? Now I believe concealment would be both unjust and strategically foolish. There are moments when one wishes to break something merely because it remains inanimate while one is not. I put my fingertips on the edge of the portfolio and held them there until the urge passed. What is required of me? Bell seemed relieved by the question. Men often are when women skip injury and go straight to structure. They mistake the route for calm. Two things, perhaps three. First, your knowledge. If any challenge arises, it would be better for your position to have been informed than to appear delicately ignorant. Second, there may need to be additional domestic documentation, letters, schedules, testimony if it ever came to that proving the settled, orderly character of Henry's life here since your marriage. Third, there is a clause in the existing papers concerning your role in household governance and ordinary care of the ward, which might prudently be strengthened. Strengthened how? He produced the fresh memorandum. By naming, more plainly than before, my place in Henry's daily life, my right to be informed of material questions affecting him, and the expectation that no alteration in his residence or routine should be attempted without my knowledge. It was exactly the sort of language I had demanded in substance, and not yet received in full. And still I felt no satisfaction. Only the clean anger of discovering that one's suspicions had not been overactive enough. Why bring this to me before Adrian? Bell said, because he is presently up to his boots in frozen earth and argument. Because the draft should be shaped before his return if possible. And because, looking at me very steadily indeed, if your ladyship is to be more than ceremonial in this matter, you must decide whether you wish that truth written, while it may still be written from strength rather than under open attack. That was well struck. I hated him for it and trusted him more because he dared. I read the memorandum once, then again. I said, this will not do as it stands. He took up his pen almost at once. We worked for the next half hour like conspirators without romance a clause, consequence, wording, the precise danger of vague verbs. I altered 3 lines at once. He resisted one phrase and yielded 2 others. I required that coordinary consultation be replaced by immediate notice. I struck out a sentence that left too much room for male interpretation of necessity. He inserted language about written acknowledgement of Henry's health arrangements, residence, and domestic routine. I added that no future, temporary adjustment should be made without explicit record. Bell looked at me over the paper and said mildly, "Your ladyship writes as if you expect men to abuse the margin." "I write as if they have invented it." He made the change. At one point he drew out another folded sheet, not for my hand, but to verify a date. I saw only enough to read Louisa's name, and the phrase "if anything should happen to me," before he turned it over again. My breath caught before I could stop it. Bell looked up. He said, "That is not for general reading," quietly. "No," I replied. "I begin to understand that very well." A silence followed, not hostile, not easy. Then I said, "Did she doubt him?" He understood at once whom I meant. "No, not Lord Mereford." "Then whom?" Bell weighed that question longer than the others. "Her husband, perhaps. Circumstance certainly. Families most of all." That was answer enough to chill the room. I lowered my eyes to the memorandum again. So Louisa had feared something. Enough to write. Enough to leave words others were now using like tools. And Adrian had known there was danger in those buried lines before he married me. Not all of it. Perhaps. Enough. We went on. By the time the first draft of the revised clause was done, the room had changed from ordinary working order into that peculiar legal intimacy created when 2 people sit over the future of a child, and neither can afford vanity. Bell had moved from the chair by the table to the smaller desk near the fire, because the light was better there. I had gone with him, carrying the papers, and now stood half beside him, half over him, correcting a line as he wrote. "No," I said. "Not care and supervision. Supervision sounds like governess language. care and domestic authority. He amended it. And there. If a question is raised, any question materially affecting the ward's residents, health, legal standing, or domestic placement. He murmured as he wrote. Wes. The door opened. Neither of us had heard the knock, or perhaps there had not been one. Partridge stood there with a tray of fresh coal tickets in her hand and froze as if she had entered a chapel during confession. I stepped back at once. Bell set down his pen. Partridge's eyes flew from my face to his, to the papers, to the firelit desk, and then away with all the tragic speed of a servant who has seen exactly enough to ruin a whole day's discretion. My lady, I beg pardon, I was told Mrs. Finch said. Wes, I said. Leave them there. She set the tickets down so hastily that one slipped from the tray to the carpet. Bell bent to retrieve it at the same moment I moved, and for one ridiculous instant the whole scene acquired the sort of visual intimacy malicious memory improves, beyond justice. Both of us inclined over the same point, heads near, papers all around us, the room closed, the fire bright, the husband absent. Partridge snatched in one breath. I am so sorry, my lady. Go, I said, not sharply, but too late. She went. Bell remained half bent over the fallen ticket for one beat too long before straightening with the expression of a man who has just watched social catastrophe enter on soft shoes and knows exactly how fast it will travel. Well, I said. He replied, Wes. The absurdity of it was almost enough to make me laugh. Almost. I set the coal ticket back on the tray myself. Finish the sentence. Bell looked at me, then obeyed. That was perhaps the best thing he could have done. We had scarcely resumed before there came voices in the corridor. Not hurried. Female. One light and eager, one lower and more cautious. Mrs. Stanhope's cousin from Bath. No, Mrs. Carberry herself, and with her, I thought, the rector's wife. Of all the damn timings in England. The voices paused outside, then moved on. Bell kept writing. I said, If one more woman enters this room, I shall become a cautionary tale before luncheon. He said, You are already one in prospect, without looking up. That is a remarkably cold comfort. It is merely arithmetic. I ought not to have admired him for that. Yet I did a little. When at last the clause was complete, I read it over once more. It was stronger. Not perfect. Better than before. Better, too, because it had been written with the truth openly acknowledged between us, not dressed out in reassuring ignorance. Good, I said. Bell blotted the page. I will want Lord Mereford's approval before a fair copy is made. Of course. I should advise, he added carefully, that you speak with him before this reaches his mother through the passages. I laughed then, once, with no mirth at all. You think the passages are behind us? He said, No. Only ahead of us at speed. At that exact moment the library door opened wider and Adrian came in. He stopped. I shall remember that instant for the rest of my life. Not because he saw guilt where none existed, but because he saw the shape of danger before a word was spoken. Bell at the writing desk near the fire. Me standing beside it. Papers spread. The room closed. The house already primed by servants, callers, and the fatal industry of women with ears. His gaze went first to my face, then to Bell, then to the memorandum on the desk. Not jealousy. Not injury. Assessment. Too fast and too exact to be mistaken, he said. You have spoken. It was not a question. Yes, I answered. He came farther into the room and shut the door behind him, which was wise and hopeless at once. Bell rose. My lord, I had hoped to catch you sooner. You did not. No sharpness. Yet enough steel entered the line that even Bell looked drier. I said, because waiting would only worsen the thing. He has had a letter from London. It concerns Henry, and the clause regarding my place in household care. Something moved very slightly in Adrian's face. Not supremation. Bell said, You told her? I thought it just. And necessary, I added before Adrian could answer. His eyes returned to mine, he said. Wes, after a moment. Was, at least, he gave me without resistance. Bell began gathering the papers. I will leave the draft for your review. I think the language is materially improved. Adrian did not look at him. So do I. Bell closed the portfolio. The silence that followed was thick with everything no one had yet said, The old concealment. The new candor, the servant who had seen too much, the women in the corridor, the house itself already rearranging memory into story. At length Adrian stepped aside for Belle to pass. He said, "I will speak with you later." "Wes, my lord." Belle bowed to me. "My lady," then he was gone. The room did not empty with him. It tightened. For a few moments neither Adrian nor I moved. I could hear the house beyond the walls in fragments, a bell somewhere below, steps on the stair, a maid laughing too quickly, and then stopping, as if laughter itself had remembered something. He said, "Partridge came in, Wes." And she saw what any foolish person could turn into more than it was. His jaw altered by a degree. I was too late. I do not know what I had expected him to say, not that. Too late for what? To prevent this from acquiring the wrong shape in the house. There was no jealousy in him. None. Only anger at timing, at himself perhaps, at the corridors and their appetite. Strangely, that steadied me more than reassurance would have done. I crossed my arms. "You are not obliged to protect me from appearances every hour of the day." He said, "No. Only when I have already made appearances dangerous by giving them history." That struck hard because it was true in more than one direction. I said, "Belle showed me the outline of the London letter." His face became very still. I thought he might. "And he showed me the revised clause." Which I altered. "Wes." There it was again. No denial, no surprise. Only the quiet acknowledgement that events had at last outrun management. I went to the desk, took up the draft, and held it between us. "Why did you not tell me sooner?" He did not answer at once. The fire shifted behind him. Winter light lay pale along the books. He said, "Because, at last, before the marriage I knew only enough to fear trouble, not enough to place it clearly before you. After the marriage I wanted the papers settled before opening another uncertainty that might make you feel used." I laughed softly, though not kindly. "That hope has failed, Wes." The simplicity of the answer made fury difficult, and left hurt in its place, which was far less convenient. "Louisa wrote," I said. He looked at me then as if the room itself had moved. "Belle showed you that much, not intentionally, enough." A long silence followed. At last he said, "She was frightened." "Of whom?" "Of what might happen if she died before her husband's affairs were ordered. Of what families become where money, children, and weakness meet. Of being away from Henry if other people began deciding for him." Every word was plain. None of it was complete. "You knew she feared this." "I knew she feared uncertainty. I did not know Julian would one day turn fragments into leverage." The dispatch case from the earlier evening came back to me then, the locked compartments of his life. The letter in the library before our engagement, the phrases he had withheld, and the reasons he had found for withholding them. "You still choose your truths by measure," I said. "Wes." "And I am to trust that measure," he said. "No." Quietly. "You are to challenge it when it is wrong." That should not have mattered. It did, because there was in it not merely concession, but a place offered, not innocence, not obedience, opposition, even where needed. It was the strangest form of respect I had ever been given, and one of the hardest to resist. I set the draft back on the desk. "The clause stays as amended." "Yes." "And Partridge will talk." "Yeah." "And your mother will hear." "Yes." "And by supper the house will have decided I spent half the morning shut up with your solicitor over matters too private to name." His expression sharpened. "No. No. No. By supper the house will know that Belle attended on family legal business concerning Henry, and that he did so at your request as mistress of the house." I stared at him. "You think you can order the interpretation? I can order the line given to the servants. Mrs. Finch can make it the only survivable one." That, I thought, was not confidence but experience. "And the county women. I can do less there. Almost nothing, Wes." We both knew it. The truth of it settled between us without ornament. Someone beyond the library door would already be telling someone else that Belle had been closeted with me. By evening the tone of the thing would depend on who first carried it, who embroidered it, and whether decency or appetite reached the blue saloon faster. Adrian said, "I should have been here." "You were in the West Field." I should still have been here. No, I said, you cannot be everywhere. His gaze held mine. No, he answered. That is the trouble. It was such a bare sentence that for a moment I felt all my anger go quiet, not because it was gone, but because it had encountered the exact point of his failure and found there not arrogance, but exhaustion. I looked away first. From the corridor came the faint passing murmur of women's voices again. Mrs. Carberry, certainly. Perhaps Lady Mereford now as well. The house was absorbing the morning, aligning it, turning it toward consequences. I said, then speak to Mrs. Finch. I will. And I will see your mother before she hears it from anyone else. At that, something like concern crossed his face. You need not do that alone. I almost smiled. Almost. My lord, I was just seen in private conference with your solicitor. I suspect I can survive your mother. That drew from him a brief exhale, not quite, latter, yet near enough to warm the air for one heartbeat. Then it vanished. He stepped nearer the desk, not near me, only near enough that we stood on the same side of the papers now. As if whatever else was wrong, the thing at least belonged to both of us. He said, I am sorry. Not for Belle. Not for the clause. For the whole shape of it. I heard it plainly. I know, I said. That was all I could safely give him then. Because beyond the apology still stood the letter. The silence before it, Louisa's fear, Julian's appetite, and now the household's fresh opportunity to make meaning out of a closed room, and a woman newly married enough to be watched for every misstep. He took up the amended draft. This is better language. Yes. Very much better. I know. Again that nearly smile threatened and did not quite arrive. Do you mean to quarrel with me and improve my documents in the same hour? If possible. An efficient wife. Do not call me efficient. It sounds like a well-run dairy. This time the shadow of amusement reached his eyes before discipline took it back. Very well. We stood there one moment longer, too aware of the closeness created not by touch but by joint pressure and unspent speech. Then I gathered my skirts. I had better go and meet the version of this already walking through the house. He said, Wes. At the door I paused. Adrian. It was the first time I had used his Christian name aloud. No witness but the books, the fire, and the papers. He looked up at once. If I am to be challenged by your silences, I said, do not make me also defend them blind. Something changed in his face then. Not shock, not triumph. Something more inward and dangerous. Recognition, perhaps, that the distance between us had altered and could not now be returned unchanged to its earlier, easier cold. He said, No. I will not. I left the library and went straight toward the Blue Saloon. Before I reached it, Mason passed me in the corridor carrying a tray he did not need to carry yet, and trying very hard not to look as though he had already heard something. Harrison, polishing the stair rail with unnecessary vigor, bowed and missed none of it. From the open door of the morning room floated Mrs. Carberry's voice, too bright by half. The house had begun. And as I entered the Blue Saloon to meet my mother, in-law and whatever version of innocence still survived among county women before luncheon, I knew with perfect clarity that nothing improper had occurred. Belle had come on necessary business. I had done exactly what a mistress of Mereford ought to do. The child's future had been the matter under discussion. None of that would save the story, because houses do not remember only what is true. They remember what is seen. And Mereford, I thought, would not forget having seen me alone with Belle, while my husband was elsewhere, and the winter light lay close on the door. Chapter 4, Doors Closed Too Late. Lady Mereford and Mrs. Carberry were in the blue saloon when I entered, together with the rector's wife, who had the sort of benevolent face that always appears to be forgiving someone for sins not yet committed. The room was warm, overlit, and arranged to flatter winter callers into thinking they had entered not merely comfort, but moral order. The blue curtains had indeed been turned. The lamps were trimmed. A small fire burned with the precise degree of generosity required to make economy look like taste. Mrs. Carberry looked up at once. "My dear Lady Mereford, we had nearly lost you." "No," I said, moving to the Countess's side with such composure as I could assemble on short notice. "Only to Mr. Bell." That landed exactly as it ought to have done. Mrs. Carberry's smile wavered. The rector's wife lowered her eyes to her teacup. Lady Mereford did not so much as blink. She said, "Family business," lifting the cream jug, which, as you know, never improves by being delayed. Mrs. Carberry recovered in a flurry of softness. Of course, I only hope nothing had gone wrong." Nothing had gone wrong. That was the indecent part. Everything had simply become visible in the wrong shape. I sat. There are moments in society when a woman understands that dignity depends less on what she says than on how little room she leaves around the silence after it. I left none. I asked after the rector's wife's school. I inquired whether Mrs. Carberry's nephew had recovered from the accident with the pheasant gun. I listened with suitable gravity to a description of the poor roads toward Canterbury. I did all the things required of a viscountess in a blue room in winter, and because I did them, the scene was preserved from coarseness. Yet preservation is not the same as innocence. I could feel it in every glance, not open suspicion. Worse, curiosity dressed in charity. The sort that observes a woman more closely when she appears unruffled, because composure may always be reinterpreted as evidence of prior experience. Lady Mereford steered the talk with merciless skill. Before Mrs. Carberry could wander back toward Bell, she was made to discuss blankets for the rector's poor list. Before the rector's wife could ask after Henry in a tone too tender by half, she was drawn instead into the merits of broth versus milk in winter coughs. Every dangerous subject was not silenced, but redirected into some useful channel where I might answer without becoming its center. It was masterful, it was exhausting, and it made me understand more sharply than before that being protected in society often feels uncomfortably close to being managed. When the ladies at last rose to go, Mrs. Carberry pressed my hand. "You are looking very well, dear Lady Mereford." "Thank you. And so capable." That word again. "Wes," I said. "Winter prefers it." Her eyes flickered, uncertain whether I had accepted the compliment or made a knife of it. The rector's wife kissed the air somewhere near my cheek and declared she should pray for Henry's continued strength, which I permitted because one cannot very well forbid clergywomen their principal occupation. When the door had closed behind them and the sound of wheels began to fade down the drive, Lady Mereford set down her teacup. "Well done." I remained standing by the fire. "No, merely done. Do not be dramatic. Drama is what they wanted. You denied it them. I should be more grateful if I had not first been supplied to it." The Countess looked at me over the rim of her spectacles, which she had put on only after the callers departed and therefore regarded as private artillery. "You think today began with Bell?" "No," I said. "I think today began before I entered this house." That at least, she did not contradict. She removed the spectacles and folded them slowly. "My son has spoken to Mrs. Finch." "Ah, so I supposed. The servants will have the correct version." I looked at her. "Will they?" "Wes, and the ladies. They will have the version that survives longest in a respectable room." "That is not always the same thing," she said. "No. But it is usually the best one available." I went to the window. The frost outside had begun at last to dull toward thou. The court was marked by tracks, pails, and the small necessary violence of winter labor. 2 men crossed carrying logs. One of them laughed at something the other said, then checked himself on seeing the blue saloon curtain move. Even now, the house observed itself more carefully than usual. "I dislike it," I said. Of course you do. I dislike being defended in public by narratives composed elsewhere. Lady Mereford was silent a moment. Then, that is because you are clever enough to see the machinery. Ard. I turned. You do not object to it. My dear, I object to almost everything. That has never yet prevented the need for management. It was impossible to argue with her and remain entirely sure one was not being improved by the process against one's will. Before I could answer, the door opened again and Adrian entered. He came in from the colder passages, one hand still gloved, the other bare where he had evidently removed the glove in haste. His gaze took in the room at once of his mother by the tea service, me at the window, the absence of callers, the air still taut from their recent departure. Mrs. Carberry gone. Yes, said the Countess, and disappointed. He ignored that which was wise. He looked at me. May I speak with you? Lady Mereford rose. You may. Provided you do not imagine privacy improves truth. It only improves temperature. Then she left us. The blue saloon, emptied of women's voices, seemed suddenly too elegant for honesty. Adrian crossed no nearer than the center rug. My mother says the collars were handled. Like a minor fire, I replied. A shadow of something passed over his face. Not amusement. Regret perhaps sharpened by knowledge. Yes, you have spoken to Mrs. Finch. Yes, and Bell's visit was on family legal business concerning Henry, at your request and with my full knowledge. At my request. While you were the one who insisted the clause be amended. That is true. It is also useful. There it was again, that particular manner of his, in which truth and strategy were allowed to stand beside one another without apology. Some days I thought it the highest form of respect. Others I wanted to shake it out of him and demand a less exact man. I said, useful things are becoming crowded at Mereford. He accepted that without flinching. Wes, I waited for more. None came. You might, at least, have asked whether I was willing to become the public reason for Bell's presence. His gaze fixed more closely on mine. Would you rather I had made you an innocent bystander to your own authority? No, Then I would rather not discover, after the fact, which portions of my dignity are to be spent for strategic effect. Silence followed. Not angry silence. Worse. The silence of two people who understand one another sufficiently to wound accurately and are trying not to. At last he said, You are right. The answer, quiet and immediate, struck harder than argument would have done. I should have asked, Wes. I thought speed mattered more than form. And I think that sentence explains half the trouble in this house. Something changed in his mouth. Not quite a smile. Acknowledgement edged with fatigue. He said, Wes. Possibly more than half. I moved away from the window and came to the table where the abandoned tea still sat with its false little cakes and polished spoons. What did Bell's London letter actually say? His face altered at once. Not into refusal, into caution. That there may be correspondence Julian has seen or summarized, enough to trouble Henry's position if shaped maliciously. You speak of it as if it were weather. It is not weather. No, it is paper, which is worse. Yes. I set one hand on the back of the nearest chair. Then tell me all of it. A beat passed. Then another, he said. I cannot. The room seemed to contract around the words. Cannot, I repeated, or will not. He held my gaze. Both, perhaps. That answer, because it was honest, might almost have been forgiven had it not cut so precisely. Because Bell believes the precise contents are not yet stable enough to act on. Yes. Or because some of it concerns Louisa's private fears, and you mean to guard those against me as well. His face went very still. That too. I drew breath, but not enough of one. So there it is. What is? He said. The line. Nothing. I went on, because once the thing had shape it would not bear being wrapped again in courtesy. In public, you place the house in my hands before servants. You sign memoranda with me. You let me order coal, wages, rooms, parcels, and the whole visible machinery by which Mereford proves itself alive. Yet in private, where the real pressure sits, the paper, the fear, the origin of the danger, you close the door and tell me there is a portion I may not enter. He did not move. Not even to interrupt. That is not partnership, I said. It is jurisdiction. The word landed between us with the force of something too exact to be improved by passion. At length he answered, and his voice was lower than before. Wes. I had not expected him to concede it so plainly. The effect was unbearable. You mean to keep that line? For now. For how long? Until I know more clearly what is mine to tell. And who decides that? He looked at me steadily. At present, I do. There are truths which, however calmly spoken, strike like insult because they arrive already dressed in authority. This was one of them. I felt the heat rise in my face and despised it. How convenient. No. No. Necessary, perhaps. Damaging, certainly. Convenient, not at all. I laughed once with no humor in it. Your distinctions are always so neat. They are usually all I have. The answer ought to have moved me. Instead, it made me angrier, because I knew by then that he was not speaking theatrically. It was true. He had built himself out of distinctions, duty and feeling, public and private, protection and concealment, what was useful and what was kind. He lived in the seam between them so long he no longer noticed. Perhaps. How sharp it felt to others. I said, protection and exclusion are beginning to resemble one another. His face changed then. Not much. Enough. I know. Do you, Wes? Then why continue? The question came out quieter than anything I had yet said. That, more than anger, made it dangerous. He answered just as quietly. Because if I give you uncertain fragments, and they prove wrong, I make you carry alarm for nothing. If I give you another person's fear, before I know how much of it survives in law, I use the dead badly. If I let you walk into every chamber of this at once merely, because you have the courage to do it, I may still fail you by handing you what cannot yet be borne usefully. I looked at him. The room, the winter light, the blue silk chairs, the cooling tea, all of it seemed suddenly arranged around the single intolerable fact that his reasoning was not weak. It was careful. It was moral in the way such men become moral, not beautifully, but through constant contact with consequence. That did not make it easier to endure. And in the meantime, I said, I perform certainty for the county. Yes. I answer for Henry's visible place in this house. Yes. I take the glances, the callers, the servants' questions, the little public violences by which women test one another. Wes. And all the while the center of the thing remains elsewhere. His expression tightened very slightly. Wes. I might have shouted then, had shouting belonged to me. It does not. Anger in me has always preferred precision. It leaves more marks. I said, very well. The words were cold enough that he straightened almost imperceptibly, as though some further blow might follow. Instead I only said, then do not ask me to mistake the arrangement. I would not. No. No. He came nearer then, not enough to threaten, only enough that his next words no longer belonged wholly to the room. Helena, I know exactly what this costs you. That stopped me more effectively than apology. Because it was the first time he had said my name in the middle of disagreement, as if it were not a plea. Not a courtesy. Not a weapon, but the place where the sentence itself must land honestly or not be spoken at all. No, I said, after a moment. I do not think you do. A faint, tired pain crossed his face. You may be right. We stood there, the distance between us no more than a few feet and far greater than that. Then the door opened. Mason appeared, bearing a salver with a note on it, and the expression of a man who would rather have entered a room full of soldiers than two silent married people. My lord. My lady. A note from Mrs. Stanhope's maid, of course. Nothing enters a house alone. Not rumor. Not notes. Not women. Adrian held out his hand. Mason gave him the note and withdrew with visible gratitude for survival. Adrian broke the seal, read, and passed it to me at once. Mrs. Stanhope regretted if her presence earlier had coincided with any family business of a private and anxious nature. She hoped dear Lady Mereford was not overtiring herself with responsibilities so soon after marriage, for one hears that large houses demand much of a new mistress. I read it twice. Then a third time. She writes as if she were arranging flowers over a grave. Yes. And this means that she knows something happened. Not what. Enough to feel for a seam. I folded the note carefully. She will write to Bath by evening. Yes. And Mrs. Carberry. he said, will not write. She will visit. I almost smiled, which would have been monstrous. Your county is barbarous, Wes. That time I did smile, though only for a breath. It vanished almost at once beneath the weight still between us. Yet the momentary absurdity of mutual understanding had done one terrible thing. It had reminded me that I liked him best when we stood on the same side of ridicule. I set Mrs. Stanhope's note down on the tray. What now? My mother will answer that the house is orderly, Henry improved, Belle occupied with practical settlements, and you in no danger of collapse. Thank God. I should hate to collapse inelegantly. He looked at me then in that same grave way that always seemed half a step from tenderness, and kept itself back by discipline. You are not in danger of collapse. No, I said. Only of being used. The line fell sharper than I intended. His face closed. It was the first time that day I had struck him plainly enough for the effect to show. He said, I know that is how it feels. That is because it is not merely feeling. A long silence. Then, very carefully, no. He took up the tray himself and set it aside on the table, as if distance from the note might improve anything. It did not. He said. My mother receives callers tomorrow. I will be present. That is public protection again. Yes. He looked at me. Private remains imperfect. There are moments when one understands that the person before you is giving all he honestly can, and that all he honestly can is still insufficient. Few realizations are more exhausting. I went back to the window. Outside, though had begun to darken the stones. The men in the court had gone. Only one maid remained, carrying in linen before the damp could worsen it. Above, in some upper room, Henry laughed, a clear sudden sound, cut off quickly, perhaps by nurse, perhaps by his own cough. The life of the house continued with scandalous indifference to its moral complexities. Behind me Adrian said, There is to be a dinner on Monday. I turned. Wes. Small. Carbery's, the rector and his wife, and Sir Edwin Markham if the roads hold. To prove what? That the house stands. That Henry is not hidden. That you are mistress here in a settled way. That Julian has not frightened us into corners. I stared at him. And you tell me this now? Yes. Was it decided before Belle's letter? Yes. Before my marriage? No. Before my consent? No. Some small part of me was absurdly relieved by that, which only worsened my mood. A dinner, I said a guess. How charming. It will be unpleasant. Thank you for the optimism. His expression shifted by a degree. I thought clarity kinder. Do not speak to me of kindness just now. He accepted that. Wes. I turned back to the window once more, because the room could no longer hold both of us without either quarrel or surrender, and I was not prepared for either. After a moment he said, I will tell Henry myself that the callers tomorrow are not to trouble his hours. That is wise. And I will speak to Mrs. Finch about the servants' access to family rooms while callers are in the house. That too. Another pause. Then, very quietly, I'm trying. I closed my eyes for one heartbeat. I know, I said. That was the cruelest part. I knew it. If he had been careless, I might have despised him cleanly. If he had been charming, I might have defended myself. If he had been openly tyrannical, I might have fought on ground I understood. Instead he was trying, and still leaving me outside the locked center of the danger. When I turned back, he had moved no nearer, yet something in the room had altered again. Not softened. Tightened differently, as if the space between us had learned our exact measurements and was now fitted to hold us in discomfort. I should go up to Henry, I said. Yes. At the door I paused, though I did not mean to. Adrian. He looked up at once. When the line moves, I said, do not let me find out by accident. Something in his face changed, not with surprise, because he had expected the demand, but with the weight of recognizing it had now become promise or betrayal and very little between. He said, no. You will not. I left him there in the blue saloon with the cold tea, Mrs. Stanhope's note, and all the quiet public weapons of a winter house. Upstairs, Henry was in the schoolroom with nurse and a box of counters, trying to convert arithmetic into cavalry formations and failing nobly. He looked up as I entered. He said, You look vexed.
Do I? Wes.
Then I had better improve before dinner. That is what nurse says about most things. Nurse, darning by the fire, gave him a look which in another woman might have been fondness, and in her was simply the refusal to surrender truth to sentiment. He pushed the counters toward me. You must help. Uncle Adrian says Romans won because they were orderly. That sounds like something he would say. And nurse says people really win because someone remembers the blankets. I sat down beside the table. Your nurse is a philosopher, Henry said, Wes. But a severe one. I took up one of the counters and set it in line with the others. The room was warm, the child alive, the house above and below stairs still holding. Yet even there, with the winter dusk beginning outside and the ordinary comfort of lamplight gathering around counters, flannel, and nurse's needle, I could not quite shake the cold fact that had followed me up from the blue saloon. Adrian was shielding me where eyes could see. He was excluding me where truth began, and the two had become difficult to tell apart without hurting us both. The crisis came that same night, as if Mereford had taken offense at planning and chosen to answer with weather. By 8 of the clock the thaw had fully declared itself. What frost had stiffened in the morning now loosened into black runnels under the eaves and a wet wind off the coast that made every old joint in the house remember its weaknesses. The dinner tray sent up to Henry came back half-eaten. Nurse reported that he was restless, though not worse. Cook sent word that the kitchen range smoked again when the gusts shifted. Mrs. Finch informed me, with the composure of a woman already tired of the evening, that one of the outer window fastenings in the west passage had failed and Harrison was pretending not to notice the draft because he disliked admitting the joiner had been right about the frame. None of it, taken alone, amounted to alarm. That is the way trouble prefers to enter old houses, in pieces, each one deniable until they have agreed among themselves to become a single fact. I was in the morning room, with the dinner placement for Monday spread before me and a pencil in hand, trying to decide whether Mrs. Carberry might safely be sat 2 persons away from Mrs. Stanhope without creating a fresh species of warfare, when Mrs. Finch appeared at the door. My lady. It was the tone, not the words. I set down the pencil at once. What is it? The south nursery chimney has begun to smoke back. Nurse has sent for my lord. I was already on my feet. Henry, coughing, frightened more than ill at present. At present, I repeated. Yes, my lady. We were halfway up the back stair before she added. The wind has changed. There is damp down the flue. The fire will not draw clean. I knew before we reached the landing that the whole house had shifted around the fact. One can hear it in the pattern of steps. Servants moved quickly, but not yet chaotically. A door banged and was not rebuked. Somewhere above, Henry coughed twice in quick succession, then not again. Nurse's voice cut through the corridor, with the authority of a woman who has no time for rank, when a child's breathing is in question. Adrian came up from the opposite passage at the same moment we reached the schoolroom corridor. He had evidently been with Bell's papers or tenant accounts, still, for he wore no coat and had ink on one finger. The sight of him thus, formal still, but not arranged for company, ought not to have mattered. It did. Crisis has a way of stripping people down to the self one trusts or does not. He looked first at me, then at Mrs. Finch. How bad? A smoke in the nursery, my lord, said the housekeeper. Nurse has the child in the schoolroom now. The hearth there is lit, but the room is not fully warmed. Adrian did not waste one breath on visible alarm. Open the west end passage window 1 inch only. No more. Send Mason for extra coal to the schoolroom, and tell cook the kettle is to stay on. Harrison is to fetch the long screen from the south drawing room. Partridge to bring the flannel blankets to. He turned to me. Elinor. It was the first time he had spoken my name in front of another soul. No one reacted outwardly. Mrs. Finch's eyelids may have moved by half a degree. That was all. Yes. Go to Henry. If nurse wants Penrith, send for him at once whether the child protests or not. I know, he said. Wes. I know you do. We parted there. He toward the nursery, I toward the schoolroom. and the simple fact of being given the child without discussion altered the whole evening more than any declaration could have done. Henry was standing in the middle of the schoolroom wrapped in a blanket over his nightshirt, furious with the universe, and trying very hard not to cough because coughing, in his present view, would have made the house right. Nurse Barrett had a shawl over her own shoulders and suit at one cuff. The schoolroom fire burned, but too low for a child already chilled by smoke and interruption. Partridge was struggling with a second scuttle at the hearth and looking one startled movement away from tears. Henry saw me first. "The chimney is wicked," he declared. "Yes," I said, "and tonight it loses." Nurse did not look up from rubbing his hands briskly in a flannel cloth. The room filled all at once. "I had him out before the worst of it. He is not burned and not yet fevered, but the coughing will worsen if he chills." "Then he does not chill." Partridge fumbled the coal tongs. They clattered against the fender with criminal noise. "Stop shaking," I said without raising my voice. "Lay the coal. Then fetch the warming pan and 2 more pillows." "Yes, my lady." She went. Nurse looked at me once, swiftly. "He wants his little horse." "Where is it?" "In the nursery unless Smoke has made off with it." I crossed to the cabinet, found the schoolroom box of toys, and drew out the wooden Roman soldier instead. "This will do until a horse can be rescued." Henry said, "It will not. He is dead already." "Then he understands danger." That won half a breath of a laugh from him, followed by a cough sharp enough to bring the color down again in his face. Nurse swore under her breath in the mild nursery manner of one who has seen worse. I knelt in front of Henry. "Listen to me. You are not going back into the nursery tonight. I know. We shall keep you here warm until the other room is fit or another room is better. I know. You are not to be brave by refusing to cough." That made him glare. "How do you know?" "Because your uncle does it with every other kind of trouble, and I begin to see the family resemblance." That properly offended him into another breath, which eased the cough out instead of locking it tight in his chest. Nurse gave me a look I could not quite name and did not pause in her brisk, competent violence. The door opened. Adrian came in carrying the long screen himself, Harrison behind him with the rest. There was soot on Adrian's sleeve and a streak of black at his wrist, where he had plainly handled the nursery grate or flue. He set the screen around the schoolroom fire without waiting for a servant to do it. He said, "The chimney pot has shifted." To Nurse, Henry said, "The wind is pushing down rather than drawing up. The south nursery is unusable tonight. At once, I will sleep here." "No," said both Adrian and Nurse together. I almost smiled. Almost. Adrian looked at the room once, measured its warmth, the drafts, the child, the distance to the passage, and decided in a single breath. "The small yellow chamber next to my dressing room." Nurse frowned. "It has not been used this month." "It will be," I said. "It is near your rooms, Wes, and to mine by the inner door." His gaze met mine. "Wes." There was no time to discuss what the arrangement meant in the grammar of a household. Only whether it was practical. It was. I turned to Mrs. Finch, who had just entered with blankets over one arm. "The yellow chamber is to be aired now. Fresh fire. Mattress warmed. Curtains checked. Mason and Harrison together if Harrison is deaf tonight." Mrs. Finch nodded once. "Wes, my lady." "Not the nursery maid alone," I added. "This is speed, not delicacy." Something like approval passed through the housekeeper's face and was gone. Adrian said, "I will have the joiner woken if the chimney cap cannot be secured before morning." "No," I said. He looked at me. "Not tonight. Not in this wind and on that roof. You will break one man to save one pot." For a single moment the room held only us. Then Adrian inclined his head once. "You are right." I had begun to see how much authority might live in 5 words from him, when spoken at the proper moment and before the proper witness. Nurse said, "He must be moved now, then, before he cools." Henry objected to being moved, as if he were furniture, then coughed again and submitted, because even children understand when the house has ceased to be negotiable. Adrian bent and lifted him. It ought not to have startled me. He had carried him before, no doubt. in fever and in sleep, and in that strange long intimacy by which men who do not speak much love children with their arms more often than with their sentences. Yet the sight of it caught me unprepared. Henry, wrapped in blanket and indignation, one hand at his uncle's shoulder. Adrian steady, suit-streaked, expressionless, moving with all the contained care of a man who knows exactly how much a child weighs and exactly how much it would cost the room to see him afraid. He looked at me over Henry's head. Come. That was all. We moved together then, Adrian with Henry, I with Nurse and the extra blankets, Mrs. Finch directing Mason and Partridge at our backs, Harrison hauling the screen, as if England depended on upholstery, which at Mereford it often nearly did. The yellow chamber lay precisely where Adrian had said, a small inner room seldom used except when family illness, travel, or weather forced the house into practical truth. By the time we reached it, the grate had been laid and lit, the bed opened, the warming pan already run beneath the sheets, and the curtains tied back from the window to search for drafts. Mrs. Finch had moved with military swiftness. So had the servants under her. I felt, more than saw, the way the house had gone from scattered anxiety to ordered motion around a single necessity. It was the first time since my marriage that I understood, bodily and all at once, what it meant for Adrian and me to function as one center rather than two adjacent authorities. Not because we agreed in sentiment. Because the room obeyed us without confusion. Nurse settled Henry on the bed and pressed a hand to his chest through the blanket. She said, "Again. I hate you." Wes, he cuffed. Not worse, not good either. Enough to make her jaw harden. I went to the washstand, poured water, added the spoon of syrup Penrith had left, and brought it across. Adrian was already there at the bedside, adjusting the pillows higher without once making the child feel handled. Adrian said, "He drinks." Henry glared. "He always says that as if I were a horse." "You are much more expensive," I said, holding out the glass. That made Adrian's mouth shift by the smallest fraction. Henry drank because the alternative was argument without enough breath behind it. Outside, the wind hit the outer wall with a long wet force that made the casement answer in its frame. Nurse looked toward the sound. "He stays warm and high tonight. No drafts, no heroics, and no callers tomorrow if women mean to come and admire their own concern." "That was already my intention," I said. Adrian said, "Mine too." Again that brief stillness. Again the strange intimacy of agreement before witnesses who required it. Henry lay back against the pillows and looked from one of us to the other. "Are you both angry with the chimney?" "Wes," I said. "Violently," said Adrian. Henry considered. "Good." He closed his eyes then, not asleep but willing to be quiet, which in him was a form of trust. Nurse began to issue orders in the calm, lethal tone of a field marshal. One maid to sit outside the door until midnight. No one to open the inner passage door without knocking first. Broth in an hour if he woke. The little horse fetched from the nursery only after the room was fully clear and no soot left on the bed covers. Mrs. Finch accepted every instruction as if Nurse outranked bishops, which in such circumstances she effectively did. When at last Henry settled and the first sharp edge of danger passed, I realized how warm the room had grown. Too warm for my own breathing, perhaps. Or perhaps that was only the closeness of work and the end of immediate fear. Nurse sent Partridge away, Mason after her, Harrison to his ears and his prayers, and Mrs. Finch down to restore order elsewhere before the rest of the house began inventing catastrophe out of smoke. Adrian stayed. So did I, the child's breathing steadied by slow degrees. Nurse, seated now by the fire with her darning pulled futilely from her pocket, as if wool might reassert normal life over danger, looked from me to Adrian. She said, "He will do, at last. If the cough sits where it is and does not settle deeper by morning." Adrian nodded once. "If it worsens," she said, "I send for Penrith again. And I blame the weather, the chimney, and every man who ever thought nursery rooms secondary to visible roofs. It in my presence and his. Neither of us disputed her." "That seems just," I said. Nurse's needle moved. Adrian said, "Justice is often noisy, my lady, eh? So is this house. Something like amusement nearly touched her face. It did not quite arrive. I went to the bed and touched Henry's blanket, though not his skin, merely to feel whether the warmth held. It did. When I straightened, Adrian was closer than I had realized. Not touching, never by accident, yet near enough that the suit at his cuff, and the clean scent of cold air still clinging to him seemed suddenly more intimate than they had any right to be. "The kitchen range?" I asked, because some neutral question was necessary or I would become too aware of how little room the chamber allowed between us. He said, "Smoking less now." The draft changed again. The west passage window is shuttered. The south nursery fire is dead out. Nothing else spread. Then the house survived OVS. Yes. He glanced toward Henry, then back to me, because you moved it faster than I would have. I stared at him. No. Yes. You had already chosen the yellow chamber, bah. And you overruled the joiner on the roof. That was only common sense. He said. Wes. Quietly. Precisely. There are compliments that flatter and can be dismissed. This was not one of them. It carried too much trust, and worse, it was spoken before Nurse, who heard everything worth hearing and would forget none of it. I said. We did what the room required. His gaze held mine. Wes. Nothing more. Yet the word remained between us with a weight that had nothing to do with chimneys. Nurse rose then and came to the bed. He sleeps. Duh. Henry had indeed drifted off at last, one hand half open on the blanket. His mouth no longer tight with the effort of being brave in the wrong way. Nurse adjusted the coverlet, then looked at us both with the blunt neutrality of a woman, untroubled by aristocratic embarrassment. She said, "One of you may sit in the dressing room if you like. He will sleep more steadily if he hears movement near, and less steadily if two people stand over him breathing thoughts." I was so startled that I might have laughed had the room been any less quiet. Adrian recovered first. "I will sit." Nurse looked at me. "My lady, I will stay a while." That was how it happened. Not as scene, not as impropriety, not even as deliberate intimacy, merely as what the child and the hour required. The dressing room next to the yellow chamber was small, half warmed by the fire beyond, and lit only by one lamp set low. A narrow sofa stood against the wall, a table beside it, and Adrian's open dispatch case on the writing desk where he had evidently left it earlier in the evening, before the chimney began its rebellion. The sight of it struck me at once, though I looked away before looking could become meaning. Adrian drew the inner door nearly closed, leaving it open just enough for sound. We sat opposite one another, not at ease, merely in position. Between us the small table. Beyond the door, the steadying rhythm of a child's sleep, and Nurse's chair giving occasionally by the fire. For some minutes neither of us spoke. The house had begun settling around us again. Far below, I heard a servant's footsteps, then the muffled clink of the last kitchen work. Wind moved once more across the outer wall. Somewhere a shudder answered, then stilled. At length I said, "The servants watched." "Wes." They saw us move the house together. "Wes." "And what will that do?" He considered. "Mrs. Finch will sleep better." "That is not the answer." "No." He looked toward the half-open door. "It will tell them where command sits when the house is strained." "With you." "With us." The word entered the room and stayed there. I looked at him. He had washed the worst of the suit from his wrist, but a dark mark remained near the cuff where the flu had answered him. His hair had fallen slightly from order. The discipline of him remained intact, yet some outward polish had been burnt off by the evening. It was a dangerous improvement. "With us," I repeated. "Yes, and you think the house needed to see that." "I know it did." I lowered my eyes to the table. So did I, though I disliked the truth of it. Mereford had lived too long in fragments. Tonight, for the first time, those fragments had arranged themselves around one line of action without confusion. Servants notice such things. Children do too, houses most of all, I said. Then Monday's dinner becomes less necessary. No, it becomes different. How? Not proof of order, confirmation of it. I exhaled softly. You do love distinctions. They are usually what stand between a house and chaos, or between a wife and the center of the truth. The line came more sharply than I had intended. The room cooled at once. He did not look away, he said. Note that is another matter. Wes. Silence again. The dispatch case remained at the edge of my sight, closed, worn, patient in its secrets. I hated that I knew its shape so well already. I hated more that part of me associated it now not only with exclusion, but with this room, this night. Henry breathing safely beyond the door. Adrian's suit streaked and controlled, the house steadied under our joint labor. It is easier to keep resentment clean when it does not share air with gratitude. At length he said, "You were right earlier." About what? Protection and exclusion. I looked up, he said. They have begun to resemble one another. It flatly, not as defense, not as surrender, as fact. Wes, he repeated. The lamp between us made his face look more drawn than before. More honest, perhaps. Or only more tired, he said. The line moves. Echoing my own words from earlier. You will know it from me. That was promise enough to be dangerous and insufficient enough to hurt. And until then I keep trying not to fail you in two directions at once. The answer was so exact, so entirely himself, that I could not despise it even while it left me unsatisfied. I said, "That is not a talent I should envy." No. A faint sound came from the bedchamber beyond, Henry turning in his sleep and then settling again. Instantly both our heads turned toward the door. When no second sound followed, we both sat back at once. The movement was so simultaneous that for one absurd heartbeat I almost smiled. He saw it. Of course he did. Nothing. That was not nothing. No, I said. Only recognition. Off. That your nephew rules the house more completely than either of us. The change at his mouth this time remained long enough to be called a smile, though a small one and tired. He said, "That is true." And, because the smile came after the suit and the child and the ordered chaos of the evening, because was not displayed for company and not smoothed into charm, it had more power than it ought. I felt it like a dangerous easing in my chest. I stood at once. I should go. He rose too, automatically. You need not. I know. The answer came out too quickly, and we both heard it. I moved toward the door between the rooms, looked in on Henry once more, Nurse nod from her chair to say all held, and turned back to the dressing room. Adrian was standing where I had left him. One hand resting on the back of the chair, the lamplight catching the last dark mark at his wrist. I said because honesty had grown perilous and therefore necessary. Tonight was easier than it should have been. His gaze sharpened. In what way? In the wrong way, I said. For one beat he said nothing. Then, because we worked well together. Wes. He accepted that with no false humility. Wes. And the house saw it. Wes. And Henry felt it. At that his face altered again. The private change I had seen before only in the schoolroom and at the chapel steps. He said, Wes. We stood there with too much truth between us, and not enough room left for pretense. At last I moved past him toward the corridor. As I did, my sleeve brushed the back of the chair he still held, and his hand lifted at the same instant. Whether to move it or to steady me I could not afterward have said. The contact never truly happened. It nearly did. That was worse. I stopped at the threshold. Good night, I said. He did not answer at once. Then, quietly, good night, Eleanor. The use of my name, after the night we had just had, in that half-warmed inner room while his nephew slept beyond the door, carried far more danger than any overt tenderness could have done. I left before he could see what it did to me. In my own chamber later, while my maid unpinned my hair and the house went finally, grudgingly, toward midnight, I thought not of the chimney, nor of Monday's dinner, nor even of Mrs. Stanhope and her watchful breed. I thought of Adrian carrying Henry, of the house obeying us in one line, of Nurse saying one of us might sit near, of the word us, spoken plainly and without embarrassment, and of how perilously easy it had become, under pressure, to forget for a few hours that the center of the truth still stood closed to me. That was the real damage of the evening. Not the smoke, not the wind, not even the household witnessing us act as one. It was the narrowing of the emotional distance between us at the exact moment when the locked door between trust and knowledge remained in place. I slept for perhaps an hour, and woke as if the house itself had called my name without using sound. At first I did not know what had roused me. The room was dark except for the low red seam of the banked fire. My maid had gone long since. The curtains were drawn. Somewhere in the walls Mereford made its old nocturnal noises, settling timber, a distant shift of pipes. The dull complaint of wind now turned damp and uncertain after the evening's violence. Then I heard it again, not alarm, not a bell, only the faint tread of steps in the inner passage and the muffled opening of a door carefully closed again. Henry. Or Adrian. Or both. That was enough. I lit the candle at my bedside myself and wrapped a shawl over my night rail before stepping into the passage. The carpet there muted everything. A lamp burned low at the turn near the yellow chamber. Left, I supposed, for nurse or for any servant sent in the night. The house was quieter now than it had been during the chimney business, but not fully at rest. One can feel when a large house is sleeping lightly. The door to the yellow chamber stood not open, but unlatched. I paused outside and listened. No coughing, no nurse's brisk movement, no frightened child, only the soft, even rhythm of sleep and, beyond it, a different silence, wakeful waiting. I tapped once and entered. Nurse Barrett was asleep in the chair by the fire, upright and formidable even in unconsciousness, her hands folded over the darning she had not finished. Henry slept deeply at last, one arm flung above the blanket, the little wooden horse restored to him and lying on its side near the pillow like a conquered companion. The room was warm. The fire held. The second blanket had been tucked properly around the bed. Whatever else the night had cost, it had not cost us his rest. Adrian stood at the far side of the room near the window, one hand on the edge of the curtain, looking not out, I thought, but listening to the chimney or the weather beyond it. He had taken off his coat and waistcoat. His shirt sleeves were turned once. That alone should not have seemed intimate. In a husband it was nothing remarkable. In Adrian, who wore discipline even in the arrangement of his cuffs, it looked almost indecently unguarded. He turned when he heard me. "You should be in bed." "So should you." He glanced toward Henry. He woke twice. Not badly. I stayed until he settled again. "Nurse is asleep." "Yes." "As are you, almost." That was not true. He looked tired enough to fracture, but not a man within several miles of sleep. I came farther into the room and stood at the foot of the bed. Henry did not stir. "He is easier," I said. "Wes. Then the house may survive till morning." "That remains to be proved." The answer was dry enough to be almost light. "Almost." Nurse shifted once in the chair, then settled again. I lowered my voice. "Has the south nursery been fully shut?" "Yes. Mrs. Finch has moved the linen out. The joiner comes at first light. Harrison has been forbidden to argue with him." "That will fail, da." "Yes." I looked at Henry once more. His breathing remained steady, though now and then he made those small unconscious sounds children make, when the body is still remembering distress and deciding whether it may let it go. The sight of him did something tender and terrible inside me. I said, more quietly still, "He was frightened." "And you?" His eyes came to mine. You were frightened." For one moment I thought he might deny it from habit. Instead he said, "Wes." The plainness of it moved through me like the cold edge of clean water. I looked away first. That was always the trouble. A more decorative man would have made things easier. One could defend against performance. It was much harder to defend against truth given without display. Nurse stirred again. Adrian crossed the room at once and took the shawl hanging on the chair back, laying it more securely over her shoulders without waking her. The gesture was so practiced, so entirely without self-consciousness, that it made my throat tighten for reasons I resented. When he turned back, I had gone to the little table by Henry's bed, and was straightening the medicine spoon, though it needed no straightening. "You have suit on your cuff still," I said. He glanced down. Probably. It was more than probably. A dark smear remained at the edge of the linen where the sleeve had been rolled. Before I had fully decided to do it, I reached for the damp cloth beside the basin. He saw the movement and was still. "You need not." "I know." I stepped nearer and held out the cloth. "Give me your hand." For a man who issued orders without waste, he obeyed strangely slowly. The lamp beside the bed threw a soft narrow light. Henry slept. Nurse slept. The whole room seemed built around the quiet between us as I took his wrist and turned the cuff back enough to wipe away the remaining soot. His skin was cool where the linen had loosened. I had not touched him beyond the formal grip of a ceremony or the accidental nearness of a rushed room. Not truly. Not like this, small, practical, unnecessary if judged by strict need, and therefore far more dangerous. Neither of us spoke. The suit came away on the cloth. My fingers remained at his wrist a heartbeat longer than they ought. Not enough to be deliberate. Too long to be innocent. I felt the pulse there steady, stronger than mine, unbearably alive in the stillness of the room. Then Henry shifted in sleep, and the moment broke like thin ice. I let go at once. "Dear," I said. Adrian looked not at the cuff but at me. "Thank you." The words were very quiet, the kind that carry farther for being so. I set the cloth down. For suit. For staying. The answer struck too close to the center of me. I moved away from the bed and toward the inner door, needing the smaller space of the dressing room, or some different air before the room itself became impossible. He followed after a moment, leaving Nurse and Henry to the fire and sleep. The dressing room was dim. Only one lamp burned low on the desk. The dispatch case still sat where I had seen it earlier, closed and patient, as though every one of his withheld truths had been content to wait there until I was foolish enough to hope the night had softened them. I stood near the narrow sofa. Adrian remained by the desk. Beyond the half-open door Henry breathed. That was the boundary of the scene, the reason for it, the danger in it. For a little while neither of us spoke. Fatigue had thinned both of us past ornament. It felt as though any sentence must come out either too honest or not worth saying. At last Adrian said, "When the chimney began, he called for you first." I looked up. "That is not true." "It is." He called the chimney wicked. A shadow of something not far from a smile moved at the corner of his mouth. "Wes." Then, when Nurse had him in the schoolroom, he asked whether you were coming. My hand tightened on the back of the sofa. The room did not change. I did. "That is because I was there earlier." He said, "No. It is because he trusts you." I ought to have answered with sense. With caution. With some measured observation about frightened children and recent marriages and the habits of rooms under strain. Instead I said, "That is a great deal to place on me." "Yes. And you place it anyway." "Yes." The repetition should have annoyed me. It did something much worse. It let me hear how little flourish there was in his trust when he finally gave it language. I lowered my eyes. "You make everything sound so bare." "I have never been accused of decoration." "No." A silence opened. Not awkward exactly. Charged in that exhausted late way when even the air feels rubbed thin. Then he said, "If you had not been here tonight, the house would have managed. Henry would have been moved. The fire would have been relit. The joiner would still come in the morning. All the necessary things might have been done." I waited. He went on, slower now, as if the words were finding him rather than the reverse. But it would not have been the same. The line was spoken too quietly to be performance. Too exact to be mistaken. I felt it like a hand at the center of my chest. "Adrian." He looked at me. For the first time since our marriage I saw something in his face, not built out of restraint, duty, or decision, but worn through by feeling he had not meant to let show. Not dramatic feeling. That would have been easier. Something steadier and more dangerous. Relief. Dependence. "Perhaps the beginning of need," he said. "I do not know. When I began counting you among the things I reached for before the room had finished becoming difficult." No man had ever said anything to me remotely like that. Not because it was beautiful. Because it was true. The dressing room seemed suddenly too small for breath. I said, "Because anything else would have been impossible. That is not a thing one ought to say at 2 in the morning. No. And not in half darkness with the child asleep through the next door. No. Then why say it?" He gave one tired, almost incredulous exhale, as if the answer were simpler than the hour deserved. Because it is true. The lamp on the desk flickered once. Beyond the door Henry shifted, then was still. Somewhere far off a board settled in the corridor. I ought to have turned the moment aside. I ought to have reminded him of the hour, the impropriety of speaking intimately where a servant might wake, the dangerous softness of exhaustion. I did none of those things. Instead, I stood there feeling the whole of the room bend toward a possibility I had promised myself to keep in check. He came one step nearer. Only one. Enough that the distance between us ceased to be safely formal and became something chosen. I could see the line of tiredness at his mouth, the dark mark fatigue had left beneath one eye, the clean skin at his throat where he had loosened his collar by a degree. The nearness itself felt like risk. He said, "Eleanor." My name and his voice did more damage than any endearment could have done. I lifted my hand before I quite knew it, perhaps to stop him, perhaps to steady myself on the edge of the moment. Instead, my fingers brushed the fabric at his sleeve just below the elbow. Not even skin, just cloth warmed by his body. He stopped. The touch was almost nothing. It was enough. For one beat the whole room seemed to hold its breath around that single point of contact. Not an embrace, not a caress. Only a brief answering nearness that acknowledged what had been crossing between us for days in practical labor, unguarded glances, and the terrible intimacy of shared household crisis. Then clarity returned in the most inconvenient form possible. I let my hand fall. What was in Louisa's letter? The words were out before tenderness could become refuge. He looked at me as if the floor had shifted beneath him. I did not relent. "You say Henry trusts me. You say the house is different because I am here. You say you have begun reaching for me before the room has finished becoming difficult. Very well. Then tell me what I keep being asked to stand beside without seeing clearly." The change in him was immediate and painful to watch. Not anger. Retreat. I had begun to recognize it now. The inner drawing back into order, into duty, into the cold chamber where decisions were made cleanly and feelings were permitted only if they did not interfere with them. He said, "Eleanor." Again. "No." I stepped back. "Do not use my name as comfort if you mean to give me the same wall. It is not a wall." "No." "It is duty," I supplied. "Yes, of course it was." I laughed once, softly and without mirth, because the pattern had become almost elegant in its cruelty. "You always arrive there at last," he said. "It is not where I arrive," more sharply now than he had spoken all evening. "It is where I begin." The line cut more cleanly than anything else had. Then I misread the room. His face altered. Perhaps he heard too late what the sentence truly meant. "That is not what I said." "No," I replied. "Only what it amounts to." I turned away from him and went to the desk, putting the closed dispatch case between us because symbols are vulgar and sometimes necessary. "When the house is in danger," I said, "you give me the child, the servants, the rooms, the memos, the signatures, the visible proof. You tell me I am part of the center. But the moment feeling opens the door even a little, I ask for truth, and you retreat behind duty as if affection itself had become a breach in the wall." He did not answer. I looked at the dispatch case and then up at him. "That is not marriage. That is managed access." The words landed and remained. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, very quietly, "Perhaps it was the wrong answer. Not because it was false. Because it was true enough to wound and not brave enough to change." I drew breath slowly and let it out. "Then do not ask me to be grateful for nearness you cannot bear into honesty." Beyond the door Henry coughed once in his sleep, a small dry sound, and both our heads turned by reflex. Nurse murmured something too low to distinguish. The cough passed. The child settled again. When we looked back at one another, the moment that had lived between us a minute earlier was gone. Not dead, wounded. Adrian spoke first. "I should go back in." "Wes." He did not move at once. There are silences that invite repair. This one did not. It stood there with too much damage already done, and too much fatigue to mend it properly. At last he said, in the plain controlled voice he used when feeling had been locked away again behind usefulness, "He may wake before dawn. I know. You should try to rest." I know. The repetition was ugly. We both heard it. He went to the inner door, paused with one hand on the frame, and said without turning, "Monday's dinner will still stand unless Henry worsens." The sentence was so practical, so resolutely about the house rather than us, that I almost admired the severity of the retreat. "Of course," I said. Then he was gone back into the yellow chamber, into nurse's lamplight, and the child's sleep and all the duties that could still be executed cleanly even after the emotional room had been spoiled. I remained alone in the dressing room another minute, perhaps two. The lamp burned low. The dispatch case sat where it had always sat. From beyond the door came only the softened sounds of care continuing without me. At last I took up my shawl and left. The corridor outside was dim, the house half drowned in late night quiet. On the turn of the stair I paused once and looked back. No one followed. No one called me back. The whole of Mereford seemed to breathe around me, with the indifference of walls that had seen generations of people mistake necessity for safety, and then wonder when the two divided. In my chamber I did not ring for my maid. I lay awake until dawn began to thin the edge of the curtains and thought, with a steadiness I would rather not have possessed, of exactly what had happened. He had let something slip. Not seduction, not charm. Something far more dangerous. He had shown me that I mattered to the room inside him where instinct lived. And when I asked for truth in return, he had retreated into duty with the speed of a man fleeing fire. That was the real injury. Not that he withheld. I had known that already. It was that for one breath I had believed the nearness might alter the rule. By breakfast I was composed again. That, too, was dangerous. By breakfast the next morning I had recovered my composure well enough to pour coffee without shaking, and to ask Henry whether Roman generals ever overslept in cold weather, without sounding as if I had spent half the night learning the exact dimensions of my husband's retreat. Henry, restored by sleep, and soothed by nurse's conviction that the world could still be ordered by flannel, said that true generals never overslept, only waited strategically with their eyes shut. Lady Mereford buttered toast. She said, "That is a family doctrine if ever I heard one." Adrian looked down at his cup. I could not tell whether the line struck too near or not near enough. Nothing in his manner toward me at breakfast was cold. That would almost have been easier. He was exact. Attentive where the room required it. He asked whether the yellow chamber had remained warm through the latter part of the night. He told Mrs. Finch the joiner was to be paid double if he secured the nursery chimney before another wet wind. He made certain Henry's broth came before the rector's wife's oranges, which I took as evidence that even under social pressure he had not gone entirely to hell. But privately there was a new care in him, and I understood it at once for what it was: not indifference, but caution born of injury. He had felt the force of the night as I had. He had also felt me strike the wall and find it still standing. So we sat there, husband and wife, governors of coal, flannel, and household speed, while the larger truth remained under lock and discipline. Monday's dinner went forward. That alone ought perhaps to have counted as triumph. After the chimney, after Bell, after Mrs. Stanhope's note, and Mrs. Carberry's appetite, and my own late night humiliation, the very fact of putting candles on the table and guests in their proper seats might have been called victory by a less exhausted woman. I did not call it that. I called it weather resisted by lamps. The day passed in arrangements. Mrs. Finch supervised the laying of the dining-room fire, as if the French might invade through any grate insufficiently prepared. Cook declared she had been ruined by having to improve the soup after yesterday's smoke. Mason scented himself less offensively than usual, which I interpreted as a sign the house had entered a period of heightened seriousness. Nurse allowed Henry 30 minutes below stairs in the schoolroom and no more. The south nursery chimney, by the joiner's report, had been fixed, though nurse refused to trust it until one whole night had passed without offense. I agreed. At Mereford, faith and draught never ought to be mistaken for each other. Adrian was in and out of the house most of the afternoon, seeing to tenants, Bell's new wording, and the arrangements for the guests. Twice he sought me in the morning room on practical matters. Once to ask whether Henry should appear at all after dinner or only before it. Once to confirm that Sir Edwin Markham might safely be seated opposite Mrs. Carbery, who admired her own gentility more. When a baronet was available to witness it. On both occasions he addressed me with the same grave courtesy as before. On neither occasion did either of us so much as approach the subject of the previous night. There are marriages, I suppose, where feeling rushes toward breach and explanation. Ours, being built on structure and pressure, did not. It held. That was perhaps its virtue. It was certainly its punishment. The guests came at 6:30. Sir Edwin arrived first, florid from the cold and determined to behave as though county dinners had been invented principally to confirm his importance. The rector and his wife followed, she tender, he dignified, both grateful enough for invitation to forgive any amount of subtle warfare. Mrs. Carbery came last, breathless with weather and information, which is a state I suspect she found natural. Lady Mereford received them in black silk, and pearls severe enough to discourage sentiment. I stood at her right in dark green satin, plain gold at my wrist, my new ring visible and unavoidable. Adrian came in only after all were assembled, which was wise. Men at such dinners are improved by appearing occupious elsewhere until the room has fully appreciated the labor of waiting. He crossed first to his mother, then to the ladies, then to me. No softness, no intimacy, nothing improper for any eye to seize. Yet, when Sir Edwin, in his booming attempt at gallantry, remarked that Lady Mereford had already given a singular air of settled comfort to the house, Adrian answered before I could, "My wife has improved the house by preferring reality to appearance." Sir Edwin laughed too loudly, as men do when they have been made to feel clumsy by a line they do not fully understand. Mrs. Carbery smiled. Lady Mereford said nothing at all, which in her was as eloquent as applause. We went in to dinner. The room was warm, correctly lit, and beautifully arranged in the manner of houses that have learned to spend just enough in public to keep inquiry from arithmetic. Mrs. Finch had surpassed herself. The table glittered, but not vulgarly. The flowers were winter greenery and nothing more, which suited the season and saved money. The silver was all present, which reassured me more than it ought. One does not inspect closets and inventories without permanently altering one's relation to spoons. Henry was not brought down to table. That would have been too much. Instead, nurse allowed him, by agreement, to appear for no more than 10 minutes in the blue saloon before the ladies retired after dinner, wrapped in propriety, flannel, and the consciousness that he was being admired for the continued success of his lungs. During the meal Adrian did exactly what he had said he would do. He was present. It sounds a small thing. It was not. He kept the room aligned. When Sir Edwin wandered toward dangerous benevolence over Henry's health, Adrian answered with enough detail to satisfy him, and enough firmness to deny him pity. When Mrs. Carbery attempted to praise me for settling in so swiftly, Adrian turned the talk at once to the village parcel list and made it plain, before all present, that I had revised it with judgment he valued. When the rector's wife made some soft observation on the strain new duties place upon a young bride, Lady Mereford was prevented from eviscerating her only because Adrian asked whether the school subscriptions in the parish remained insufficient, and thereby forced the poor woman into safer mathematics. He shielded me. Openly. Skillfully. Without once making me feel foolish. That should have comforted me. Instead, it produced the same bitter double sensation I had come to know too well, gratitude sharpened by resentment. In public he gave me standing, voice, visible alliance. In private he still reserved the locked center, protection and exclusion, again. Always. By the time the ladies withdrew to the blue saloon, I was tired in that exact social way which feels not like fatigue of the body but like the thinning of the skin. Henry was brought down there at last in his dressing gown and with the little wooden horse restored to honor under one arm. He submitted to admiration with bad grace, which improved him, as Mrs. Carbery declared him better colored. The rector's wife nearly wept over his courage. Henry asked whether her schoolchildren received oranges, or only sermons, and thereby restored proportion to the room. Nurse stood near the door like a general consenting to a truce. I stood beside the fire. Lady Mereford occupied the sofa with the expression of a monarch receiving reports from a border province. The house held. Then Mason entered with a salver. Upon it lay one card and one folded note. "There are entrances after which a room does not breathe in the same way," he said. "My lady," to the Countess. "A groom from Ashcombe House has brought this. He was told no answer need be waited for unless your ladyship required it." Lady Mereford held out her hand. Mason gave her the card first. She looked at it, then at the note, then at me. She said, "Curious." Mrs. Carberry, seated 2 chairs away and trying not to lean visibly, nearly succeeded in remaining civilized. The Countess turned the note over. "It is addressed to Lady Mereford." For one absurd second no one moved. Then I realized by the direction of her gaze that she meant me, not herself. Lady Mereford handed me the folded paper. The seal bore no crest, only plain red wax pressed quickly and without elegance. I broke it there because refusing would have made the room worse. Inside was one sheet, folded twice. The hand was masculine, bold, and carefully schooled toward civility. I recognized it at once from the name I had seen months ago, though in truth it had only been days, on the outer panel of the other letter in Adrian's study. Lady Mereford. As a relation newly entered into our family's difficulties, you may perhaps wish to know that certain papers exist in your late sister's own hand which would have advised fuller candor before any marriage was hurried to strengthen the present household arrangement. I should be grieved to think a lady so visibly honorable were asked to defend publicly what has not been shown to her privately. If you ever wish to distinguish concern from concealment, I remain, with regret, your obedient servant, Julian Ashcombe. I read it once. Then again. By the third reading the room had gone almost perfectly silent, because every woman present had learned, without seeing a word, that the paper contained something much more nourishing than weather. I folded it neatly. "From Mr. Julian Ashcombe?" asked Mrs. Carberry, in the tone of one who would have sold a pony for the answer, and hoped to receive it free. "Yes," I said. Lady Mereford extended her hand. I gave her the nut. She read more quickly than I had, and if I had not already learned to watch her with care, I might have missed the one true reaction she allowed herself, not surprise, but a hard small narrowing at the mouth which meant the blow had landed where she feared it might. The rector's wife lowered her eyes. Mrs. Carberry raised hers. Nurse, who understood rooms better than all the county women together, crossed to Henry as if that alone might keep the child outside the circle of adult danger. "What does he want?" Mrs. Carberry asked at last, unable to bear refinement any longer. Lady Mereford folded the note once precisely. She replied, "What he always wants." Advantage arranged as feeling. It was a magnificent answer. It also told the room enough to awaken every appetite in it. I said, "Because passivity now would have been suicide. He appears to be sorry for my ignorance." Mrs. Carberry looked horrified in the way kind women do when delighted by another woman's danger. "Your ignorance." Lady Mereford cut in before I could. "Mr. Ashcombe mistakes his own curiosity for moral duty. It is a family weakness on that branch." The rector's wife murmured something about how tiresome men become where property and children are concerned. It was the nearest thing to honesty she had offered all evening. At that moment the gentleman entered. The timing was perfect in the manner of disasters. Adrian crossed the threshold first with Sir Edwin behind him, and the rector somewhere in the rear. One glance was enough. He saw the women's faces, Henry standing too still beside nurse, his mother holding the folded note, and me by the fire with all composure in place and none of it natural. He came directly toward us. "What has happened?" Lady Mereford held out the note. "Your cousin writes to your wife." He read it where he stood. I watched his face as I had watched it so often by then, for the first sign that the interior had changed before discipline repaired the surface. This time the sign came quickly. Not surprise, not quite, confirmation, anger, and something colder underneath, a recognition that the letter had not merely arrived, but arrived in the exact room where its damage would be widest. Sir Edwin, too far away to read but near enough to smell blood, pretended interest in the mantel ornaments. Mrs. Carberry was having what I imagine she believed an attack of sympathy. Henry looked from Adrian to me, and knew perfectly well the room had become adult in the worst possible way. Adrian folded the note, he said. He will receive no answer. That was all. No explanation, no reassurance, no denial before witnesses. He turned then to nurse. Henry has had enough company. The boy stiffened at once. No, I have not. Wes, said Adrian. No, oh. Henry. There are tones in which men speak to children that prove everything they wish hidden from other adults. This one proved love, authority, fear, and the need to end the scene before more harm reached the wrong ears. Henry heard all of it and submitted, though not willingly. Nurse took him away. As he passed me, he whispered, "Was it the wick chimney?" "No," I whispered back. "Only a wicked man." That, I think, satisfied him more. Once the child was gone, the room tried to reform itself around civility. It failed. Sir Edwin began some useless speech about regrettable family misunderstandings. Lady Mereford froze him with one glance. The rector's wife asked whether tea should be poured. No one answered. Adrian stood with the notes still in his hand, not looking at me now, but not looking either. I understood at once what he was doing. Protecting the room first. Putting the truth off by another quarter hour, choosing sequence over comfort, as always. At last Lady Mereford said, "Mrs. Carberry, I believe your shawl was asked for." It was not. Mrs. Carberry knew it. So did everyone else. But she rose at once in a flood of false reluctance, the rector's wife after her, and within 5 minutes, the guests had been moved, gathered, wrapped, and sent toward their carriages with enough dignity that the county would at least have to embroider from a respectable base. Sir Edwin lingered one breath too long in the hall until Adrian said, in a voice so level it left no furniture standing around the meaning, "Good night, Sir Edwin." The baronet went. The front door shut. Wheels sounded on gravel. The house drew in on itself. Only then did Adrian turn to me fully. I stood where I had stood when the note arrived. My hands were cold. My face was not, which meant anger had gone too deep for visible color. Lady Mereford remained by the sofa. She said, "Well, he has been clumsy sooner than I expected." I did not look at her. Sooner. "Wes, I had thought he would wait another week before trying to drive the wedge through your marriage rather than the household." Through your marriage. The phrase struck me more sharply than anything yet. Adrian spoke to his mother without taking his eyes from me. You knew he might write. I knew he might move. There are only so many directions open to him. And did not say so. You were busy deciding which truths your wife might safely endure. There are women capable of cruelty so exact it almost deserves admiration. Lady Mereford was one. Adrian's jaw altered. He said nothing. I did. "What papers?" The room went very still. Lady Mereford looked at me. "My dear." Nupo. I turned then to Adrian. "What papers?" He still held Julian's note. His fingers had tightened at one edge, enough to bend the sheet. A line or. It was the wrong opening. We both knew it at once. No," I said again. "Not my name." "What papers?" A long silence followed. Then he answered, and because he answered before his mother could intervene, I knew the blow had landed exactly where it ought. Some letters in Louisa's hand. Some associated papers from her husband's affairs. Belle has not yet seen the originals. Only a summary from London and enough to know Julian means to use them. He says they would have advised fuller candor before our marriage. Yes. Is that true? The question stood there naked. No county women now. No Sir Edwin. No child. Only the house, the three of us, and the line I had kept asking him to move. At last he said, "Partly." I laughed then. Once. Quietly. That made it worse. "Partly." Lady Mereford rose. "This is not the room." "No," I said. "It never is." I had meant the line for her. Adrian heard it too. He took one step toward me. "Listen to me. I have done little else. Eleanor, you hurried the marriage because you feared some letter might strengthen Julian's hand. I hurried it because the house needed settlement before he forced worse ground. And because of the letter. Wes. There it was at last. Clean, too late. How much did you know? Not enough. How much? He shut his eyes once very briefly. Enough to fear that Louisa, before she died, had written something expressing anxiety for Henry's future and mistrust of other branches of the family. Enough to suspect Julian had seen or heard of it. Not enough to know the exact wording or the legal weight. And yet enough to marry me under urgency. Wes. I did not move. If I moved, I thought, something in me would give way to either tears or violence, and I respected us both too little in that moment to allow either. Lady Mereford said. Miss. Lady Mereford. I turned on her then. No. Do not call me that as if the title were the answer. You asked me to stand in the breach. Very well. I have stood, I have taken callers, servants' dinners, signatures, wages, nurses' orders, public suspicion, Henry's trust, and every visible piece of this household into my hands. And all the while the hidden center of it has remained a matter of male timing. The Countess received the blow without flinching, but I saw that it hit. Adrian said, quietly, You are right. Wes, I replied, I know. The note still lay in his hand. Julian's hand. Louisa's implied hand behind it. Belle's summaries. The sealed letter I had seen in the library before my marriage. All the fragments aligned suddenly into one shape. The rumor campaign, the hurried license, the guardianship clause, the dispatch case, the London letters, the note tonight timed for witnesses. Not separate. One danger, one chain, one concealed center from which every public shadow had been cast. I looked at Adrian and saw, with terrible clarity, that the sealed letter in his study and Julian's campaign had never been parallel threats. They were the same thing viewed from different doors. You knew, I said not loudly, from the beginning. No bow. From before the wedding, Wes. Before the engagement was announced. He did not answer at once. That early, I asked. He said, Wes. There was nothing left in the room after that but truth and what truth does when late. Lady Mereford moved toward the bell. I will send everyone away below stairs. This need not be heard across the house. I said, It already has been heard across the house. Only not in words. She rang anyway. Of course she did. A maid came. Was ordered to send Mrs. Finch down to the still room and keep all servants from the blue saloon passage until further notice. And vanished at once with the speed of a woman grateful to be excluded by command rather than daring. When the door closed again, Adrian put Julian's note on the table and came nearer. Not too near. Never too near when the thing between us was raw enough to cut. He said, Eleanor, I did not marry you to use your ignorance. No, I answered. Only to endure it. Pain crossed his face then, too quick to be anything but genuine. That is not fair. No, no. I married you because the house needed settlement, Henry needed protection, and because I believed you would see what was required more clearly than anyone else. I also married you because... He stopped. Because what? Because he respected me. Because he had begun to need me. Because at 2 in the morning he had admitted I was already one of the things he reached for when rooms became difficult. None of it mattered enough beside the fact of concealment. Do not finish that sentence unless you mean to finish the other one first, I said. A silence fell that felt almost audible. Then Lady Mereford, who had stood stiller than judgment by the fire, said, He means that he preferred your strength to any easier woman's softness. I turned to her. And did you, my lady, prefer my strength because it could bear being deceived more decorously? For the first time since I had known her, she looked struck not by impertinence, but by justice. She said, No. After a moment, because I thought you would survive truth badly handled better than most. That is not praise. No. It might have been almost apology had she been born under another star. I looked back at Adrian. The answer, I knew suddenly, would not come from confrontation tonight. Not the real one. He would tell me what he could. He would tell it carefully. He would tell it under the governance of Belle, duty, Louisa's memory, and his own hatred of giving uncertain fragments. I would get more words. Perhaps even useful ones. But not the whole. Not now. Not with the house still hot from Julian's note, and my anger burning so visibly through every sentence. If I asked now, he would retreat again into the best version of his limits. And somewhere in Mereford, perhaps in the library, perhaps in Bell's packet, perhaps in a servant's route of delivery, perhaps below stairs where letters pass from hand to respectable hand before entering the family rooms, there was still paper. Real paper. Not summaries. Not guarded mail interpretations. Paper in Louisa's own hand. That was where the truth lived. Not here, where I could be managed by conscience and care. I realized all of this in the space of perhaps 3 breaths. Adrian was still speaking, explaining something about Bell's expectation of the London copies, Julian's attempt to force disclosure before the originals could be examined, the danger of giving weight to a summary not yet fully authenticated. I heard the structure. I no longer believed structure would bring me first to truth. He stopped. I think he understood from my face alone that the room had altered. Eleanor, I said very evenly, you should burn that note. His brows drew together slightly. What? Julian's note. Burn it. There is no use giving servants one more object to remember. Lady Mereford looked from him to me sharply. She heard what lay beneath the sentence. Not surrender. Repositioning. Adrian said, Wes, of course. He moved to the fire and held the paper to the flame. It blackened, curled and caught. For one savage instant Julian's careful script glowed red, and then fell into ash. I watched it burn. When Adrian turned back, perhaps expecting continuation, perhaps further quarrel, I said only, I am tired. That was true enough to pass and false enough to protect me. He looked at me steadily. Yes. No attempt to stop me, no plea. No demand that we finish the matter honorably before sleep. Perhaps he knew, perhaps not. But I think some part of him understood that to press me then would not bring closeness. It would only drive the truth farther inward. Lady Mereford said, Tomorrow. No, I replied. Tomorrow Henry is not to be troubled. The county will feed on what it has already seen, and the house must behave as if dinner were all that occurred. Tomorrow may keep its own shape. Then I left them there. Not dramatically, not in tears. I simply turned and crossed the room and went out into the corridor, where the lamps had been turned low and the house stood listening in its old patient way. At the head of the stair I paused. Below, somewhere near the back passage, I heard Mrs. Finch's voice, giving some practical order about the nursery grates. Farther off, a maid laughed once and was silenced. The ordinary sounds of Mereford continued, as they always did, alongside the private rearrangement of women's futures. I could go back. I could force the issue now. I could follow Adrian into the library, demand the dispatch case, demand Bell, demand every letter, every summary, every line Louisa had written before she died, and he would stop me. Not violently, not cruelly, with conscience, with duty, with reasons. And every locked thing would lock harder. No. If I wanted the truth, I would not get it by standing before the wall and asking the wall whether it existed. I would have to go around it. Somewhere in the house the letters had come in. Somewhere below stairs the messengers had been admitted. Somewhere Mrs. Finch knew which hands carried which packets and which rooms Bell used when he wished not to be seen. Somewhere Harrison remembered where old papers had been shifted after Louisa's death. Somewhere Mason, Partridge, or the stillroom knew more of routes than of meanings. And Bell, for all his dryness, had already shown me enough to prove that summaries were not the truth itself. Confront Adrian directly, and I would receive duty. Investigate first, and I might reach paper. I stood there in the dim corridor and made my choice. Not because I wished to deceive him, because I no longer believed honesty was available to me, by request. I would learn what Louisa had written. I would find where Julian's hand touched the house. I would know, before I was asked to forgive or defend one word more, exactly what I had been married into. Then, and only then, would I confront my husband. I went upstairs without looking back. Chapter 5. The Letter Below Stairs. The next morning Mereford behaved as if dinner had been the only thing of consequence, and Julian Ashcombe's note no more than an offensive gust one shuts out by improving the fire. That is one of the oldest lies told by large houses. They continue. They lay the breakfast cloth. They relight the morning room grate. They carry coal, answer bells, brush mud from hymns, and open shutters upon a day which looks offensively ordinary. In that way they encourage everyone within them to mistake continuity for innocence. I mistook nothing. Henry woke easier and was not brought downstairs. Nurse reported that the cough remained high and troublesome but not deep, which, in her language, amounted almost to praise. Lady Mereford dictated 2 notes before breakfast and received 1. Adrian read Bell's memorandum in silence, folded it, and said only that the joiner's man had secured the nursery pot against another wet wind. Mrs. Finch informed me that the yellow chamber had been put to rights and might, if required again, be made warm in under half an hour. All this was useful. None of it altered the fact that somewhere in the house there had lately existed a paper in Louisa's hand. A paper whose shadow had been long enough to reach my marriage, before it ever reached me. At breakfast Adrian did not look at me less than usual. That would have been easier. He asked whether Henry should have broth or eggs at noon. He told me Bell would send over a fairer draft of the amended clause, once London replied again. He remarked that the South Passage carpet ought to be lifted before damp spoiled the backing. Everything in him was attentive, exact, proper, and impossible to accuse in a room with servants present and a child upstairs. Lady Mereford observed us both over the marmalade. She said, "You are both very industrious this morning." No one answered. Henry, had he been there, would have said the room was speaking before he entered, because the adults had forgotten how to stop. In his absence we maintained the fiction of order more successfully. After breakfast I went first to the schoolroom, because not even investigation may be permitted to look like neglect where children are concerned. Henry was propped in the chair by the fire with a blanket over his knees, 1 Latin book open, and 1 expression of affront worn at nurse, for having declared conjugation superior to cavalry arrangements until his lungs improved. "You look as if someone has cheated you," I said. "I have been denied glory. That is often better for the household." "No, it is not." Nurse, cutting bread for his tray with unnecessary firmness, said, "You may have glory after broth." Henry looked at me. "Does marriage improve tyranny?" "No," I said. "Only rank." That pleased him enough to endure the broth. I sat with him 10 minutes, corrected nothing in the Latin, because he was too weak to profit from shame, and left only when nurse's face told me the room required less affection and more warmth. The house below stairs was already in full motion. That was where truth, I had decided the previous night, would more likely leave its footprint. Not in drawing rooms, where everything arrived dressed, but in passages, trays, messenger rotes, account books, wrapper piles, and the hands that moved papers, because gentlemen had been distracted elsewhere. I began, therefore, with the only form of inquiry women may safely practice in houses such as these management. Mrs. Finch was in the housekeeper's room, with the wage book open and 2 loaves marked for village distribution set aside on the sideboard. The room smelt of beeswax, paper, onions from the kitchen passage beyond, and that faint warm wool smell which clings to houses in winter when every garment must dry indoors before another errand. My lady. Mrs. Finch. I took the chair opposite her and laid down the list of Monday's leftovers. The rector's wife is to have the veal bones, not the best of the broth. Mrs. Weaver may receive the 2nd blanket now the stable loft has been cleared. And I want the answer book for household notes. She reached at once for the small leather-bound volume in which messages received, messages sent, and miscellaneous domestic communications were recorded in a hand far neater than most family letters deserved. "Wes, my lady." I opened it. Monday's dinner confirmations. The joiner's account. A note from cook concerning oranges. The arrival of Sir Edwin's man with his master's regrets at delay. Then, lower on the preceding page, entries from the evening before a groom from Ashcombe House. Note delivered to Lady Mereford in Blue Saloon. No answer. Mr. Bell's clerk. Packet from London. Delivered by back passage owing to weather. Placed for my lord. My pulse changed before my face did. I thanked heaven for practice. Mr. Bell's clerk came by the back passage. Wes, my lady. The front was full with the dinner preparations, and the roads in such condition the groom had already made mud of the lower hall. And the packet. Given into my lord's hands. That might have ended the matter if I had been foolish enough to trust single lines of record over houses in real movement. Instead, I turned one page farther back, as if I cared only for consistency. The clerk had come in the late afternoon, before the guests. The evening had then broken into Julian's note, dinner, callers, and the chimney chaos carried over in everyone's nerves. Mr. Bell himself had been in and out of the house over several days, bringing papers, taking papers, altering clauses. It would have been miraculous if every sheet had always remained in the correct pile. I closed the book. I want the wrappers preserved from the London packet. Mrs. Finch looked up. Preserved, my lady. For the answer file. If Bell writes carelessly and later disputes what he sent, I should like the dates clear. This was sufficiently dry to satisfy her that I meant business and not nerves. Wes, my lady. They will be in the lower press with the returned seals and outer covers. The lower press in the still-room passage. Wes. Good. I will see Half-Rose. She can fetch them. No, I said. Stay. The wage book still wants you. I shall take them there. That was the first lie I told in my marriage. It was not, I think, a ruinous one. It was certainly a deliberate one. The still-room passage lay behind the housekeeper's room, warmer by degrees toward the kitchen, colder where it bent toward the little back hall through which tradesmen, clerks, and the practical world entered. The lower press stood where Mrs. Finch had said, a narrow-built, in cupboard used for every humble but necessary remnant. Ladies seldom acknowledge wrappers, seals, bits of string, old lists, parcel tallies, empty paper covers kept until accounts were settled, and messenger slips too trivial for the family rooms, and too important to be lost before they were copied. I opened it. Inside, the smell changed at once from kitchen warmth to paper, sealing wax, dried orange peel, and damp wood. The shelves held their small history in layers. A basket of folded outer sheets. A pile of milliner's wrappings, string old labels. 2 cracked wafer boxes. A packet of return notes tied together with brown ribbon. And, on the second shelf beneath a bundle of Christmas parcel addresses, a larger set of papers, not belonging there at all. I knew them at once. Not by title. By disorder. Bell's hand is too orderly to leave a packet wrongly stacked among wrappers unless the house has intervened. Here were several sheets folded together, without ribbon. One outer cover bearing London mud. Another marked in pencil for Bell's office, and between them a draft in Bell's own hand partly familiar to me, because the amended guardianship clause had passed under my eye only yesterday. For one instant I stood absolutely still. This was the point at which a more innocent woman would have shut the press and rung for Mrs. Finch. I did not ring. I took the packet down and carried it to the still-room table beneath the small window, where winter light came in pale and serviceable over a bowl of quince jelly cooling on the shelf beyond. The top sheet was the outer wrapper from London. Beneath it, Bell's memorandum. Then my amended clause, marked in Bell's margin with 2 queries and 1 correction in Adrian's hand. And beneath that, folded smaller and copied in a clerk's neat script, not the original letter perhaps, but an extract. At the top, in Bell's writing, a copy of extract from letter in Lady Louisa Ashcombe's hand, retained with London packet for counsel. My fingers went cold. There is no true moral elegance in such moments. One may either pretend one has not seen and remain decorative, or read and cease forever to claim innocence as defense. I had long ago been denied the right to the first. So I unfolded the extract and read. It began without ornament. If I do not recover, Henry must not be sent to Julian or any house governed by him. He thinks children are leverage, if they bring consequence with them. And I know too well what his concern costs, once one begins paying it. Adrian will not like my writing this, But he is the only person I trust to keep the child where he is loved more than his usefulness. I stopped there. The still room seemed very quiet. Beyond the passage someone crossed with a tray and did not enter. Somewhere in the kitchen cook shouted at a maid for wasting peel. The ordinary life of the house continued while the dead spoke across it. I read on. But if Henry remains at Mereford, he must not remain exposed to the weakness of a bachelor household under present strain. The house must be made unassailable before Julian turns family concern into legal interference. If that means marriage, then let it be a marriage entered honorably, and not by drawing some innocent woman blind over our disorder like a curtain. Tell her what she is asked to bear. Let no lady be made to stand smiling in a room whose foundations have not been named to her. My hand tightened on the paper hard enough to crease it. So, here it was at last. Not summary. Not male interpretation. Louisa's own hand, copied but plain enough, cutting cleanly through every layer of duty and arrangement to the exact point I had kept striking without at ever being shown the wood beneath the paint. If that means marriage, tell her what she is asked to bear. Do not draw some innocent woman blind over our disorder like a curtain. I had never liked Louisa's ghost when it hovered in conversation. Now, against all sense, I liked her very much indeed. Below the extract lay Bell's memorandum explaining why the passage mattered. I read that, too. In the dreest legal hand imaginable, it observed that no single private expression from the late Lady Louisa could determine guardianship, but that if Julian possessed or could credibly summarize such correspondence, while also arguing that Mereford remained financially strained and domestically vulnerable, then his campaign of concern might gain practical weight in county opinion and perhaps in any inquiry. It concluded, Lord Mereford's recent marriage materially strengthens the visible stability of the household and greatly improves resistance to such interference, provided the new Lady Mereford's authority appears settled and her ignorance of prior concern cannot be maliciously represented as deception. Fuller candor within the marriage is, in my view, advisable before Mr. Ashcombe attempts to shape the contrary narrative. Fuller candor within the marriage is advisable. I laughed then, quietly once, without any mirth in it at all. Bell had advised, Louisa had warned, Julian had threatened, and Adrian, exact, honorable, impossible Adrian, had still chosen sequence, caution, and partial knowledge over telling me plainly what paper and dead women had already said ought to be told. I read the extract again. This time the word struck differently. Not only used. Protected too. He had not hurried the marriage merely to strengthen his hand as guardian. He had done it because Louisa had seen, even dying, what a house without a mistress looked like to enemies. He had done it because Julian meant to use every visible weakness against Henry. He had done it, I realized with a kind of unwilling pain, because if the house became publicly indefensible, while I was merely a guest or possible bride, my own name might have been dragged through county gossip before I even possessed rank enough to withstand it. He had tried to shield me. He had also denied me the truth, by which I might have consented freely. Both things stood there at once. That was the misery of it. I became aware then that I was not alone. Not in the still room. Not exactly. Only that some movement had paused in the passage beyond the half-closed door. I folded the extract swiftly and looked up. Harrison, I said. The old servant came into view with one basket of kindling on his arm, and the air of a man who had heard enough to know he ought to have heard less. My lady. He did not look at the papers. That, more than a direct stare, told me he knew what category of danger the room had entered. What is it? Mrs. Finch asked whether the blue saloon labels were to be saved from the Christmas basket, my lady. Such was the fiction he offered me. Not good, loyal. Wes, I said. The R, he inclined his head. Then, with that same deaf old dignity which Mrs. Bell's and not Truth's, he added, the back corridor is clear for the present, my lady. The present? I understood him perfectly. Thank you, Harrison. He withdrew. I sat another minute with the papers in my hand and the still-room window giving pale light over the copied lines of a dead woman who had understood my danger more exactly than the living had allowed me to. At last I refolded the extract with care and set the packet in order as I had found it. Not because I meant to leave it there forever. Because one does not survive houses like Mereford by allowing emotion to disarrange evidence. I took Belle's memorandum and Louisa's copied extract out of the pile and slid them beneath the household answer book one had brought down with me. The rest I replaced in the press where the wrappers lay. No one stopped me. That too I felt. Not because no one would have dared. Because the house had already begun, by degrees, to place certain things in my hands without calling the act theft. Mistress of the house. Care and domestic authority. Inspection of budgets, the child's room, the servant's wages, the parcel lists, the visible proof, and now, through carelessness or fate or the ordinary leakiness of great establishments under stress paper, I stood and went back to the housekeeper's room. Mrs. Finch looked up from her accounts. "The wrappers, my lady." "Wes," I said, "I have what I require." She studied my face one heartbeat longer than comfort allowed. Then she looked back down at the wage book and, without comment, asked whether Mrs. Weaver's blanket should go out before supper if the weather held. It was an act of mercy so clean I could not mistake it. "Wes," I answered. "Before supper." I left her then and went not to the morning room, nor to Henry, nor to Lady Mereford, nor to Adrian. I went to my own chamber and locked the door. Only there did I unfold Louisa's copied words once more. The paper shook a little in my hand. Not from fear. From the force of finally reading what had already shaped my life before it reached me. Some innocent woman blind over our disorder, like a curtain. No lady be made to stand smiling in a room whose foundations have not been named to her. I sat at the writing table by the window and laid the extract beside Belle's memorandum. Outside, the winter day had begun to dim toward afternoon. In the court below, a servant crossed with coal. A maid beat crumbs from a cloth. Somewhere in the house Henry laughed, then coughed, then laughed again in defiance of it. Mereford continued as houses do. In my hand lay two truths at once. Adrian had not concealed a trivial embarrassment. He had concealed the very sentence that would have told me, in Louisa's own voice, what I was entering. And yet that same sentence proved he had acted not only for himself, but for Henry, for the house. And yes, damn him for me. Protected and used. There are wounds one may endure cleanly if they belong wholly to one kind. This did not. That was what made it almost unbearable. I folded the papers again and placed them in the drawer beneath my gloves. And then I sat very still and understood, with a clarity too sharp for tears, that the next conversation with my husband could no longer be merely about secrecy. It would have to be about trust, and whether he had any right to ask for mine after standing between me and the dead woman who had told him to speak. I did not confront him at once. Anger that arrives with paper should never be spent in passages where servants may count its steps. Nor should a woman, having finally laid hands on the truth denied her, rush with it straight into the arms of the man who denied it and call that courage. That is only appetite for injury wearing a noble face. So I waited. I saw Henry again at noon and listened. While he declared that broth improved no one, and that nurse's insistence upon wool at the throat was a plot against heroism, I signed the order for Mrs. Weaver's blanket. I answered one note from the rector's wife, and ignored another from Mrs. Carberry which wished, with intolerable delicacy, to know whether I had overtired myself after Monday's dinner. I reviewed the coal estimate. I heard cook's complaint about geese. I did all the things a mistress of Mereford was meant to do. And because I did them, no one looking at me would have guessed that in the drawer beneath my gloves lay a copied extract in Louisa's hand, which had already divided my marriage cleanly into before and after. Adrian crossed my path twice in those hours. Once in the lower hall, where he asked whether Henry had taken the broth. Once in the morning room. He placed Belle's fair draft of the amended clause beside my blotter and said, "There are two phrases you may still wish altered." There was nothing strained in his manner. Nothing defensive either. That was what made it so impossible to bear. He behaved as a man behaves who believes the next conversation, however difficult, may still take place upon ground not yet irrevocably broken. He did not know that the ground had already opened. I answered him correctly both times. I even altered one of Bell's phrases because a woman may be furious and still superior to a weak verb. But I did not speak of Louisa, nor of Julian's note, nor of the stillroom press, nor of the copied extract now hidden in my chamber drawer like a blade wrapped in linen. Not until night. Henry went to bed easier than the previous evening. Nurse allowed him to be read to for a quarter hour after supper, because the cough had remained high and not fallen deeper, which in her theology counted as grace. Lady Mereford played patience in the blue saloon and lost without visible annoyance. Bell's latest note was answered. The nursery chimney held. The house quieted. At 9:30 I sent Mason with a message no servant could misread and none could pretend not to understand. If my lord is at leisure, I should be obliged to see him in the library. Mason bowed with the grave face of a man who knows marriage has entered the stage at which polite notes may contain artillery. I went down myself, before he returned, and laid the copied extract and Bell's memorandum on the long library table under the lamp. I did not sit. Sitting would have implied patience. I had enough discipline for standing and no more. When Adrian entered, he shut the door behind him and stopped at once. His eye went first to my face, then to the papers on the table, then back to me. A man may discover, in one glance, that the thing he most hoped to sequence gently has already outrun him entirely. I watched the knowledge arrive in him without speech. He said, "You found them." "Not where, how?" "Not only that. Wes." He came farther into the room. Not quickly, never quickly. Yet all the same the air altered as he crossed it. Did anyone else see them? It was the wrong question, though I understood why he asked it. "The house, always the house first," I said. "That we begin where we always begin." His face changed slightly. "That is not what I meant." "No." "Then begin again." A long breath passed between us. He looked at the copied extract. Where were they? "In the lower press with the wrappers and returned seals." Christ! It was the first oath I had heard from him, spoken not in anger toward weather or broken masonry, but in genuine inward shock. Somehow, that made the thing worse, not better. Even now, even with Louisa's words lying plain between us, a part of him still thought first of mislaid packets, of servant routes, of household leak, of the mechanism by which truth had reached me without permission. I said, "Do not trouble yourself. I have already been more thoroughly shaken by the contents than by the cupboard." His eyes came to mine at once. Eleanor. "No, not my name first. Not that." The lamp between us threw hard light on the paper. I laid my fingertips on the copied extract and spoke with a steadiness that astonished me. "You knew enough before our engagement to fear there were papers in Louisa's hand which Julian might use. Wes. You knew enough before our wedding to rush the marriage. Wes. You knew, before Julian wrote to me at dinner, that Bell had advised fuller candor within the marriage." "Yes." "Then tell me," I said, "why I had to find your dead sister's warning in the stillroom press among string and parcel wrappers before anyone thought fit to place it in my hand." He did not answer at once. The fire settled softly behind him. Outside, a branch tapped the glass once in the wind. The whole room seemed indecently calm. At last he said, "Because I did not have the exact passage until the London packet arrived." I laughed once, quietly. "The exact passage." "Wes." I picked up the extract and read aloud without raising my voice. "If that means marriage, then let it be a marriage entered honorably, and not by drawing some innocent woman blind over our disorder like a curtain. Tell her what she is asked to bear." I set the paper down. "You may call that exact if you please. I call it plain." A pain moved across his face so quickly another woman might have missed it. I did not. He said, "Wes, it is plain." "And you still said nothing." "Wes." The admission fell cleanly. No defense tucked behind it. No immediate shelter of explanation. That almost made it harder to survive. I went on. "You say you did not have the exact wording before the London packet. Very well. What did you have?" He came to the table at last and rested one hand on the back of the chair opposite me. as if some physical object were required to keep the scene from becoming less governable than it already was. Belle's summary, Louisa's anxiety for Henry, her mistrust of Julian, her conviction that the house must be settled quickly if he were to remain safely at Mereford. Enough to know danger existed, not enough to quote her sentence by sentence. Enough to marry me under urgency. Yes. And had I refused? His mouth altered by a degree. Then Henry would still have remained here if I could keep him. Julian would still have moved. The house would have stood on weaker ground. And your name? He stopped. My name what? His gaze held mine. Your name would have been drawn into it without protection. I stood very still. There it was. The other half of the thing I had been forced to discover alone. Not only Henry. Not only the house. Me too, my arrival, my staying, the county's appetite, Julian's calculation, a bachelor household visibly strained, a possible match not yet formal enough to withstand malice. He had seen that danger. He had also chosen to solve it by denying me the full truth by which I might choose freely. Both. Always both. You thought marriage would shield me, Wes. And did it occur to you, I said, that the person to whom the shield belonged might wish to know from what she was being shielded before being strapped into place? He closed his eyes once, briefly, then opened them. Wes, before, and afterward, well, yes. Then why not tell me? Yeah, that was the question, not Julian, not Louisa's copy, the question. He answered it more slowly than anything else. Because before the marriage, if I had put Louisa's warning, or even Belle's fuller suspicion, plainly before you, I would have made your decision impossible to separate from pressure. Pressure already existed. Wes. This would merely have named it, he said. No. It would have increased it. I stared at him. How? Because you would not only have been deciding whether to marry me, whether to enter this house, whether to take on Henry, the servants, the county, and all the rest. You would have been deciding under a dying woman's direct plea that some lady not be drawn blind over the disorder. If I had laid that in your hands before the ceremony, then every honorable impulse in you would have been forced into the scale. I heard him. Worse, I understood him. He went on before I could answer. You would have either refused me on principle, because the request had become morally poisoned, or accepted under a weight no decent man ought to place on a woman, and called it sacrifice. I did not know how to ask under those terms and still claim honor, I said. So you chose the alternative. He was silent. The alternative, I repeated, in which my consent lacked the very sentence that would have told me what category of bargain I was making. He said, Wes, quietly. The room seemed to sharpen around us. Do you hear yourself, Wes? And I was wrong, no argument, no justifying rhetoric, only that. The simplicity of it struck like insult, because it arrived too late to do any decent work. I moved away from the table and toward the fire, needing distance, not from him, exactly, but from the papers. From Louisa's copied hand, from the intolerable intimacy of being answered plainly and still not relieved. You say you were wrong, I said. Read even after Belle's London packet arrived. After you had the exact words, after Louisa herself told you to tell me what I was asked to bear, you still did not place it in my hand. He turned slightly, following me with his eyes and not with his body. No. Why? His answer came after a pause just long enough to prove it cost him. Because by then you were already my wife. It was such a stark sentence that for a moment I could not speak. He went on. By then Henry trusted you. The house had altered around you. The servants had altered. I had altered. To place Louisa's exact words before you at that point was to watch every honest thing already begun between us turn instantly into accusation. I turned back to him. Because it was accusation. Yes, no evasion. No appeal, only the fact again. I felt something in me go very cold. So, I said, you knew that if I read Louisa's words, I would see clearly what had been done. Yes. And you preferred sequence, better timing, Belle's fair copies. The possibility that if enough household life accumulated first, the blow might land more softly. A muscle moved once at his jaw. Wes, the answer was so exact that it almost deserved admiration. I had none to spare. You gave me the child, I said, he said, the wages, the rooms, the household accounts, the visible authority. You signed papers with me. You let the servants see the house obey us together. Yet the one sentence that named the real cost of my marriage you kept behind your own judgment until servants' carelessness and Julian's appetite forced it out. Nothing. That is not trust. No. It is not partnership. No. It is not even protection, not by the time Bell's packet arrived. It is management. His eyes met mine. Yes. I do not know which was more unbearable. That he agreed, or that he did so without attempting the cowardice of being half wrong. I crossed back to the table and laid my hand flat on Bell's memorandum. You say you feared coercing my honor before the wedding. Very well. I believe you feared it. I even believe you wished to spare me one kind of wrong. But after the wedding, after Bell saw the exact passage, after Louisa herself told you in black and white to speak, what you spared was not me. It was yourself. Something shifted in his face then. Not anger. Exposure. He answered in a voice lower than before. Wes. The word went through me like a nail. He said. I could not find a way to put that paper before you without also standing there to hear you say, with justice, that I had already done the one thing she warned against. Because you had. Wes. And still you waited. Yes. There are quarrels louder than ours that wound far less. We had not raised our voices once. The room still held its library decency. Yet I think I should almost have preferred shouting. Shouting leaves heat. This was colder. I picked up Louisa's Competent extract and held it out to him. Read it again. He did not take it. Then he did. I watched his hand as he read, not his face. His strong, controlled, exact, and only once betraying him by tightening visibly at the line about the innocent woman drawn blind over disorder like a curtain. When he had finished, he folded the paper once and set it back down with almost ceremonial care. He said, I have read it enough. And what do you think she would say of you? He gave one short breath, nothing like louder. I think she would say I did half the honorable thing, and then failed where it cost me most. That answer might have softened another woman. It did not soften me. Not then. You did less than half, I said. You built the protections and withheld the truth, by which those protections could be consented to freely. He absorbed that without visible recoil. Yes. I could not bear the room any longer if I remained still. I turned away and walked the length of the carpet toward the shelves, then back again. The way one does when keeping the body moving is the only thing that prevents it from yielding to tears or temper. You married me as partner or shield? I asked at last. His eyes lifted to mine at once. Partner. No, the answer came too fast. He heard it. Yes. No, I said again, colder now. A partner is told the sentence that names the danger. A shield is given the front of the house and not the paper in the drawer. Which was I? For the first time in the entire exchange, he did not answer immediately. The silence itself was answer enough, though not the only one. At last he said, You were never only shield. Only. I let the word hang there. He understood, he said. No. Quietly. Not only. It was the most devastating answer he could have given, because it contained all the truth I least wanted and all the truth I already knew. Not only shield. Also wife. Also ally. Also the person Henry reached for. Also the woman whose strength he preferred to any easier softness. Also the woman he had begun to need in the room, before the room itself admitted the need. And still shield, I said. That is enough. He straightened slightly. Eleanor. No. Listen to me now. He went still. I will not leave Mereford. Julian will not have the satisfaction of my absence, nor Henry the cost of it. The house will stand. The clauses will be strengthened. The servants will see nothing change that may frighten the child or embolden your cousin. At dinner, in passages, before your mother, before Belle, before every woman in Kent who wishes to measure my composure against my knowledge, I will do what is required. I saw understanding arrive in him, and did not stop. But do not mistake function for forgiveness. The sentence entered the room and remained. He said nothing. I went on, because clarity was all that remained worth spending. From this point, no paper touching Henry, Louisa, Julian, guardianship, London Council, or any domestic arrangement by which this house means to defend itself will pass under this roof without my seeing it. Wes. Not by your indulgence. No right. Wes. Good. I drew breath. And privately, between us. Do not ask me for trust you have not left me the means to give. Pain crossed his face then. Not the quick, pained honesty of before, but something slower and harder, because the blow had been placed exactly where it belonged, and could neither be parried nor usefully denied. I would not ask lightly. You already did, I said. You asked it every day I stood smiling in rooms whose foundations had not been named to me. That silenced him entirely. For a long moment the only sound in the room was the fire, and the old tiny noises books make in winter as leather adjusts to heat. At last he said, "What would you have of me now?" It was the strangest thing. There was no command in it, no wounded authority, no masculine impatience that the moral account had not already been balanced by confession. Only the question, stripped bare. I thought of the still-room press, of Louisa's copied lines, of Henry asleep upstairs, of Belle's exact, dry warnings, of the way Adrian had carried the child through smoke, of the way he had let me govern the house and withheld the sentence that would have let me govern my own consent. What would I have of him now? Not apology. We had passed that. Not explanations. They were all variations on the same wound. Not even the whole of the truth tonight. I suspected, with exhausted disgust, that if I forced the matter now, I should get duty again where I wanted rawness, so I answered with the only thing that seemed survivable. Accuracy, I said. From this hour. Not managed accuracy. Not sequenced. Not delivered after the room has already spent me. Accuracy when it arrives, whether it flatters you or not. He held my gaze. Yes. You say yes very readily. He looked almost startled by that, then bleakly aware. I know. For one heartbeat I saw in him the man from the yellow chamber. The one who had said the house had not been the same, because I was there, the man whose instinct had begun reaching for me before the room finished becoming difficult. Then the look was gone again. Not into indifference, but into the same old costly control. Perhaps that was the final injury. Not that I no longer knew his feeling. That I knew it. And knew also it would never by itself move him past the wall duty had built. I took the copied extract in Belle's memorandum from the table. These remain with me. Yes. If Belle acts, I will tell him so. If your mother objects. A shadow touched his mouth. She may. That was not my question, he said. No. If she objects, she will be overruled. It was the first sharp thing he had said in several minutes. I recognized beneath the calm. Not temper exactly, but a line finally drawn. Too late for repair perhaps. Not too late to matter. I inclined my head once. Very well. He moved then, perhaps to come nearer. Perhaps only because the scene had reached a point at which remaining motionless would itself have become unbearable. I stepped back at once. The shift was tiny. It changed everything. He stopped immediately. Again, colder than shouting. We looked at one another across that restored distance. At length he said, "Will you tell Henry anything?" "No. Thank you." "No," I said. "Do not thank me for sparing him what should never have come near him." His head bowed once, the smallest possible acknowledgement. Yes. I gathered the papers more firmly in my hand. One Belle's next packet comes. It comes first to me, Wes. And Adrian? He looked up. If there is one line more in Louisa's hand that touches my marriage, my authority in this house, or the measure of truth I was denied, and I learn it by accident again, rather than from you, then whatever remains between duty and trust will be spent. The words hung there with perfect stillness. He did not ask what spent meant. He understood. He said, "Wes." Nothing more. I turned and went to the door. Only there, with my hand on the latch, did I realize how very tired I was. Not of the house. Not of Henry. Not even of Julian, though I hated him cleanly and with pleasure. Tired of holding two truths at once without dropping either, that Adrian had wronged me, and that he had done so partly in the attempt to save what was most vulnerable under his care. It would have been easier had I loved him less. Worse, I thought, was that I probably loved him more for the very qualities by which he had injured me. I opened the door. "Eleanor." I stopped but did not turn. He said, "I am sorry." The apology came not as shield, not as bargain, not as request for quick absolution. Only as fact finally spoken without hope of immediate usefulness. I closed my eyes once. "I know," I said. Then I left him alone in the library with the dead woman's warning, the fire, and all the cold company of his own honor poorly managed. When I reached my chamber, I locked the papers in the drawer beneath my gloves and sat without undressing in the chair by the hearth. The house was quiet. Henry slept. Julian still circled beyond our walls. Bell would write again. Lady Mereford would no doubt attempt strategy by breakfast. The servants would continue carrying fires and trays and truths at different speeds. And my marriage, outwardly intact, had altered in its most interior chamber. No scene. No broken china. No raised voices. Only the clean fracture left when trust discovers it has been asked to stand on timber already weakened by design. The campaign began the next morning in handwriting. Not scandal in its vulgar form. No pamphlets. No shouted accusations at the church door. Nothing so obliging. Instead there arrived, between breakfast and noon, 4 notes, 1 card, and a message sent by servant from a lady who had never in her life sent messages by servant, unless she wished the entire village to know she possessed concern in portable form. Mrs. Carberry wrote first. As she hoped dear Lady Mereford had not been over-fatigued by the strain of Monday's little family interruption, and begged to know whether Henry remained improved, as all hearts must be anxious after such a winter. Mrs. Leigh in Bath wrote next to Lady Mereford Sr., expressing sorrow that Mr. Julian Ashcombe's affection for his poor young relation had been so painfully misunderstood in Kent, and adding, with the filthiest delicacy, that one always feared where late marriages and delicate guardianship questions intersected with unrepaired grief. My cousin's wife wrote from Sevenoaks to ask whether I might like to come for a fortnight of quiet, since new households are apt to be overtaxing before one has quite found one's feet. And then there was the note that mattered most, because it came from no woman at all, but through Bell's office by express hand. Mr. Ashcombe has been making inquiries not only in county society, but among those formerly connected to Mr. Edward Vale, and to Lady Louisa's late husband. He means to suggest that Lord Mereford acted in haste, and that Lady Mereford's recent marriage may have been procured under incomplete disclosure. Counsel advises visible household steadiness and discourages any appearance of domestic rupture. Visible household steadiness. Again the house. Again the appearance. Again the knowledge that even Bell, for all his dryness, still wrote first to preserve the field, before the people upon it. I read the note in the morning room with my own coffee cooling untouched beside it, and understood at once how the next phase of the attack would work. Julian would not try to prove, not yet, that Henry must be removed. He would try first to prove that the house had been dishonest, that my marriage had been hurried, that I, the new Viscountess, was either complicit mercenary or pitiably deceived. If he could make all 3 versions circulate at once, society would do his labor for him. Lady Mereford entered as I folded Bell's note. "You have heard." "Wes?" She held out her hand. I gave her the paper. She read it standing, one finger against the page, her face no colder than usual, and yet somehow more dangerous for exactly that reason. When she had finished, she said, "He means to force one of 2 readings. Only 2. She ignored that. Either you were knowingly married for strategic reasons and are therefore harder than county women like to forgive, or you were married under incomplete knowledge and are therefore an object of tender horror." "Tender horror," I repeated. "A female specialty," she said. "Wes, along with embroidery and ruin." She handed back Bell's note and crossed to the fire. "The answer is obvious." "No," I said. "That is generally a phrase used by people about to make matters worse." Her mouth shifted by a degree. "You must be seen as unshaken." "I am being seen." "More than that. You must write to your cousin's wife declining refuge. You must receive callers. You must appear with my son at church on Sunday if Henry is no worse. And on Thursday we shall have Mrs. Carberry and Sir Edwin again, but less formally, so that the house looks lived in rather than defended. I stared at her. There it is, I said. You have made it worse already. Her brows lifted. How? By treating me as a standard to be planted on the battlements. That is what you are. No, I said. That is what Julian would like me to be, so that every look I give and every chair I occupy may be interpreted as strategy rather than life. Lady Mereford looked at me for a long moment. Then, with maddening composure, life in our rank is very often strategy, my dear. We merely prefer not to say so before dessert. Before I could answer, Adrian came in. He had Belle's original note in his hand already, which told me he had received his own copy and read it elsewhere before coming to me. Under other circumstances I might have found that intolerable. Now, I merely marked it, because a woman must choose where to spend her strength. My mother has spoken to you. Yes, I said. She means to save me by exhibiting me. Lady Mereford turned to him. Do not be tiresome, Adrian. Your wife is perfectly aware of what is required. He did not look at her. He looked at me. He said, She is aware. That does not mean she likes it. No woman has ever liked survival enough, said the Countess, and left us before either of us could improve the sentence. We stood in the morning room with Belle's warning between us and the fire too low to comfort. Adrian said, She is not entirely wrong. No, I answered. That is the trouble with both of you. A shadow of fatigue touched his face. Yes. He came nearer the table and laid his copy of Belle's note beside mine. I have already written to Belle that nothing in the house will suggest rupture. How reassuring. He accepted the blow. And, he went on, I have written to Sir Edwin that if he hears the marriage called hurried, he may say only that the household had reason to settle quickly, and that he observed no disorder in it. Observed no disorder. I repeated. Was there an inventory taken of the curtains? No. But I am to be observed still. His gaze held mine. Yes. There it was again. No evasion, only the false comfort. I said, and what do you advise for the woman at the center of all this observation? A pause. Not retreat. Because retreat would be read as either shame or rupture. Julian would make use of both. And if I wished for 1 week without Mrs. Carberry's sympathy in Bath's handwriting. Something moved across his face then. Not surprise. Something more difficult. The recognition that I wanted what he could not safely give. He said, I know. The words, because they were sincere, nearly undid me. I hated that. I turned away and went to the window. Outside, the day had gone gray again. The thou of yesterday had become a damp cold that left every stone darker and every servant's journey more wretched. In the court, Mason was directing the porter with exaggerated gravity over 2 hampers for the village. Life continued. Packages went out. Coal came in. Julian wrote letters. The house obeyed necessity and called it order. Behind me Adrian said, Your cousin's wife means well. No. She means comfort. It is not the same thing. I turned back. She offers me a path to safety. To disappear for a fortnight under the name of rest, and let Kent decide I am overstrained, or perhaps already disillusioned. It would save me from the dining room and the county and every female glance sharpened by concern. Yes. And it would leave you here alone with Belle and your mother and Julian. Yes. The answer came too quickly. I saw at once what he had done. He had not asked me to stay. Not yet. He had simply admitted the shape of the loss if I went. That was worse. Would that suit you? I asked. No bow. The word came with no ornament at all. That silenced me more effectively than persuasion could have done. He went on, and because he did not soften the line I heard the truth in it at once. But if you chose it, I would not call you coward. I laughed once. No. Only absent. His expression altered by a degree. Wes. There are days in marriage when every honest sentence cuts twice. A servant knocked then and entered with a second note, this one on heavier cream paper. It was for me from my mother. I opened it at once. She had heard, through my cousin's wife, that certain anxious remarks were circulating about the speed of my marriage and the situation at Mereford. She said, in the restrained hand that always became more dangerous as it grew more even, that if I wished to come to her for a short interval she would receive me without question and defend me afterward with her whole strength. But if I remained, then I must remain because I had chosen the house, and not because other people's urgency had left me no honorable path out. I read that line twice. Then a third time. Choose the house. Not the title, not the necessity, not merely the man, the house. I folded the note and set it down. Adrian had not moved. He waited. That, too, was one of the things hardest to endure in him. He could wait without pressing, and the waiting itself became moral pressure, because it left one no villainy to resist. My mother offers me the same refuge as my cousin's wife, I said. Yes. With more honesty. Yes, yes. The silence that followed felt longer than the room. At last he said, Eleanor, if you wish to go to her for a week, or 10 days, or even until Belle has seen London's next packet, I will arrange it. The parrot was cleanly offered. No reproach. No command. No attempt to buy my staying by need. It struck me harder than if he had begged. I said, Why? His brows drew together slightly, as if the question itself surprised him. Because you have been asked to bear too much in too short a time. Yes. And because if you remain only because the house cannot spare your visible steadiness, then Julian has succeeded in turning my wife into another instrument. I stared at him. There are sentences so precisely cruel in their justice that one cannot hear them without feeling both vindicated and wounded afresh. And yet that is what I have been, I said. He did not answer at once. Then, very quietly, partly, again that word. Partly used, partly loved, partly protected, partly denied. I felt all at once that if I remained in the morning room 1 minute more, I would either strike him or forgive him too soon, both of which would have been disasters of different kinds. So I crossed to the writing table, took up my mother's note, and wrote the answer there, while he stood not 5 feet away, and did not interrupt me. My dearest Mamma, your letter does me more good than I can set down. I remain not because I am cornered, but because Henry must not pay for adult weakness, and because this house, however imperfectly entered, is now mine to answer for also. If I leave under pressure, I leave Julian the field and myself only the comfort of appearing wronged. I would rather remain and be of use than retire and be pitied. Your loving daughter Eleanor. I sanded it, folded it, and sealed it while my hand remained perfectly steady. Then I turned to Adrian and said, Dear, the easy escape is gone. Something crossed his face then, relief. Yes, but checked at once by the knowledge that relief in such a moment was too selfish to be borne openly. You are not obliged. No, I said. Do not mistake me. I am not staying for your convenience. I know. I am staying because Henry is here. Because Julian is vile. Because your mother is unbearable, and should not have the satisfaction of managing this without me. Because if I leave, every woman in Kent will decide she always knew a strategic marriage must soar quickly. Because my own pride would hate me for a year. At that, against his will, the corner of his mouth moved. Your pride is severe. Yes. So is mine. I had observed. The smallest breath of something almost human passed between us and was gone. Then the door opened and Lady Mereford came back in, carrying 2 more letters and the expression of a woman who had been waging war in the front passages and considered herself underemployed. Well, she remains, said Adrian. I had assumed as much, said the Countess. I handed her my mother's sealed reply. And you assumed wrongly, I said. I remain because I choose to. Not because your strategy is elegant. She replied, That is well. Elegance is overrated. She took the note, read the superscription, and then looked at me more closely. My dear, there is one further matter. Of course there was. Mrs. Leigh in Bath has written again. This time not to me. To Mrs. Stanhope. She means to circulate that she has always pitied young brides in houses where the dead are not yet settled. I felt something in me go still. The dead are not yet settled. Louisa again. Always Louisa. Used now as atmosphere by women who had never held her hand or buried her child's toy or listened to Henry cough in the night. Adrian said, very levelly, Then Bath may pity itself. But Lady Mereford was already moving elsewhere in thought. She said, The answer. His to close the room around you. I looked at her. What does that mean? It means fewer women, not more. No Thursday tea. No Mrs. Carberry until next week. Church, yes, because absence there would speak. But the house is not to be made porous while Bath feeds. You and Adrian will dine alone tonight. And Henry may come down for half an hour if nurse permits. Let the picture be domestic, not social. Society cannot embroider what it cannot enter. It was, I had to admit, the first sound strategy she had offered since the campaign began. Adrian said. Greed. I said. And if Mrs. Carberry calls. Lady Mereford's mouth hardened. She will discover that winter colds and nursery regimens are less agreeable than her curiosity. There was a pause. Then I said, you would have sent me away yesterday. She did not deny it. Wes. And today? She replied. Today. I think Julian would take too much pleasure in your absence, and I dislike giving pleasure where no bill follows it. That was, from her, as close to respect as another woman might have come to embrace. The letters she had brought remained in her hand. One of them I saw bore Bell's seal. Adrian saw it too. From Bell? Yes. He writes that Julian is pressing a different channel as well. An old connection to Louisa's husband's people in town. Adrian's expression hardened. The Countess went on. Bell thinks it bluster for the moment, but he advises that every appearance of internal disagreement in this house must be denied him. There it was. The cost, laid plainly. No internal disagreement. No visible rupture. No path out that did not strengthen Julian. No domestic fracture he might carry into county drawing rooms and town offices alike. Lady Mereford looked from her son to me. I need not remind either of you what that means. No, I said, you need not. She left then, Bell's letter still unopened in her hand, because she knew perhaps that the room after such a sentence belonged not to mothers, in law, but to marriages. Adrian and I stood alone again. The fire burned low. My mother's letter waited to be sent. The easy escape lay behind me by my own hand, he said, after a long silence. You could still change your mind. Nova. You should not stay because you think leaving would look weak. I stay, I said, because weakness is not always in leaving. Sometimes it is in abandoning the place where one has already begun to matter. The line struck him. I saw it, and because I had spoken more truth than prudence advised, I looked away at once. He said, very quietly, you do matter. That was the danger. Not that he said it, that I believed him. I rang for Mason to take my mother's note, and then turned back to the fire, because I could not safely stand looking at Adrian and hearing that sentence in the same moment. When the servant had gone, I said without turning, this changes nothing. He said, Wes, I know. But we both knew it was not wholly true. It changed at least this: I had refused the road by which I might have saved myself cleanly from the house, and in refusing it, I had bound my fate more tightly to Mereford, to Henry, and however unwillingly, to the man who had not trusted me enough, and whom I could not yet stop trusting entirely. That was the true cost of remaining. Not only the county, not only Julian, not even the fracture in my marriage. It was that I no longer had the innocence of being able to leave and call it justice. By Thursday the house had narrowed itself into a sort of defensive domesticity. No open tea, no broad evening company, no Mrs. Carberry invited to settle herself in the Blue Saloon and call it sympathy. Lady Mereford had meant what she said. Society could not embroider what it could not enter. So the front of Mereford was kept quieter than before, though not so quiet as to suggest fear. Bells were answered. Notes were returned. Church would be attended when proper. Parcels still went out. Henry, at nurse's grudging discretion, was allowed short appearances in warm rooms and no more. Outwardly, it was all prudent. Inwardly, the house had become a place where every sound seemed to ask whether the next knock would belong to Bell, to Bath, or to Julian. I had not forgiven Adrian. That remained where it had broken. But after our conversation in the library, a different order had settled between us. Papers came first to me. Bell's latest memorandum on the amended clause was brought not to Adrian's study, but to the morning room where I sat with the coal accounts. A second note from London, thin and disappointing, passed through my hands before his. It contained nothing new. Only further promise of copies to come and counsel's view that Julian still lacked enough to act strongly in law, and therefore continued to act noisily in society. Adrian obeyed the arrangement without visible resistance. That did not heal anything. It merely proved he understood the new terms of the wound. Henry continued to improve and continued, in improving, to become more dangerous to household order. On Thursday afternoon, nurse allowed him half an hour in the small back drawing room because the room held warmth well, and because he had spent the morning informing the Roman Empire that invalids were not required to endure moral boredom. He sat on the rug with the wooden horse and a line of books arranged as fortifications. One stock-inch foot already free of the blanket nurse had ordered over his knees. I was with him. So was Adrian, though he had not come for Henry at first. He had come with Bell's latest note in his hand, and left it with me without ceremony. Then Henry had asked whether men who wrote legal memoranda ever died of joyless blood, and Adrian had made the mistake of answering. 5 minutes later he was on the floor beside the child, moving books into better military positions with the grave exactness he brought to all things, from tenant drainage to toy cavalry. I watched them from the chair by the fire with my sewing untouched in my lap. It was a dangerous room, not because of impropriety. There was none. Because of how naturally they drew me into the line of them when the world outside had become all strategy, letters, and county appetite. Henry said, "And if Uncle Adrian is the Roman general, then you must be the fort." "No," I said. "Forts do not usually answer back. They should. Otherwise men put them in foolish places." Adrian, still on one knee over the campaign of books, looked up at me then. Just a glance. Nothing a servant could have called intimate. Everything a wife could find difficult to survive. Before I could say anything more, the door opened. Mrs. Finch entered, composed as always and therefore at once alarming. "My lord, my lady." Adrian asked, "What is it?" "There is a caller, bah." Lady Mereford had forbidden broad calling. Mrs. Finch knew it. We all knew it. So for her to bring the fact here meant either necessity or invasion. Who? I said. Her eyes came briefly to Henry, then back to us. Mr. Julian Ashcombe. The room did not alter in sound. It altered in air. Henry, who had been arranging a book to represent cavalry support, looked up at once. "Wicked man." Nurse, seated by the hearth with stockings in her lap, muttered, "He would be, if children were allowed accuracy." Adrian rose in one movement. Not hurried. Too controlled for that. But the stillness in him changed from domestic ease into something much harder. "Where is he?" "In the front hall, my lord. He says he was passing through and heard Master Henry had improved enough to receive family concern." Bah! Family concern. The phrase, coming through Mrs. Finch's mouth with all her clipped distaste, nearly made me smile from sheer hatred. Lady Mereford appeared in the doorway at that exact moment, as if the house itself had summoned her from some darker strategic chamber. She said, "No," at once. "He is not received." Mrs. Finch inclined her head. "Wes, my lady." She turned to go. "No," I said. Everyone looked at me. It is a strange thing to feel a choice arrive not gradually, but all at once, with the hard clarity of cold metal in the hand. I knew in that instant what refusing him would do. He would leave. He would speak in the village. He would write to Bath. He would say the house trembled, that Lady Mereford feared him, that the new Viscountess could not bear even to see the man whose concern had merely asked whether she had been told the truth. Our silence would become material for his performance. I stood. "He is received," I said, "but not in the hall, and not as if he had forced the door. In the blue saloon, with witnesses." Lady Mereford's eyes flashed. "My dear?" "No." I set down the sewing. "He wants concern. Let him have decorum instead. He wants private leverage. He may have public furniture." Adrian had not moved. He stood beside Henry's little fortress of books, watching me with that contained intensity I had come to know too well and was in no condition to endure safely. "Julian wants to see fear," I said. "He shall not." Lady Mereford's face remained hard. Yet she was listening now, not resisting. The Countess said, "Whom do you mean by witnesses? Who is in the house?" "The rector's wife is below with the parcel list," said Mrs. Finch. "And Mrs. Carberry's maid has just brought a message asking whether the Christmas subscriptions are fixed." Of course she had. "Then Mrs. Carberry herself will arrive within 10 minutes," I said. Lady Mereford's mouth hardened further. "Yes. Good. Let her." The Countess looked at me a long moment, then to Mrs. Finch. "The Blue Saloon. Fire up. Tea," as if we had expected him and disapprove only of his timing. "Wes, my lady, and Henry?" asked Nurse. I turned to the child. He was watching all of us with terrible calm. The kind children wear when they know adults have crossed into the serious country where words matter less than the way doors are opened. "Henry goes nowhere," I said. Lady Mereford said sharply. "No." I faced her. "Wes. He is not to be used as display. He is already being used as display by every woman in Kent who asks after his lungs before the second cup. I do not mean to put him on a platter. I mean that if Julian came to see the child under the pretense of concern, then the child's life is part of the truth of this house. I will not hide him like shame." A silence followed that. Then Adrian said, very quietly, "She is right." Lady Mereford looked at her son, then at me, and in that glance I saw the exact point at which strategy shifted under resistance and improved itself by yielding. She said, "Very well. But Nurse remains, and if he coughs twice he is removed." "Wes," said Nurse. "Wes," said Adrian. "Wes," I said. Thus the room rearranged itself. Henry was wrapped more securely in his blanket and lifted not by a servant, but by Adrian, which I thought wise. Nurse followed with the little horse and the syrup bottle, because in real households medicine and toys travel together more often than dignity likes. Lady Mereford swept ahead of us like black silk judgment made flesh. I came last, and not last the mistress of the house, the new Viscountess, the woman Julian had hoped perhaps to isolate into private uncertainty, and was instead about to meet standing in line with everyone whose name he meant to trouble. The Blue Saloon was warm by the time we entered. Mrs. Finch had done miracles in 5 minutes. Lamps lit. Fire mended. Tea laid. Chairs arranged so that no one might mistake the room for an arena and no one might mistake it for intimacy either. Henry was settled in the armchair nearest the hearth, blanket over his knees, horse in hand, Nurse behind him like a reserve army. Adrian stood at the mantel. Lady Mereford took the sofa. I remained standing until the footman announced Mr. Julian Ashcombe, then sat where I could be seen plainly and not cornered. Julian came in with his usual polished concern, and took in the room at once. I watched him understand. Not private interview. Not frightened wife. Not a house cracking at the first well-placed knock. His eyes passed over Lady Mereford, Adrian, Henry by the fire, Nurse me. The smallest pause came when he reached the child. The second when he reached me. He had expected one arrangement and found another. That was worth something already. He said, "Lady Mereford." To the Countess. "Lord Mereford, Lady Mereford, to me this time. Master Henry." "I hope I do not intrude." "You do," said Lady Mereford. "But we are already accustomed to it." He smiled as if paying her a compliment. "I came only from concern." "Wes," I said, "you often do." His gaze returned to me, sharpened now by genuine caution beneath the varnish. "Then I am fortunate to find concern understood." "No," said Henry from the chair, "only recognized." Nurse closed her eyes once as if appealing to God for patience. Adrian's face did not move. The corner of Lady Mereford's mouth nearly did. Julian bowed slightly toward the child. "You are improved, cousin," Henry replied. "I was always very well. Only interrupted." That ended the sentimental rote. Tea was poured. No one drank much of it. Julian sat where Mrs. Finch placed him, which was near enough the fire to avoid insult and far enough from me to prevent the appearance of private appeal. He began with weather, roads, concern for Henry's cough, regret at the unfortunate misunderstandings lately circulated, and the burden sudden family complications place upon young marriages. He was, in short, exactly as odious as before. I answered where propriety required. Adrian answered where fact did. Lady Mereford answered where murder would otherwise have been indicated. The room held. Then came the attempt. Julian turned to me with the expression of a man who wishes witnesses to believe him humane. he said. "Laddie Mereford, I have often regretted that you should have been drawn into matters of long standing, before every paper had perhaps been placed in its proper light." The room became very still. Lady Mereford set down her cup. Adrian did not move. Henry stopped stroking the wooden horse. I looked at Julian and thought, with startling calm, that I hated him more cleanly than I had ever hated Adrian. That was a relief. "You are kind to regret my circumstances," I said, "though you know so little of them." He spread one hand, modesty shaped into display. "Only enough to fear that ladies are too often asked to defend arrangements whose origins have not been fully shown them." There it was, the line. Not with a blade, but with silk. Nurse stiffened behind Henry. Lady Mereford began, "Mr. Ashcombe." I lifted one hand slightly and she stopped. "Some choices must be claimed in one's own voice or they do not count." I said, "You write very much as if my understanding were a matter for your guardianship." Julian smiled. "Surely not guardianship. Only sympathy." "Then spare yourself the effort." The sentence fell clean and quiet. It went farther than shouting would have done. He looked at me with new attention now, the bright dangerous kind that comes when a man realizes the woman before him is not arranged according to the weakness he had prepared for. He said, "I should be relieved if I knew with certainty that you had not been placed in the embarrassing position of defending what was not wholly named to you." Behind me, somewhere near the door, I heard the soft, unmistakable entrance of another person into the room. Mrs. Carberry at last, no doubt, brought in by a footman too well trained to save souls at the expense of hierarchy. Good. Let her hear it. I rose. Julian had expected many things, I think. Not that, when a woman stands in a drawing room, it is never only standing, it is claim, refusal, judgment, exposure. I felt all of it and did it anyway. "Then let me relieve you, Mr. Ashcombe." The room held its breath. I did not look at Adrian. That was deliberate. This was not his line to speak over me now. "I know enough," I said, "to distinguish concern from appetite. Enough to know that Master Henry's welfare is not secured by men who visit with pity and leave with material. Enough to know that this house has been under pressure, and that pressure has made every visible weakness seem food to certain relations. Enough to know, above all, that whatever has been born here is born now by Lord and Lady Mereford together." Julian's face altered, only slightly. "Enough. You speak with admirable loyalty." "No," I answered, with authority. Mrs. Carberry, now fully inside the room with a look of horrified delight she could not conceal, froze beside the door as if uncertain whether she had arrived at tea or execution. I went on. "You wish to know whether I had been left ignorant. Let me answer more plainly. Whatever private matters belong properly to my marriage are not for your circulation, and whatever concern you claim for Master Henry is to pass through the guardians of this house, and not through county drawing rooms." I turned then, deliberately, toward Henry. "The child is not leverage." Henry looked at me with wide startled eyes, not frightened, only suddenly aware that the adults had named the war in front of him. Julian said, too smoothly, "No one would wish him so." "Then behave as if that were true." Silence. He had lost the room, not because he had been overpowered, because he had been denied the only shape in which he could win, the shape of a concerned relation pitting a deceived wife. I had taken that instrument from him and used it against him in front of every witness he had hoped to impress. The cost landed on me at once and all through me. Because in speaking so, I had done something irreversible. I had not forgiven Adrian. I had not absolved the concealment. But publicly before Lady Mereford, Adrian, Nurse Henry, Mrs. Carberry, and through her by evening half the county, I had bound my position to the house. I had made my loyalty visible before my trust was healed. That was the price. I paid it anyway. Julian set down his untouched cup. I would be sorry if my respect for Lady Louisa's memory were mistaken for vulgarity. At that, Lady Mereford rose. "Then do not use my daughter's memory as a calling card in my drawing room." It was the Countess at her most magnificent, ice, given form and grammar. Julian stood as well. He bowed to her, then to me. "I see I have been misread." "No," I said. Only fully. His eyes met mine. For the first time there was no polished concern in them. Only the bright, cold calculation of a man who has been checked publicly and will not forgive it cheaply. He said, "Letty Mereford, I hope you may always feel as certain as you sound." There was the last little poison. The suggestion that certainty might later soar into shame. The invitation to future self-doubt dressed as civility. I answered before anyone else could. "I hope you may one day discover the difference between family and possession." That finished it. Julian bowed again, thinner now, and let himself be shown out with all the dignity a defeated man may gather when the carpet still lies beneath his feet. No one spoke while his steps crossed the hall. No one spoke while the front door opened and shut. Only when the sound of his departure had gone altogether did the room breathe again. Mrs. Carberry was still by the door, trapped by her own timing and too late to pretend innocence. She said, "My dear Lady Mereford, how trying for you." I looked at her. It is possible that my face then was not entirely kind. "Yes," I said, "and now it is over." But, Lady Mereford added, without even turning her head, "Mrs. Carberry, I believe your maid was waiting." The woman fled. Nurse was the first to move. She came to Henry, touched his forehead, then looked at me. She said, "One cough." Only then did I realize how tightly my own body had been held. Henry had indeed gone pale with the effort of watching rather than speaking. "You go upstairs now," I said softly. He looked at Julian's empty chair and then at me. Did we win? Such are the questions children ask when adults have made a battle of the air. I knelt beside him. "For tonight?" I said. He accepted that as if it were enough. "Perhaps, for children. It often is." Adrian bent and lifted him before Nurse could protest, the blanket and horse coming up with the child in one practiced motion. Henry rested his head against his uncle's shoulder at once. The trust of it struck me almost harder than anything else had. As Adrian turned toward the door with Henry in his arms, the child looked over his shoulder at me. He said, "You are still the fort." Then Nurse swept them out behind him, and I was left in the blue saloon with Lady Mereford, the dying fire, Julian's empty chair, and the full cost of what I had just done. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then Lady Mereford said, "That was expensive." I almost laughed. "Yes. You should not have needed to do it." "No, Bow." She looked at me, really looked, not as strategist to asset, but as one woman measuring the wound beneath another's posture. She said, "No." Again, and this time it was as close to apology as I thought she might ever come. Before I could answer, Adrian returned. He had left Henry in the corridor with Nurse, I supposed, or perhaps in the schoolroom on the way up. The room altered the instant he came back into it. Not because he moved quickly, but because something in his restraint had changed. He looked at me not like a man grateful for assistance, nor like a husband soothed by public alliance, but like someone who had just watched another person spend something irrecoverable on his behalf and did not yet know how to stand under the sight of it. Lady Mereford saw that too. She said, "I shall go up to Henry." Then she left us. The blue saloon became very quiet. I remained standing near the chair I had left. Adrian stopped a few feet away. The room between us still held Julian's poison, my answer, Henry's question, Mrs. Carberry's appetite, and all the unsettled private damage no public scene could repair. At last Adrian said, "You should not have had to do that." The exact echo of his mother. "No," I said, "I know." He drew breath as if to say more and did not. I spared him the struggle. "Do not thank me." His face altered. "I was not going to. No. A pause. I was going to say I know what it cost." That struck me hard enough that I had to look away. "You know part of it." "Yes." "Only part." "Yes." We were too tired for pretense, too wounded for comfort, too bound already for easy retreat. The room knew it before we did. I said, "I did not stand beside you tonight because trust is repaired." "I know." I stood because Julian is vile, because Henry was in the room, and because I would not have county women carry out of this house the story he meant to feed them. Yes. And because if anyone is to define what I know and what I do not, it will not be him. At that, something moved in Adrian's face, Not relief, not exactly, but the recognition of a force in me he had relied upon, injured, and now seen turned in defense of the very house that had failed to trust it fully. He said, "Wes," quietly. "I know that too." I looked at him then. The answer waiting in him was not charm, not apology, not some sudden spilling of emotion to wash away what paper and silence had done. It was something harsher and more valuable, understanding that what I had given publicly could not be repaid with gratitude or interpreted as forgiveness. That was new. It shifted the balance between us. He said, "Julian can no longer plausibly present you as woman deceived and wavering. You took that from him, Wes. You also took from me the excuse of thinking time might soften what I did before you knew it fully." I had not expected that. "No," I said after a moment. "Perhaps I did not." But he replies, "You did. There are some truths which, once spoken, cannot be arranged back into easier shapes. This was one." I said, "Good." He almost smiled, almost. Then the thing beneath the almost smile changed and became something steadier, darker, and more dangerous. Respect, yes. But beyond it now something like awe, stripped of vanity. He had watched me stand publicly where he had failed privately, and it had altered his sense of me in a way even admiration had not. It should have pleased me. It frightened me instead, because such respect cannot be bought, and once given it changes marriages more deeply than tenderness sometimes does. At length he said, "I will not spend that loyalty cheaply." Ah. The line came low, unadorned, and so exactly placed it left me no easy answer. "You had better not," I said. We stood there in the aftermath, neither nearer nor farther, the room cooling around us. At last he said, "Belle must know what happened, and my mother will want a line for the county by morning." Yes. You need not frame it. That too was new. Not because he offered labor, because he did not ask me at once to turn tonight's cost into tomorrow's management. "I know," I said. A pause. Then more quietly still, "But I can if I choose." Yes. His gaze held mine. "Wes." I understood then with startling clarity what had changed. Before tonight, Adrian had relied on my strength partly because he needed it and partly because the house did. After tonight, he knew, and I knew he knew, that my loyalty could not be presumed, scheduled, or managed into usefulness. It had to be met with accuracy or lost. My public choice had not repaired trust. It had made the stakes of failing it far clearer to him. That was the shift in power, not triumph. Not forgiveness. Only this. He would never again be able to imagine that my standing beside him was automatic once secured. I felt suddenly acutely exhausted. "Go to Henry," I said. "He will ask whether forts require tea after battle." A shadow of real warmth touched his mouth this time. He said, Wes. He will." He turned, then stopped. "Eleanor." I looked up. What he might have said there, in a softer marriage, I do not know. In ours he said only the thing that belonged to this stage of us and not to any easier fiction. "I saw exactly what you did. No gratitude. No plea. No ornament. Only witness." I held his gaze for one beat and then another. "Wes," I said. He went. I remained in the blue saloon alone a little longer, looking at Julian's empty chair and the dying fire. My hands had begun to shake now that no one remained to see it. I sat at last and let them. Outside, wheels passed on the road beyond the yews. Somewhere upstairs Henry would already be recounting the battle to Nurse in an arrangement favorable to himself. Below stairs, servants would be aligning the evening into story, and for once the story would not belong to Julian. That was something. Not enough, but something. When I finally rose to leave, I understood the shape of what had been bought tonight. I had closed one door to Julian. I had made my place beside Adrian and Henry visible beyond cheap reinterpretation. I had tied my own public name more tightly to Mereford than before. And in doing so, I had also made one thing unmistakable to my husband. I could not be purchased by rank. I could not be held by strategy. I could not be kept merely by need. If he wanted me beside him after all this, it would no longer be enough to arrange the house and call it trust. Chapter 6. Our House in Winter. 2 days after Julian's visit to the Blue Saloon, Bell came to Mereford before noon with the look of a man who had ridden against weather, law, and human weakness in equal measure, and considered all three underbred. I was in the morning room with Henry's medicine schedule, the revised coal tally, and a half-finished answer to my mother when Mason announced him. Adrian entered only a breath before Bell did, as though the house had gathered both men into the same hour on purpose. Bell bowed. "My lady, my lord." Adrian did not sit. He held in one hand a larger packet than any yet sent from London, thick, closely folded, and sealed in 2 places with Bell's office mark. He looked at me first, not at the table, not at the room. "At me," he said. "This is for both of us." That, more than the packet itself, altered the air. He crossed the room and placed it in front of me before he said another word. No sequencing, no preliminary softening, no careful determination of what I ought to know in what order. Simply the paper, under my hand before Bell spoke. It ought not to have mattered so much. It did. I laid down my pen and broke the seal. Inside were 3 things that mattered, and 2 that explained them. First, a fuller copy of Louisa's letter than the extract I had already found. Second, Bell's memorandum upon it, and upon Julian's likely use of it. Third, a note from London Council stating that Julian had requested, through an intermediary, some form of family interview or private clarification, before he determined whether concern should remain in the family or seek a more formal channel. Private clarification. The phrase smelled of polished extortion. I read the fuller copy of Louisa's hand first. It said what I already knew in essence and worsened it by detail. She feared Julian. She feared her husband's people. She feared debt made into leverage and family kindness made into claim. She wrote that Adrian was the only man she trusted to place Henry's good above advantage. She also wrote, more painfully than before, that if a marriage were to be made for the safety of Mereford and the child, then the woman asked to enter it ought to be told plainly what weakness stood behind the front of the house, because nothing is uglier than asking a good woman to lend her name where men not yet had the courage to lend the whole truth. I folded the copy once, then twice, and handed it back to the table without trusting my face. Bell, who missed very little, did not look directly at me. For that small mercy I could almost have thanked him. Instead I said, "What does Julian want now?" Bell opened his memorandum. His strongest present case is social rather than legal. He wishes to establish that Lady Louisa herself feared Henry remaining at Mereford under conditions of domestic instability. He then wishes to suggest that Lord Mereford's recent marriage, though improving appearances, may confirm rather than answer the weakness if the marriage was hurried under incomplete disclosure. Incomplete disclosure, I repeated. "Wes, my lady." The room was very quiet. Adrian said, "He will try to force the phrase into county mouths first." Bell inclined his head. "Yes, and perhaps later into stronger company if he can make it sound less like malice and more like pity." I looked at the London Council note again. "He requests a family interview, "Yes," said Bell. "Which, if refused too abruptly, may be represented as fear. If granted privately, may be represented however he likes. If granted with the wrong witnesses, may become theater. And if not granted at all." Bell spread one hand in the dry, limited way by which solicitors admit that law and society are often related but seldom obedient. Then he continues his present method. Letters, drawing rooms, concerns conveyed by ladies too well bred to call themselves emissaries. "Mrs. Carberry with better gloves," I said. Bell's mouth did something which in him might have counted as amusement and immediately repented of it. "Yes." I turned to Adrian. "What do you advise?" He met my eyes steadily. "That you read all of it first." "I have. All of it." But there was no emphasis in the sentence. There did not need to be. He meant read every page, every note, every ugly line, every legal caution. "And let no one decide for you what belongs in your hand." I took up the remaining sheets and read them. Bell's memorandum was exact to the point of insult. Julian's danger lay not in law yet, but in interpretation. Louisa's letter could be used in 2 contrary ways. 1, to prove she trusted Adrian above Julian, 2. To prove she herself believed Henry unsafe in an unsettled Mereford unless the house were materially strengthened. The marriage had done much to answer the second point. It had not answered the moral question of timing, if Julian could persuade others that I had been kept ignorant. At the bottom Bell had written in his own hard hand, "If an interview is granted, Lady Mereford's presence is now essential, not as ornament, but because her exclusion would itself be material." I looked up from that line and saw that Adrian had already read it. Of course he had. Bell said, "One further thing. There is no sentence more offensive in a library." He drew out the last small paper from the packet and laid it before us. It was not from counsel. It was from Julian's intermediary in town. Written with oily discretion. "Mr. Ashcombe understands that where late arrangements have been made in haste for the visible security of a child, the new Lady Mereford may herself welcome the opportunity to be satisfied more fully as to past omissions." I laughed then. "Once, without pleasure. He means to rescue me in public from the husband he has already described as strategic." "Yes," said Adrian. Bell added, "And if you do not appear, he will imply fear. If you appear and are spoken for, he will imply management. If you appear and speak, the danger improves and worsens together." "How refreshing," I said. "A range of humiliations." Bell did not apologize. He was too good a solicitor for that. I said, "Who else knows?" "My mother knows the broad outline," said Adrian. "Not the full packet." "Good." Bell looked between us. "My lord, the timing is not entirely ours. Mr. Ashcombe has already sent his card from the village. He waits at the inn." I went cold from the spine outward. "He is already here." "Wes," said Bell. "He asks whether Lord Mereford will receive him this afternoon." Of course he did. Of course the man pressed before the dust had settled on the London packet. Appetite has excellent timekeeping. I laid both hands on the table. Bell said, "Then we receive him." With whom present? That was the question. Not whether. How? I turned to Adrian. This was the place where, until recently, he would have arranged the answer, and then informed me of the architecture after the chairs were set. "I knew it." "He knew I knew it," he said. "You tell me." I stared at him. Bell looked down discreetly at his papers, but I saw the attention in the angle of his head. "You ask me?" "Yes." Without qualification. "Yes, that should not have shaken me." "It did," I said, "because the matter itself would not wait for private feeling. Not the Blue Saloon. He wants drawing-room witness. Not the hall. He wants threshold drama. The library." Bell nodded, once already following. "You remain," I said to him. "Not because Julian deserves legal dignity, but because he must not later invent the wording of the room." "Yes, my lady." "My mother also remains." Bell looked doubtful. "Will that cool matters?" "No," I said. "It will prevent him mistaking civility for weakness." The solicitor accepted that. Adrian asked, "And me?" I looked at him fully. "You do not speak over me." His face did not alter, though something deeper in it did. "No. If he addresses me, I answer, yes. If he addresses you on matters that belong equally to Henry and me, you do not convert me into absence by replying as though I am furniture with a title." A long silence followed that. Then Adrian said, very quietly, "No." Bell shifted the top memorandum slightly beneath his fingers. He was too wise to pretend not to hear what this room held beneath law. I went on. "F. Julian quotes Louisa. I answer him with Louisa." Adrian's eyes came up sharply. "You would use the letter, Wes." "It was private," Bell said. "So was my ignorance. He has already made use of that." Cautiously, "There is risk in disclosing more of Lady Louisa's wording than necessary. I do not mean to read the whole of a dead woman's fear aloud to a man she distrusted," I said. "I mean to use the line that belongs to Henry and the line that belongs to me." Neither man spoke, because both knew exactly which lines I meant. At length Adrian said, "Very well." That, more than permission, was the moment I knew the room had truly changed between us. Not because he yielded an argument. Because he did not claim the right to stop me with duty and call that virtue. Bell rose. "Then I will ask that Mr. Ashcombe be shown to the library at 3. He gathered his papers, then paused. "One other consideration. Mrs. Carberry is presently in the village. I passed her carriage not a quarter-mile back. I shut my eyes for a heartbeat. Of course, Belle continued with merciless calm. If Julian's horse is seen at Mereford at the same hour, the county will know by supper that an interview took place. So much the better, I said. Adrian looked at me. Wes. I folded Louisa's fuller copy and placed it in front of me. If the county is to feed, let it feed on a room in which he does not prosper. Belle bowed and withdrew to arrange the thing. When he had gone, Adrian and I remained on either side of the morning room table with the packet between us and the whole next hour breathing toward us like weather. I said, "You gave it to me first, Wes." "Because Belle wrote it." Bah. The answer came too fast to be anything but true. Then why? He looked at the packet, then back at me. "Because you said accuracy." The word lay between us with a weight that would once have been tenderness and could not yet be. "Wes," I said. "And because if you were to face him in that room, I would not have you do it with less in your hand than I had in mine." I turned the folded copy once beneath my fingers. "That is better." "Yes." "Let." "Yes." "Always that." No shrinking from the line, only the acceptance of being cut by it. I said, "Do not mistake this for peace." "I do not." "That would be another form of management." A shadow touched his mouth and vanished. "Yes." I rose then, because one cannot stand too long before a man who answers truly when truth is not enough. At the door I paused. "If Henry asks where we are at 3, what is he to be told?" Adrian answered at once. "That Belle is here and the house requires quiet for business does." "No more." "Ah. No more." Good. The rest of the hour passed like the tightening of stays. Lady Mereford was informed and received the news with the expression of a queen told at last that a rebellion had stopped wasting time and come within range. She approved the library, disapproved Belle's caution, and approved me only by omission, which from her counted as formal praise. Henry was kept upstairs in the schoolroom with nurse and a map of Italy so inaccurate it ought to have offended empire. Mrs. Finch was instructed that no servant not required to the library passage was to drift within hearing. Mason was placed in the hall where his vanity might at last be of public use. Harrison, whose hearing failed him only where bells were concerned, stationed himself near the back stairs and would, I knew, miss nothing worth remembering. At 3 precisely Julian Ashcombe was shown into the library. He entered with gloves in one hand and polished concern in every other part of him. His coat was excellent, his boots weathered just enough to suggest earnest travel, and his expression arranged so carefully between family pain and gentlemanly reluctance that I should almost have admired the labor had I not despised the result. He stopped when he saw the room. Not Adrian alone, not Belle alone, not Lady Mereford alone, all of us, myself seated at the table with the packet before me. That was the first blow. I saw him take it. Then he bowed. Lady Mereford. Lord Mereford. Lady Mereford. Again to me. Mr. Bell. I had hoped for privacy. Lady Mereford said, "Then you have come to the wrong house." Adrian did not invite him to sit at once. "That, too, was deliberate," he said. "You asked for clarification. You have it in the proper family room, and before the proper persons." Julian's gaze came back to me. "I would not willingly embarrass my cousin's wife." "No," I said. "You only write toward it." Bell unfolded his memorandum, perhaps to disguise the fact that he was listening like judgment with a pen. Julian accepted the chair finally offered him and placed his gloves on his knee. The library fire was mended high enough to keep the room from cold, not from severity. Outside, the afternoon had turned pale and damp. The windows reflected us all back faintly in the glass like a second tribunal. Julian said, "I think we all know why I came." Lady Mereford replied, "To improve yourself." He smiled faintly. "To prevent future pain if possible." I said, "You may begin." His eyes moved to me with measured caution. He had not expected, perhaps, that I would take the center aloud. He had expected visibility, not command. He said, "Very well. I have reason to believe that before Lady Mereford's marriage, certain writings existed in Louisa's hand expressing grave concern for Henry's future should he remain in a house not yet settled for his care." Adrian made the slightest movement. I said, "And." Julian went on, very smooth now that he had found his line. If those concerns were known in part before the marriage and only answered by a union hurried into effect for the visible strengthening of Mereford, then I think any honorable person must ask whether enough candor attended the arrangement. Bell did not move. Lady Mereford did not breathe, so far as I could tell. Adrian sat with one hand on the arm of the chair and did not speak. He was keeping his word. The knowledge of it steadied me more than it ought to have done. I said, "Do you put the question to me or to my husband?" "To both," said Julian. Though Lady Mereford, having entered the matter last, may perhaps feel the injury most sharply if injury there was. There it was. The rescue posture. The invitation to stand apart from Adrian in the name of my own dignity. I had known it would come. Knowing it did not make it less filthy. I laid one hand flat on Louisa's copy. "You speak as if I had never read her." The change in his face then was worth several bad months. Not open fear. Much better. Disruption. "I beg your pardon. You invoke Louisa in order to pity me. That is a poor use of the dead." Julian recovered quickly. Men like him always do. "I only wish that Lady Louisa's concern not be buried beneath convenience, Then you should have remembered the whole of it." He went still. I unfolded the copy. There was no tremor in my hand now. That surprised me less than it ought. "Louisa wrote," I said, and even Bell's pen seemed to listen, "that Adrian was the only person she trusted to keep Henry where he would be loved more than his usefulness." Julian's color changed by a degree. I continued, "She also wrote that Henry must not be sent to you or any house governed by you." Nothing moved in the room. The sentence did not need help. Julian said, after a moment, "Private grief often speaks with excess." "No," I answered. "Private grief often speaks before gentlemen have time to arrange it." Lady Mereford lowered her eyes once, and I knew she had marked the line not merely for its accuracy, but because some part of it had been hers all along. Julian leaned forward slightly, and yet Lady Louisa also feared the weakness of an unsettled bachelor household. That part, perhaps, is less convenient to repeat. There it was. The counter. Clean. Expected. I said no. It is not less convenient. Only more complete. I looked down at the paper and read the line aloud. "If that means marriage, then let it be a marriage entered honorably, and not by drawing some innocent woman blind over our disorder like a curtain. Tell her what she is asked to bear." The words entered the room like judgment spoken in a dead woman's clear hand. Julian looked at Adrian then, quick and bright, as if to see the wound land. He saw it. So did I. And because Adrian did not interrupt, did not move to take the paper from me, did not claim some right to regulate Louisa's language after her death, the room shifted again. Not healed. Aligned. Julian said softly, "Then Lady Mereford knows the full force of what I regret." "No," I said. "I know the full force of what you attempt." He opened one hand. Adrian said, "You were not fully informed before the marriage." Then, at last, and with such level clarity the whole room turned to him. No. Julian had expected evasion. He received admission. That shook him more than denial would have done. Adrian went on. "No. My wife was not told enough early enough. That wrong is mine and not yours to administer." A silence followed so complete I could hear the fire settle behind Bell's shoulder. Julian blinked once. Then, almost gently, "Then I think my concern is justified." "No," I said. He looked at me. "No," I repeated. "Your opportunity is justified in your own eyes. That is another matter." I folded Louisa's copy once and laid it down. Julian said, "You ask as though the question before this room were whether I was owed fuller truth. I was. We all know it now. But you do not ask for my sake. You ask because, if my marriage may be painted as hurried and imperfectly disclosed, then Henry's settled life here may be painted as strategic rather than secure. Nothing. So let us be plain in return," I said. "I know what I was not told. I know also what Louisa feared of you. I know what this house has been and what it is becoming. And I remain exactly where I choose to remain." That was the line I had come to give him. Not softness, not absolution, choice it struck. Because if I stood there as wife deceived and wavering, he had ground. If I stood there as wife informed now and choosing the house anyway, he lost half the county's favorite story. Julian's eyes sharpened. He said, "You choose to remain now, after the fact, Wes. How fortunate for Mereford." "No," I answered. "How unfortunate for you." Bell's pen moved then. Only once. Recording perhaps that Julian's route had narrowed. Julian turned to Adrian. "You admit the defect in candor?" "I admit it," said Adrian. "I also say that any concern for Henry's life in this now passes through Lady Mereford and me together." Together. He did not look at me as he said it. He did not need to. Julian smiled thinly. A handsome phrasing. Yet handwriting survives handsome phrasing. "And houses survive malice," said Lady Mereford. It was the first thing she had said in several minutes. It landed like cold iron. Julian sat back. "One would hope so?" She replied, "No. One would build so." I almost loved her then, which would have been a catastrophe of another sort. Julian's gaze returned to the packet on the table. Bell said, "Have I then exhausted my welcome?" Before anyone else could. "You had none to begin with." That, from Bell, was almost theatrical. Julian smiled at him with open dislike. "I see the law has grown domestic." "The law," said Bell, "has grown tired." Julian rose. So did Adrian. I remained seated one breath longer on purpose, then stood as well, because a woman rising late can make exit feel more like dismissal than response. Julian took up his gloves. He said, "I am glad, to me, that you have been given the opportunity to choose with fuller knowledge." "No," I said. "You are disappointed that I have." His eyes held mine a moment, and in them there was now no pity at all, only calculation cooling into its next form. "This is not concluded." "No," I answered. "It has only become less easy for you." He bowed to the room in general and to me in particular, as if we had completed some social call on weather and county subscriptions. Then he went. Mason opened the door. Harrison, no doubt, heard the step count in the hall. Mrs. Carberry's maid, if she was anywhere within 2 passages of the event, would have a soul full of supper by evening. When the door shut again, the room did not relax at once. Bell gathered his papers with the efficient look of a man who knows victory is rarely pure enough to toast. He said, "That was better than refusal." Lady Mereford replied, "You speak as if there had been any doubt." "Wes," said Bell. "There was." He turned to me. "My lady, your line regarding choice will be the one that matters most once it leaves this house." "I know." Bell inclined his head and went out to send whatever necessary notes solicitors send when battles are won only enough to prepare the next one. Lady Mereford remained another moment. Then she said to Adrian, "Do not be a fool with what that cost her." And to me, "He is less likely now to forget that loyalty is not entitlement." It was, from her, a blessing of thorns. Then she too left. That was how I found myself alone in the library with my husband, Louisa's copied hand between us, and the full knowledge that he had just stood publicly in the one place he had failed privately. The irony was not improving. For a while neither of us spoke. At last Adrian said, "You need not have read the line aloud." "No," I said. "I know." He came nearer the table but did not cross to my side of it. "I am glad you did." That stopped me. Because it was not gratitude, not self-punishment either. Only witness again, and something harsher, the recognition that truth had cost him publicly and rightly, and that he preferred the cost to continuing the old false order. I wanted him to hear it. I said, "And you, Wes?" He did not look away. I said, "You stood with me, Wes." It was such a poor sentence for such a large shift that I almost despised language. He answered all the same. "Yes." I folded Louisa's copy carefully and slid it back into the packet. "This changes nothing privately." He received that without movement. "I know. But it changes something." A pause. Yes. There it was. Not healed trust. Not forgiveness. Something else. A new exactness between us in which he could no longer pretend that public alliance might cover private fracture, and I could no longer pretend he had not just placed his own fault openly where Julian could see and gain no purchase from it. That was not peace. It was the beginning of a different kind of honesty. I said, "Good." Then I took up the packet and left the library before the room could become any softer than the truth deserved. Belle had not been gone an hour before the next packet arrived. This time it came not by express rider, nor through some gentlemanly channel that might still pretend to privacy, but by Belle's own clerk from the village. Mud to the knees and indignation to the throat, because the roads had chosen slush exactly where dignity was least improved by it. Mason admitted him through the side passage. Mrs. Finch intercepted him in the lower hall, and within 3 minutes Adrian himself was in the morning room with the sealed edition in his hand. He did not stop, first at the study. He did not ask whether I was alone. He did not sequence the thing into safer pieces. He came straight to me. He said, "This came after Belle left. I was at the writing table with Henry's Medicine Times, 2 tradesmen's accounts, and a note half answered to the rector's wife about candles for the schoolroom parcel. I looked up, saw the packet, and felt the old instinctive anger rise, then checked it myself when he laid the paper in front of me without a word more." Accuracy. He had remembered. I broke the seal. Inside was a short note from Belle, written in haste, and beneath it a copied statement in another hand entirely, an older London clerk, perhaps, or one of the executors attached to Louisa's late husband's affairs. Belle's note was brutally plain. "My lady, London overlooked one enclosure in the confusion of yesterday's packet. I send it at once because it materially affects the interpretation of Mr. Ashcombe's concern. If it is what it appears to be, his interest in Master Henry has never been merely sentimental or familial, but tied in part to information about the child's maintenance and to possible influence over monies associated with the late Mr. Harcourt's unsettled estate. I advise immediate review by Lord and Lady Mereford together." Together. I looked at Adrian. He had already read Belle's note. Of course he had. Yet he said nothing, only remained where he was, one hand at the back of the chair opposite mine, waiting. I read the enclosure. It was a statement, copied from some earlier business file, recording that months before Louisa's death, and before Henry had been fully settled at Mereford, Julian had written to one of her late husband's executors with repeated inquiries about the scale of Henry's maintenance, what trustees would govern it if the child changed residence, and whether a more masculine household might better protect the boy's future from overspending under female influence. I had to stop halfway through that sentence and read it again, merely to be sure indignation had not improved the wording beyond what the man himself deserved. Masculine household. Female influence. Maintenance. There it was at last, the true vulgarity beneath the silk. Not love of the child, not even only appetite for power in the abstract. Money. Control. The possibility that if Henry were moved, or even if Adrian's guardianship could be weakened, Julian might bring the boy's life and purse into closer orbit around his own convenience. I folded the sheet once and set it down with care, because if I did not exercise care, I thought I might tear the paper for the pleasure of imagining at his throat. I said. Adrian's expression did not change much. It did not need to. Yes. He meant to profit. Yes. Not only from county sympathy. No. I picked up Belle's note and read the last line again. Materially affects the interpretation. That from Belle was nearly a shout. I said, Lady Louisa feared not only his concern but its accounting. Wes. The answer came low, exact, and without the cowardice of pretending this discovery surprised him morally if not factually. It mattered that he did not lie. It did not excuse anything. Still it mattered. I sat back in the chair. For how long? His eyes met mine. How long what? How long have you suspected there was money under his pity? A pause, he said. Not certainly until today. Belle thought it possible before. So did I, but suspicion is not proof. I almost said you are always happiest when proof arrives after damage, but I did not. There are moments when one spares the obvious because it has become too easy and therefore too cheap. Instead I said, then now we have it. Wes, a strange stillness came over me then. Not peace, a colder thing, direction perhaps. Until that moment Julian's campaign had felt like a smearing of shadows across windows, socially dangerous, emotionally vile, but partly abstract. Now, he had given himself shape. He was not the man of noble concern wrongfully excluded from the child. He was a relation who had looked at Henry and seen not only a boy, but a rout. That made hatred easier. Action 2. I rose. We need Mrs. Finch. Adrian blinked once, then nodded at once. And nurse, I added. And Bell back here if his horse has not yet collapsed. What for? I looked at him. You asked me this morning what I would do with the room. I mean to answer. He gave one slight inclination of his head. No hesitation, no redirection, only that. Yes. Mrs. Finch came first, neat and composed, though her curiosity had clearly been worked into the safer form of professional readiness by the time she entered the morning room. Nurse arrived next with the expression of a woman who does not leave sick rooms for legal theatrics unless someone has finally been sensible enough to make the theatrics about the child in earnest. Lady Mereford followed without being sent for at all, which was also sensible. I stood at the writing table with Bell's note and the copied statement before me. Adrian stood at my left, not too near, not far. The arrangement mattered. So did the fact that he did not take the head of the room. Nurse, I said, for how long have you kept separate notes of Henry's medicines, coughs, temperature, and room changes? She looked at me as if surprised the question should require speech. Since the September fever, my lady. And where are they kept? In the small nursery drawer under the washstand, copied weekly into my own book in case maids spill water and call it fate. I liked her better with every answer. Good, I said. Bring me the book. Nurse's eyes narrowed slightly, not in refusal, but in that protective instinct by which women who keep children alive regard paper only half a degree beneath fire in the hierarchy of dangerous things. What for? Because Mr. Ashcombe's concern now appears to have money in it, and I mean to answer him with dates. That was enough. She left without another word. I turned to Mrs. Finch. I want from you, before dinner, a written account of Henry's rooms since Michaelmas. All repairs made or attempted in the nursery wing, every visit from Penrith, the wages schedule as corrected, and the household entries proving that after my marriage the south nursery, yellow chamber, schoolroom, and winter fires were managed in response to the child's health and not to display. Mrs. Finch's face became very still indeed. Wes, my lady. Not polished prose. Facts. Wes, my lady. Lady Mereford said, you mean to turn the house itself into evidence? Yes. The Countess considered that for one long beat. Then Adrian said, excellent. Nothing. Yet the silence from him was not blank. I could feel it like a held line in the room. Not resisting, not merely witnessing now, but standing in place with me as the thing took shape. Bell returned, before the hour was out. Mud dried dark at the hem of his coat, and a fresh layer of caution over whatever the ride back from the village had done to his temper. When he saw Nurse at the side table copying dates from her little book and Mrs. Finch already drafting room changes in her small firm hand, he stopped dead in the doorway. He said, what is this? I answered before Adrian could. The house learning how to speak. Bell looked from me to the books to Adrian and back again. He said, good. That from Bell was nearly admiration. We worked for the next 2 hours as if winter itself might be entered into the record. Nurse read from her notes in the flat, unsentimental voice of a woman who has measured illness too often to romanticize it. September 15th. Fever rising toward evening. September 16th. Mr. Penrith called. October 3rd. Night cough after damp in the west nursery. November 10th. Moved from west room during repairs to schoolroom hearth. December 2nd. Relapse in wet weather. December 6th. Mr. Penrith again. Monday last. Smoke from south nursery chimney. Child removed at once to schoolroom, then to yellow chamber. No overnight fever. Bell took it all down. So did I. Mrs. Finch laid out her own account with equal precision. Coal distribution by room, window failures, curtain shifts, bed linen moved, the exact date on which the south nursery had first been reopened for Henry's breathing, the wage arrears and their correction, the sequence of repairs postponed or advanced and why. No romance, no defensiveness, only the dreary truthful architecture of care. Lady Mereford added, to my private astonishment, 3 notes of her own. The cancellation of Christmas collars after the chimney smoke, the reduction of unnecessary social hours during Henry's illness, and the decision to limit county access to the boy not from secrecy, but from his regimen. Bell looked over the draft as it grew and said, "If anyone ever attempts to say this child's life here has been neglected for display, I shall ask to see their accounts and enjoy the silence that follows." "Do," said Lady Mereford. Adrian, who had until then remained outwardly the stillest of us all, spoke only when Bell reached the final page. "Add this." Bell's pen poised. "Since the marriage, no household or estate matter materially affecting Henry's rooms, regimen, expenditure, or domestic position has been altered without Lady Mereford's knowledge." I looked up at him sharply. "The room did the same, though more discreetly?" Bell asked. "May that be stated without qualification?" Adrian answered, "Wes." No one moved for one heartbeat, because every person in that room knew exactly what the sentence meant, and exactly how much it cost him to say it in front of them after all that had passed between us. I said, "Before Bell could write, add also that such knowledge is now by right and not by indulgence." Bell's eyes flickered once to Adrian. Adrian said, "Wes." Bell wrote it down. "There are marriages in which intimacy is made of touch, confession, and soft speech. Ours, at that moment, was made of a clause inserted before witnesses who knew enough to understand its necessity and tactful enough not to stare." By 4 of the clock the packet had become a file. Nurse's notes copied. Mrs. Finch's account signed. Bell's memorandum amended. The London enclosure tucked beneath Louisa's fuller copy. My own hand added at the end, above the data. "Reviewed by Lady Mereford." Bell sanded the line. Then he looked at Adrian. "With this, if Mr. Ashcombe pushes farther, he no longer faces rumor only. He faces record." Adrian said, "Good. Not enough for law if he truly turned formal." Bell continued, "But enough to make any gentleman of sense decline to join him, and any lady of appetite find the dish less easy to carry." Mrs. Carberry, I thought, would still try, but yes, less easy. Nurse took back her little book the moment Bell had done with it, and held it as if reclaiming a child from a tutor. She asked, "Is that all?" "For now," I said. Her eyes came to mine. She said, "If there is a next time, I am not writing notes for gentlemen unless they first learn not to put children in letters." Before Bell could recover from the insult, she left. I think, secretly, he liked her. Mrs. Finch followed with the account pages once Bell had copied them. She paused at the door. She said, "My lady, Wes, the house is easier." It was exactly what she had said after the wages were paid and after other small corrections. But this time the words meant something larger. The house had been easier not because money moved or fires held, but because the hidden shape of attack had at last been answered by open structure. Mereford understood itself again. "Wes," I said. "Good." When the room had emptied of everyone but Bell, Adrian, and me, Bell tied the new file carefully. "Suggest one further move." Of course he did. "What now?" I asked. "A call on Sir Edwin." I stared at him. "You cannot mean to carry Louisa's letter into a baronet's drawing-room," Bell said. "Certainly not, scandalized. I mean that Sir Edwin is vain, loud, and incapable of keeping entirely to himself any version of events he finds morally satisfying. If Lord and Lady Mereford call upon him together tomorrow, and speak with calm confidence of the child's improving health, the household's settled order, and the tiresome vulgarity of family concern when mixed with money, he will become our unwilling crier before dinner. Lady Mereford would have approved of him more than ever." Adrian said, "He will." I said, "And I am to sit there and look unshaken?" Bell met my eyes directly. "My lady, after this afternoon I think you may sit where you please." That was impertinent for Bell and therefore, by his standards, almost affectionate. "Very well," I said. "We call tomorrow." Bell bowed and finally left us. The library, for we had moved there midway through the work because the morning room had grown too small for paper, ink, and strategy, went quiet all at once. The fire was lower. Outside the winter light had begun to thin toward evening. The packet Bell had tied lay on the table between us, like a small legal coffin containing, among other things, The fact that my marriage and Henry's safety had both depended on women's notes and men's delays in almost equal measure. Adrian stood across from me, one hand resting on the chair Belle had vacated. Neither of us moved toward the packet. The room no longer required it. It had already done its work. At 3, I said at last, you would once have answered Julian for me. Yes. Today you did not. No. Why not? He looked at me steadily. Because you were the right person in the room. That should have pleased me. It did something more dangerous. It made me feel not flattered, but recognized in the exact place where I had most been injured before. And before. His jaw shifted slightly. Before I believed that if I kept enough weight in my own hands, the room might spare you some of it. And now. Now I know the room costs more when it is arranged without you. The line came too cleanly to be improvised and too soberly to be charm. I felt it in the same place I had felt his other truths, those cruel, quiet ones that entered not by ornament but by accuracy. I looked away first, toward the window where the glass reflected back only lamplight and the dim shape of the room behind me. The county will still say what it likes. Yes. Mrs. Carberry will still pity what she cannot touch. Yes. Bath will still poison itself with concern. Yes. But Julian has lost the easier story. Yes. I turned back then. We did that. The words stood there. I had not meant them to feel like concession. They did. He understood that too, he said. Wes. Not you. Not I, yes. That should not have mattered so much. It did. Because however fractured the private center remained, whatever trust had yet to be rebuilt or not rebuilt at all, the fact of the afternoon could not be denied. When the house needed truth translated into record and defense, we had acted not as adjacent authorities, and not as husband and wife politely injured by one another, but as one unit. Not healed, operational, which in a house like Mereford was often the first condition from which healing, if it came at all, had to begin. I gathered the packet up. This stays in my drawer. Yes. And tomorrow we go to Sir Edwin together. Yes. He hesitated then, just enough that I knew something less practical wanted speech, and had not yet learned its route. At last he said, one Bell's clerk came this morning. I nearly took the packet to the study from habit. I waited. And then I thought of what you said. That the room spends you before the paper reaches your hand. I did not want to do that again. There are apologies which say too little and apologies which spend so much language they attempt to buy back the wound cheaply. This was neither. It was only a plain admission of the habit breaking in him and the choice made against it. It touched me in exactly the wrong place. That, I said carefully, is better. Bah. Wes. Again that shadow at his mouth. Not quite a smile, not quite grief either. Something near a relief that the line had not landed uselessly. I went to the door with the packet in my hands. Behind me he said, Eleanor. I stopped. If Sir Edwin asks tomorrow whether you are satisfied, what will you say? I turned back. The question was too honest for comfort. He was not asking for coaching. He was asking where I would place the truth in a public room. I thought of Louisa's copied hand, of Julian's inquiries about Henry's maintenance, of nurse's notes, of Mrs. Finch's wage records, Bell's memorandum, of Adrian saying aloud before witnesses that my knowledge was now by right and not indulgence. Then I answered, I will say that I know enough now to stand where I stand by choice, and that any person who mistakes this house's difficulties for available prey should improve his arithmetic. And for the first time that day something close to real warmth moved visibly across his face. That will do, Wes, I said. I think it will. Then I left him there in the library while the house lowered itself toward evening, and the servants, no doubt already sensing the change, carried coal, trays, and the first easier breaths of a room, no longer at war with itself in silence. We called on Sir Edwin the next afternoon at 4, which was exactly the hour at which county vanity is most vulnerable to useful employment. The weather had improved just enough to make the roads passable and not enough to make them pleasant. The carriage wheels took the lane in damp jolts rather than frost-hard blows. The hedges dripped. The sky hung low and colorless over the fields. Nothing in the day suggested triumph that suited me. Victory, in country matters, is always cheaper and safer when it dresses like ordinary visitation. I wore dark plum and no ornament beyond my ring. Adrian wore the same grave coat he had worn on the day of our wedding, which I noticed only when we were already halfway there, and hated myself slightly for noticing. We had spoken little in the carriage, not coldly, carefully, the kind of care that enters after two people have stood too near a fracture and discovered, to their mutual inconvenience, that the fracture has not wholly destroyed the bridge. At one turn in the road the mare checked in the mud, and the carriage lurched sideways. My hand went to the strap without thought. Adrian's hand moved at the same instant to steady the opposite brace. Neither of us spoke. The movement passed. Still, the silence afterward knew what had happened. Sir Edwin received us as if Providence had sent him 2 actors and a stage on the same day. He was not a subtle man. That was his value. He mistook his own appetite for moral authority, which made him easy to guide if one knew which direction his vanity preferred to travel. The hall was over-warm. The drawing-room smelt of port, coal, and the dried orange peel his housekeeper burned when she wished to suggest refinement. Portraits of dead Markhams lined the walls with expressions of such hereditary certainty that one longed to shake them in their frames. Sir Edwin bowed, exclaimed, and made exactly the amount of fuss one would have expected from a man who had heard enough to be hungry and not enough to be safe. Lady Mereford. Lord Mereford. What a pleasure. We were just saying at luncheon that the roads could not possibly keep us from decent company forever. That meant he had spent the whole noon talking about us. His wife, a elder woman with eyes sharpened by long marriage to volume, greeted us with quieter warmth, and led me toward the fire. Adrian remained with Sir Edwin for the brief masculine exchange on roads, tenants, and weather without which no English room may reach its true business honestly. Tea was brought. The room settled. We all behaved for precisely 4 minutes. Then Sir Edwin said, with a show of bluntness he no doubt considered refreshing, "I trust the little unpleasantness with Ashcombe has not left any lasting discomfort." There it was. The appetite laid bare by a baronet who believed directness absolved vulgarity. I set down my cup. "Not at all," I said, "only clarity." His brows rose. "Indeed. Yes. It is useful to learn which forms of concern are really account books in morning dress." Sir Edwin stared, then burst into a laugh too large for the room. His wife nearly smiled into her saucer. Adrian, seated at my left, said nothing that mattered. He did not correct, soften, or reclaim the line into masculine handling. He let it stand in my voice and land where it ought. Sir Edwin said, "Ah, very good. Very good indeed. I always thought young Ashcombe too polished by half. Never trust a fellow who speaks of family feeling as if he were arranging flowers for a funeral." "Quit," said Adrian. Sir Edwin turned to him. "And the boy, improving," said Adrian. "Nurse keeps him in better order than any of us." The baronet nodded with the relieved satisfaction of a man allowed to pity a child and condemn an adult in the same cup of tea. He said, "And Lady Mereford," swinging back toward me, "is, I hope, entirely satisfied that all is now plain." The question had been waiting. There was no use pretending otherwise. This, then, was the test Adrian had asked me about the day before. Not whether I could protect him. Whether I could tell the truth in public without giving Julian back the shape he wanted. I looked at Sir Edwin and answered exactly as I had meant to. "I know enough now," I said, "to stand where I stand by choice. And I think any person who mistakes this house's difficulties for available prey should improve his arithmetic." The room went still. Then Lady Markham's cup gave the faintest sound against the saucer, and I knew at once the sentence would survive the day exactly as spoken. Some lines do not need help. They travel because the room is greedy and the form is good. Sir Edwin looked at me for one searching second, then at Adrian, and something in his face altered, not into sympathy, but into the masculine pleasure of finding a matter morally simpler than he had feared. The new Lady Mereford was neither crumpled victim nor grasping opportunist. She was standing, choosing, and contemptuous of Julian. That would do very nicely. Men like Sir Edwin adore a woman's complexity. Once it can be reduced to a phrase they may repeat with confidence to other men. He said, "Excellent. At last, excellent. That is just the thing." His wife murmured, "I should think so." Adrian turned his head very slightly toward me. Not enough for anyone else to mark. Enough for me to know he had heard the line exactly as I intended it, not absolution, but position. We remained a proper interval. Lady Markham showed me her conservatory plans, and confessed that half the ferns had died, because the under-gardener was in love and therefore useless. Sir Edwin talked drainage with Adrian and declared Julian a smooth fish, which I hoped he would repeat to every dinner table within 20 miles. We took our leave before good sense gave way to overfeeding. In the carriage home, the first 10 minutes passed in silence broken only by the wheels and the wet road. Then Adrian said, without looking at me, "That was better than anything Belle might have drafted." I kept my eyes on the blurred hedges. Yes. Sir Edwin's drawing room, with its overture fire and its morally satisfied silence after my answer, still clung to me. I could already hear the line traveling ahead of us, warm and simplified in other people's mouths. Lady Mereford chooses to remain. Ashcombe was after money. The child is safe. The house stands, all of it useful, none of it healing. After another stretch of road Adrian said, "Thank you." I turned then. "No." He looked at me. "Not for that," I said. "I did not go to Markham's for your comfort." His face altered by a degree. "Not wounded." "Cry no." Corrected. Good. The silence that followed was less hostile than before, which in some ways was more dangerous. Hostility builds walls. This thin, exact civility threaded with mutual recognition, allowed too much air in. By the time we reached Mereford the lamps were lit in the lower hall, and the house had already begun rearranging itself around evening. Mrs. Finch met us with word that Henry had remained easy, that nurse had allowed him broth in the schoolroom, and no more, and that Belle had sent one final note to say Sir Edwin's man had already been seen riding toward Carbery, before we ourselves had turned for home. "Excellent," said Lady Mereford when told. "The baronet works faster when pleased with his own discernment." That was as close to satisfaction as she came all day. After supper Henry was allowed into the small back drawing-room again for half an hour, because he had been insufferably good, which in nurse's language meant he had been almost human under discipline, and therefore entitled to one leniency. He sat on the rug between Adrian and me with the wooden horse and a row of counters, reenacting some version of Roman advancement improved by cavalry he had invented out of pure disrespect for history. Sir Edwin would make a poor general, he announced. "Why?" I asked. Adrian said, "He would always tell the enemy his opinion before the battle." "That is not without danger." "No," said Henry. "It is without patience." The line was so exact it nearly undid me. Nurse came for him too soon after that, to his outrage and our relief. He went finally only after extracting a promise that the horse would not be left unguarded by civilians, which Adrian gave with a straight face, because all true absurdities in houses are survived by treating them as policy. When the child and nurse had gone upstairs and the small back drawing-room was quiet at last, I expected Lady Mereford to join us. She did not. A note came instead through Mason, in the Countess's hand, and with all the elegance of command stripped to bone. "You are both overtired, and of no further use to society tonight. Do not come to the Blue Saloon unless the roof falls." It was one of the kindest things she had ever written. Adrian read it over my shoulder and nearly smiled. "She improves in affection." "No," I said. "Only in tactics." "Yes." The room without Henry seemed suddenly larger and less defended. The fire burned low and honest. Outside the windows the night lay close on the glass. Somewhere in the house a door shut softly. Somewhere else Harrison was no doubt missing a bell that Mason would resent and Mrs. Finch would correct. I gathered up the counters and placed them in the carved box by the hearth, because there was no servant to do it, and because leaving them on the rug felt too much like abandoning the child's small order to the larger disorder of the house. Adrian watched me a moment and then bent without comment to collect the wooden horse from under the chair where it had rolled. Such small things ought not to count. They do. One cannot build trust from them alone. But one notices their absence when trust is required, and they do not exist. When I straightened, he held the horse in his hand. He asked, "Will you come to the library?" There are invitations that belong to one stage of marriage, and invitations that belong to another. This was not the old request of a man arranging discussion on his ground. Nor was it ease. It was something more difficult, a recognition that what remained to be said would not survive servants, bright rooms, or the false ease of domestic afterglow. I looked at him. For what? His fingers tightened very slightly around the toy horse and then relaxed. He said, "For the rest of the truth." The room seemed to narrow. I had wanted this. I had demanded accuracy. I had said that if one line more in Louisa's hand touched my marriage, and I learned it by accident rather than from him, then whatever remained between duty and trust would be spent. He had answered, yes. Since then he had brought the packets first to me, stood silent where once he would have spoken over me, and let the room turn around my voice in front of Julian and Sir Edwin alike. Still, the invitation struck like danger, because truth offered at last is not always relief. Sometimes it is only the last door before one discovers what one is least prepared to forgive. I said, Very well." The library fire had been mended by the time we entered, though no servant remained within. The room smelt of ash, leather, and damp wool dried near heat. On the long table by the window lay, not one packet, but the small leather dispatch case I had come to know too well by sight alone. It stood open. That, more than anything, stopped me. He saw the look and said, "I should have opened it sooner." Yes. He did not pretend the answer wounded him unexpectedly. Inside the case were letters, memoranda, Belle's earlier summaries, Louisa's copies, one page in Adrian's own hand listing dates of Julian's interventions as if he had tried, privately, to give the threat shape before speaking it. Everything orderly, everything exact, everything that had once lived under his control and beyond mine now laid out beneath the lamp. I remained standing. He did too. For a while neither of us touched the papers. The open case itself was the speech. It said what no apology could hear. Finally, "Is the locked chamber made visible without your having to prise it open from below stairs?" At length he said, "There is no further letter in Louisa's hand that you have not now seen." I let out a breath I had not known I was holding. And Julian's inquiries about maintenance. All there. Belle's notes too. My own summaries. What I knew when. What I feared when. What I should have told you and did not. He spoke the last part without changing tone. That, perhaps, was the only way he could have said it without drama. It was more powerful for the lack. I went nearer the table and looked down into the open case. Belle's hand. Louisa's copy. Julian's oily intermediaries. Adrian's dates. A line marked in his own writing. After engagement, tell her. And beneath it, later, harsher, after London packet must. Then no note after that at all. Only the silence in which he had failed. I touched the edge of that page and looked up. "You wrote it, Wes." And still did not. No, bah, nothing in him now moved to soften the answer. He had come, I understood, to the point beyond defense. That was new. It did not erase the injury. It changed the shape of the room. I said, "Why this now?" He looked at the open case rather than at me. "Because today you stood in Markham's drawing room, and in front of Julian with more truth in your hand than I once meant to permit, and you used it neither to spare me cheaply nor to destroy me publicly." His eyes lifted. "And because if I left this shut one day more after that, I would deserve the worst of your judgment." The sentence landed hard because there was in it no self-dramatization. Only moral accounting, plain and late. I turned my eyes back to the papers. Louisa's copied hand lay among them like a wound stitched cleanly into the record. "And the rest of the truth?" I asked. He came around the table then, not to crowd me, only to stand on the same side of the dispatch case, rather than opposite. That alone altered the whole emotional geometry of the room. He said, "The rest. His not another letter. It is motive." I did not speak. He went on. "When Louisa first wrote Belle, I thought only of Henry. When Belle first suggested that a marriage would materially strengthen the house against Julian, I thought of Henry and the estate. When my mother pressed for speed, I thought of all of it at once. He paused. And of you? I said. Do not improve the record after the fact. I am not. The answer came without heat. Because it came without heat, I believed it. He said. You were already in the house then. Already seeing what others missed. Already becoming necessary in ways I had not intended to allow. That made speed easier to justify to myself, not harder. There it was. The ugliest truth often is. Because you wanted the house protected, Wes. And because you wanted me fixed inside it. A silence. Then, Wes. The word cut more cleanly than anything else had that day. Not because it was new, because it was whole. No partly, no perhaps, no sequence. Want, use, protection, selfishness. Need all in one stripped admission. I looked away and then back again because there was nowhere safe in the room not to look. You should have said that before. Yes. And now I say it because I cannot ask for equal truth from you if I still edit my own into better manners. The line was so nearly what I had demanded that for one moment I had no defense prepared against it. I said after a pause, and is that all? No, of course not. He stood very still beside me, one hand resting on the table near the open case but not touching the papers. He said, after the marriage, I told myself that I was delaying the full truth because the house was under attack, because Henry was fragile, because Belle had not yet the exact wording, because Julian was moving quickly, because I had already asked too much and wanted to spare you one more burden until the next room was steady. He looked at me then. All of that was partly true. The rest was fear. The word in him was so rare it nearly startled the room. Fear of what? Of hearing you say that if you had known all of it, you would not have married me. I did not answer. He went on before I could. And later, once you were here, once Henry had begun to trust you, once the servants had shifted, once the house had become different with you inside it, I feared something worse. What? That you would say you stayed only because you had been trapped too decently to escape. The library was very quiet now. The fire, the books, the winter night at the windows. All of it seemed to stand aside while the sentence reached me. I said, after a long moment, you should have feared that. Wes. No defense. Again, that did it. Not to my anger. To something underneath it that had been held too rigid too long. I rested both hands on the edge of the table, because suddenly I needed the wood beneath them. My wound. I said and heard at once how bare the phrase was. Is not only that you concealed the letter. Bah. He did not move. It is that you let me stand in rooms and defend foundations you knew had not been named to me. That you watched me become brave in ignorance and called it steadiness. That you gave me Henry, the servants, the wages, the rooms, the visible trust of the house, and withheld the sentence that would have let me know what sort of courage I was being required to spend. The words came clean. I could not have stopped them if I had wanted to. He absorbed each one without interruption. I went on. You say you feared I would refuse you before the marriage or call myself trapped afterward. Perhaps. Perhaps I would have. But the right to make a bad choice with full knowledge was still mine. You took it, honorably, carry painfully, half for me and half for yourself, but you took it. His face had gone very still. He said, Wes. I did. I drew breath. And because of that, every true thing between us since has felt divided. When you carried Henry through smoke, when you gave me the room, when you signed the memoranda, when you stood back and let me answer Julian, when you brought the packet to me first this morning, every one of those things mattered. And every one was poisoned by the fact that somewhere under them lay a sentence you had chosen I should not read. There was nothing theatrical in the way he received that. No bowed head. No groan. No masculine self-loathing made public for feminine management. Only the hard exactness of being told the full shape of his fault by the person he had most hoped might one day call it less. At last he said, West, I almost laughed from fatigue. You have become very sparing in defense. I have run out of useful ones. That answer, because it was almost dry, almost human, almost like the man who could under other circumstances have made me smile in the middle of fury, nearly undid the room. I looked at the open case, because I could not look at him while feeling that. He said then, more quietly, "There is one further truth." I tensed, absurdly expecting another letter, another money line, another dead hand extended from the packet. He said, "There is none about Julian or Louisa. Only me. That perhaps was worse. I waited. When I asked you to marry me, I believed respect, usefulness, and good faith might be enough to build a life honorable to both of us. Yes. I no longer think that." I turned my head and looked at him. The library, the fire, the open dispatch case. All of it seemed to go strangely still. "What do you think now?" He met my gaze steadily, not with flourish, not with romantic desperation, with the same grave exactness by which he had always done his greatest damage and, sometimes now, his greatest good. He said, "I think that I married you first because the house and the child required a woman of your strength, and that I kept delaying the whole truth, because by the time I ought to have spoken it, I could no longer bear the thought of this house without you in it." The sentence entered me like cold and heat at once. No vows, no declarations, no modern language of soul and forever. Only the bare thing itself. Not merely that he needed my competence, but that in needing it he had come to need me, and not in the rooms where servants watched, but in the private architecture of the house and of his own life. I said, "Because anything else would have been impossible." "That is not the same as love." He replied, "No, it is not, but it is not less serious." The answer was so perfectly him, so restrained, so dangerous, so unwilling to dress itself in borrowed romance, that I felt, against my will, the full force of its sincerity. I looked away. For a long moment neither of us spoke. Then he said, "I do not ask you to forgive me tonight. Good. I ask only to alter the rule under which we have lived." That turned me back toward him more sharply than any confession had. What rule? That I decide what truth the house can bear and give it in portions. A long silence. "Wes," I said, "I will not do that again." The library seemed to tighten around the sentence. "You say that now?" "Yes." "And when the truth is ugly?" "Yes." "One, it weakens you?" "Yes." "One, it may make me despise you in the hour you tell it." He did not hesitate. "Wes, there are moments when sincerity becomes almost violent in its simplicity. This was one," I said. "And Henry. Any matter touching him materially is ours to know together before it becomes arrangement. Not because Belle writes it. Not because my mother approves it. Because that is now the rule of this marriage, if you will have it so." The phrase, "if you will have it so," struck me harder than any command could have done. Not because it gave me power newly invented. Because it admitted the rule had to be accepted, not merely pronounced. I looked at the open dispatch case, then at Adrian, then at the winter dark window. What did I feel? Anger still, certainly. Relief. Unwelcome. Sorrow for Louisa. Hatred for Julian. Weariness beyond bearing. And somewhere underneath all of it the dangerous pull of a man who had finally stopped arranging the room ahead of me and was asking, without flourish and too late, whether I would still remain in it under altered terms. I said, slowly, "The rule changes." Yes, he did not move. I think perhaps he had not been certain even of that much. "But do not mistake me," I said. "A changed rule is not a repaired wound. No. It is the condition under which repair might someday be attempted." Wes. Another pause. Then, because honesty had become the only thing in the room not already compromised by silence, I added, "And because I know you, I must say one thing more. If you think that telling me the truth promptly once or twice buys back what was taken, you understand women less than Belle understands tenderness." A shadow of something not far from a smile passed over his face. "I understand Belle understands nothing human unless it can be bound in ribbon." Good. It was the smallest easing imaginable. Yet in that exhausted room, beside the open case and the papers and the fire, it felt almost like breathing after a too-tight bandage was cut. He looked at me then with a steadiness different from before. Not because the feeling had vanished. Because it had been forced, at last, to stand beside truth rather than in front of it. He said, "Eleanor, My name again. Still always that? Yes. I would rather hear your anger in the room than your courtesy outside it. The line was too exact to defend against. Be careful, I said. That is nearly wisdom. For once. For once. Again that almost smile, this time staying just long enough to be seen, and then not hidden too quickly. Not triumph. Not charm. Acknowledgement of surviving a hard sentence together, and not wholly losing the language by which harder ones might later be spoken. I gathered Louisa's copy, Belle's notes, and Adrian's page of dates and placed them back in the case. Then I closed it. The sound of the clasp settling was small and final. He asked, "Will you keep it?" "No," I said, "not shut." I pushed the case toward the center of the table between us. "It stays here for now. Open." He understood. Not hidden. Not below stairs. Not in his study. Not in my drawer. Between us, he said, "Wes." I moved toward the door then, because there is a point beyond which staying in the room would turn honest aftermath into something softer than either of us had earned. At the threshold I paused. Behind me he had not moved. The case lay open between us. The house beyond the library remained what it was: tired, loyal, drafty, difficult, and now, perhaps, a little more truthful. I said without turning, "I do not trust you fully tonight." His answer came at once. "I know. But I think," I said, "for the first time since my wedding day, that you have stopped trying to deserve my trust by arranging it." A long beat. Then, "Wes." That was enough. Not absolution, not even peace, but enough that when I left the library, the corridor outside felt less like retreat and more like passage into a house that, for all its winter rooms and old faults, had finally allowed one locked chamber to stand open overnight. Belle came back on Christmas Eve with victory arranged in the dreest possible language. It had snowed in the night, not heavily, only enough to soften the roofs, pale the yews, and make the court look cleaner than winter usually permits. Mereford wore snow well. The house had always preferred dignity to cheer, and snow, being cold and exact, improved dignity while pretending to be blessing. By noon the slates were dripping. By 1 the lower paths had gone to slush. By 2 Mrs. Finch had declared that if anyone called in such weather they deserved broken axles and poor pastry. I was beginning to love her. Henry had been allowed the schoolroom fire, a blanket, and 1 hour of unearned triumph because his cough had at last begun to loosen its hold. Nurse still regarded improvement as an insult to vigilance and would not permit him downstairs. That, too, I was beginning to love. I was in the morning room with the parcel list, a tray of sealed notes, and the open dispatch case now permanently installed on the side table between my writing desk and the fire, when Belle was shown in. He bowed. "My lady." "My lord." Adrian entered from the inner passage almost at once, as if the house had learned by now that Belle's timing and ours must no longer be allowed to live in separate rooms. Lady Mereford came last, claiming she had only happened to be passing. No one insulted her by believing it. Belle took off his gloves with unusual care. "I have heard from London Council and from the Harcourt executors. There are sentences that make the room draw itself upright before anyone moves. This was one." He opened his portfolio. "The executors confirm that Mr. Julian Ashcombe's inquiries regarding Master Henry's maintenance were neither abstract nor merely familial. He pressed repeatedly for detail he had no right to demand and implied, more than once, that a change in the child's residence might justify a reconsideration of who best understood the management of such monies." Lady Mereford made a soft, disgusted sound. Belle went on. "Council has now seen the full set of correspondence. Their view is that, if Mr. Ashcombe presses farther, his own letters become more dangerous to him than Lady Louisa's to Lord Mereford." I leaned forward slightly. "In what sense?" "In this sense. My lady, Lady Louisa's letters show fear, urgency, and concern for the child. Mr. Ashcombe's show appetite. If the matter were ever to move beyond drawing rooms, his claim to disinterested family concern would not survive his own handwriting." Snow slid from the eaves outside the window with a soft wet fall. No one in the room moved. Adrian said, "So he knows it now." Belle replied, "Wes. My clerk carried the warning to his intermediary yesterday afternoon. And Bell drew out one last folded sheet. And Mr. Ashcombe has discovered a new devotion to peace. He handed the paper to Adrian first. That did not trouble me. It was Julian's letter, not Bell's packet. Adrian read it, his face altering by no more than a degree, then passed it to me. I read. Julian, with great reluctance, and only from regard for family harmony, and the present delicate season, withdrew any wish for further discussion. He regretted if his concern had been mistaken for interference. He trusted Henry's interests would remain foremost at Mereford. He hoped, too, that no painful misunderstanding of past motives should continue to disturb domestic tranquility. It was the most elegant retreat a vain man could manage after being shown the knife at his own throat. I folded the letter once. He has not changed, I said. No, said Bell. He has only counted better. Bah. Lady Mereford sat back in her chair with the expression of a woman too well bred to say I told you the man was vulgar and therefore thinking it with greater force. She said, so, the law has not improved him, only frightened him. Yes, Bell answered. I looked down at Julian's retreat and thought, with cold pleasure, that I should always prefer such victories. Not total ruin, which creates noise and martyrdom, but forced civility, which leaves a man alive and compelled to wear his own defeat in public without the decency of calling it by name. And Henry? I asked. Bell's face, always dressed where kindness mattered most, eased by half a degree. Henry remains where he is. The executors see no reason, and counsel no prudent advantage, in disturbing what is now plainly a settled household under the joint authority of Lord and Lady Mereford. Joint authority. The words landed in the room and remained there. Bell continued, I should advise that the household records we compiled be preserved and continued. Not from fear now, but from prudence. A child in delicate health, an old estate, and surviving relations will always benefit from dates better kept than tempers. Nurse, had she been there, would have approved him for once. Adrian said, tea will be continued. Bell looked at me then. In Lady Mereford's keeping, I think. That from Bell, in Lady Mereford's presence and before Adrian himself, was not merely practicality. It was settlement. Yes, I said. Lady Mereford rose. Well, since Julian has discovered arithmetic and Bell has become almost cheerful, I shall go and see whether cook may now be trusted with the goose. She moved toward the door, then paused and turned back. Her eyes rested first on me, then on Adrian. She said, the house is secure enough for Christmas. Do not make it insecure again by private stupidity. That from her was blessing, warning and affection in proportions no ordinary woman would have dared combine. Then she left. Bell closed his portfolio and bowed. My lord. My lady. He hesitated only a moment before adding, Lady Louisa would, I think, be satisfied by today's result. And no one answered that at once. At length I said, I hope so. Bell bowed again and went. When the door shut behind him, the morning room was quiet except for the fire, and the faint muted noise of the house beyond, it a servant crossing the hall. Snow dripping steadily from the roof. Some distant disagreement below stairs about nutmeg or candles or both. The ordinary sounds of a house returning, at last, to its own business. Adrian stood by the table with Julian's letter in his hand. For a few moments neither of us spoke. Victory, I was discovering, had poorer manners than fear. Fear keeps one sharp. Victory leaves room for all the human things one has postponed while the enemy was outside the walls. At last I said, burn it, Bonnet. He looked at the letter. Wes. He crossed to the fire and fed Julian's retreat to the flames. The paper blackened, curled, and vanished with far less ceremony than it had deserved. I watched until the last edge gave way. Good, I said. Wes. Still quiet. Then Adrian turned back toward me, and something in the room altered. Not because danger remained. It had lessened now, materially and in fact, but because without Julian at the door, and Bell in the chair and Louisa's dead voice carrying the center of every sentence, there was at last no one left in the room but the two people who had most injured and most steadied one another in the space of one winter. He said, Bell was right about one thing. Only one. The shadow of almost smile came and remained just long enough to be seen. No. He came a little nearer. Not too near. Not yet. He was right that the record should stay with you. That is not a confession, Adrian, it is administration, I know. Bah! Then begin again. A pause. Then he said, he was also right that the household is settled now in a way it was not before. I kept my eyes on him. Wes. Because of you. The line was so plain and so free of decorative romance that it struck more deeply than any flourish might have done. No, I said after a moment. Not because of me alone. He replied, because of you in it. That was worse. I looked away at the window, where snowmelt now traced uneven lines through the whiteness on the outer sill. When my mother first spoke of marriage as rescue, I said, I thought she meant rescue for the house. Yes. And you? He did not answer immediately. I could hear the thought in the silence, he said. At first, I turned back. And now? He met my gaze. Now I think the house was only the form in which the question first presented itself. What I wanted to rescue, without admitting it properly even to myself, was the life inside it once you had entered. The room seemed suddenly very still indeed. It was not I love you. It was better and more dangerous because it belonged wholly to him, and to no borrowed language. I felt the full force of its sincerity. I said, because I could not safely say anything softer first, that is a grave thing to tell a woman at Christmas. Yes. You have poor timing. I know. That almost made me laugh. Almost. Instead it did something even more inconvenient. It let tenderness in around the edges of old anger, not enough to erase it, enough to make it human. I crossed to the side table and closed the dispatch case. Not shut with finality. Simply closed. Because the papers no longer needed to stand open in the middle of the room, like a wound held apart by force. Then I turned back to him. My trust is not fully repaired. No, Ba. I do not think it will ever become the sort that asks nothing sharp. No, I may, in 10 years' time, still wish to remind you that you once let Belle know a sentence before your wife did. A shadow moved across his face, not quite pain now, not quite humor either. Something steadier, he said. Wes, you probably will. And if I do, I shall deserve it. The answer was so exact, so utterly stripped of masculine self-defense, that at last I let myself smile, only a little. Enough. He saw it and did not move toward it too quickly. That, perhaps, was the final proof that he had learned something worth keeping. I said, good. A silence again. A softer one this time. Then he said, there is one matter left unsettled. I looked at him cautiously. What now? Not Belle. Not Louisa. His hand, I saw, had tightened once and then steadied on the back of the chair. Use. The word hung there with a weight more solemn than all the legal packets together. What of us? I told you in the library that I no longer believed respect, usefulness, and good faith enough to build a life honorable to both of us. Yes. That remains true. He came one step nearer. And I told you what I felt was not less serious than love. Bah. Wes. He stopped there, exactly there, as though not 1 inch more might be taken without my leave. He said, I was wrong in that also. The air seemed to change around the words. How? He looked at me with the grave steadiness that had always, from the first, been the most dangerous thing in him. Because it is love. Nothing in the room moved, not the fire, not the light, not the house beyond the door. He went on before I could answer. Not gratitude for what you have done, not mere dependence. Not only respect, though I have more of that for you than for anyone living. I love you. I have loved you while needing you, while fearing your judgment, while trying badly to protect what should simply have been trusted with you. And because I love you, I made exactly the wrong kind of error. I thought keeping you was the same as dealing rightly by you. There are confessions that flatter. This did not. It did something far more dangerous. It made the entire past intelligible in a single cruel line. I said very quietly, Wes. Only that, because it was true. Because I had seen it already in fragments long before he dared say it whole. He waited. I think perhaps he would have waited there all evening if necessary, not from calculation but because he knew by then that anything pressed from me too quickly would be untrustworthy. That, too, mattered. I let the silence stand until it no longer needed to defend me. Then I said, I think I began to love you while being angry with you." His face altered. "That sounds inconvenient." It was. 1. I almost smiled again. "I do not know. When you gave a child answers instead of lies. When you let me sign the coal memorandum with you. When you carried him through smoke. When you stood back and let me answer Julian. Perhaps when you finally opened the case. Possibly when you proved, beyond all reason, that you were capable of learning." That time, unmistakably, he smiled, not broadly. Adrian would never become broad without a fever or wine. "But truly, I am glad to hear my education has not been wasted." "No," I said, "only expensive." He took another half step nearer. "Still not touching me, still leaving the room between us to me," he asked. "Does that mean that the house is to have peace?" "No, Beau." That checked him. "No. No," I repeated. "The house is to have truth. Peace, when it comes, may arrive after." He let out one breath that might almost have been laughter and might almost have been relief. He said, "Wes, that sounds like you." "Good." A pause. Then, because the last thing between us was no longer the room or the papers or Julian or even Louisa's warning, but only our own fear of altering the final distance, I held out my hand. Not theatrically. Not as a forgiveness purchased. Simply because it was time. He looked at it once, then took it with a care that almost undid me. His hand closed around mine, not possessively, not ceremonially, but as if he understood exactly what it cost and what it meant. No rush, no triumph. Only the first honest ease. "Adrian," I said, "Wes, if you ever again decide that my courage will be improved by partial knowledge, it will not. Do not interrupt. I had a very good end prepared." That did make him laugh, low and brief and real. The sound of it moved through me like winter sunlight through glass. He said, "I beg your pardon." "No, you do not," he admitted. "Not for laughing. Better. Much better." At that exact moment the door opened without sufficient ceremony and Henry's voice came through before the child himself did. "Nurse says forts require." He stopped on the threshold. Behind him Nurse Barrett stood with one hand on his shoulder and the expression of a woman who had intended it only to bring a recovered child down for 10 minutes of Christmas Eve leniency, and had now discovered adults in an arrangement she was too decent to categorize quickly. Henry looked from Adrian to me, then at our joined hands, then at the dispatch case closed on the side table, and finally at the fire. He said, "Oh." Nurse said, with majestic neutrality, Master Henry was promised 10 minutes if his chest remained quiet. I released Adrian's hand only enough to turn toward the child. "And has it?" "Wes," said Henry, "I am also very hungry." "Of course you are," I said. He came in, blanket trailing slightly behind him, and looked again at our hands, because children miss very little worth knowing. He asked, "Did we win for more than one night?" It was the same question he had asked after Julian's visit to the Blue Saloon, only larger now. I looked at Adrian. He looked at me. Then I answered, "Wes." Henry considered that, nodded once as if the house had finally issued an intelligible report, and crossed to the hearth. Nurse, satisfied that no impropriety could survive in a room where a child demanded cake, went at once to the bell. "No cake," I said. Henry turned in outrage. "It is Christmas Eve, Wes. Therefore there will be broth first." He looked at Adrian for justice. Adrian, still standing beside me and no longer trying to pretend the room had not changed, said, "Your wife is right." My wife. The phrase landed differently now. Not formal. Not strategic. Not public furniture. Possession. Perhaps, but of the earned sort, the one that recognizes before servants and children alike not authority alone, but chosen place. Henry sighed with martyrdom. He said, "Nurse. They have become impossible together." Nurse rang for the tray. Yes. That was how the house settled at last. Not in a library with declarations echoing against leather. Not in a chapel. Not in a drawing room full of witnesses. But in the small, ordinary, domestic truth of winter evening, a child by the fire. Nurse demanding broth. The dispatch case closed and no longer hidden. Snow loosening from the roof. And Adrian standing beside me as if beside me were no longer arrangement, duty, or even merely good faith, but the natural place from which the rest of the house might now be answered. When Mason brought in the tray, Adrian said, before servant and child and nurse alike. Set it there. Lady Mereford will decide what he may have. Bah! Mason bowed. Less, my lord, Henry groaned. Nurse approved, and I, hearing in the sentence not display but settled fact, understood that this was the visible change Louisa would have wanted more than any line of legal language. Not that I should wear the title, but that the house should obey it without confusion. I poured the broth. Henry accepted it under protest. Adrian took the smaller chair at the hearth rather than the distance of the mantel. Nurse resumed her knitting as if victory over human foolishness had at last become almost routine. Outside winter held. Inside, the room no longer did. And when, some minutes later, Henry fell asleep against the chair back before the broth bowl was quite empty, Adrian rose with that same grave care I had always loved before I had the courage to call it by name, lifted the child, and looked at me over Henry's dark head. He asked, "Coming? Not to the nursery only. Not merely to the next room. To the life after." "Wes," I said. And this time at last, the answer carried no divided meaning.